camera, sound, marker, and action. Hello and welcome to Tabletop Cinema, where we bring together the worlds of filmmaking, tabletop role-playing, and video games. My name is Miku, I'm a freelance bounty hunter, tabletop RPG game master, and variety streamer on Twitch. And today we continue our first playthrough of the Pandemonium raid series in Final Fantasy XIV in preparation for Dawntrail early access later this week. Once again, I will be taking over streaming duties from Mikey for the series as we get the raids done, but he will be back for Dawntrail proper, so you'll be able to see him cry during moments of high emotion and stakes. But for now, you have me. Let's go ahead and log in. We have 4 more quests remaining, 4 more raids remaining before we finish the normal raids. We're about to jump into that right now. You're currently doing a bit of insanity and writing a wound table for body-related injuries in Confluence. That is insane. Maybe, you know, like, given how much you're contributing to Confluence, Vanoa, they could like make a table out of your creations, like suggest like recommended wound tables or like ideas for wounds and systems and things they can plug in and all that. Optional rules in case they want to. But I am looking forward. To experiencing what these wounds are like. Because yes, they leave it very open, don't they? Like it's super... There aren't any rules to it. It's really up to you. But how do you give an awesome balanced experience? It really is up to the table. So, looking forward to that. You decided to try it out for yourself, you know, if I made such a proposal. Yeah, let's give it a shot. Definitely looking forward to the next session. I wonder if anyone is online. Let's just talk to these NPCs first before we jump into Dungeon 9. Raid 9, sorry. In truth, my days are stuffed to the brim, what with all the record-taking and document fetching, but worry not. The knowledge that the realm's survival hinges on my efforts sustains me. Welcome in, Blushing Peony. Hello there. We're just continuing our raid series. We're gonna finish that. And Mikey will be back with Tavern Talk tomorrow, and Dawntrail Early Access this Friday. Depending on the time it releases. I'm not sure what time it releases for our time zone. But yeah, it'll be a good time. Good evening, Experiment Ego, also known as Matthew, also known as Tego. How are you doing today? Up early, I see. Are you going to be getting into streaming today? Because Tego does stream. Tego also writes. Tego is a games journalist with many insightful commentary and discussions about pop culture, movies, and video games and more. So do please check them out. There are some stuff about how it can work with wound meters and progression of a wound, but only one example as far as I can remember. Yeah, I don't remember an example for that. It's super... Again, like... It is a very... nebulous do-it-yourself RPG. Like I love the setting, but yeah, I mean, as we're playtesting it, it is pretty clear that it is a lot is left up to us if we wish to, you know, to tailor the experience to what we are expecting. And I think our table, you know, we do like wound systems. We do like there to be a bit of structure from what I'm reading. So it's good to have some of that structure, especially if one is new to RPGs. Because it can get dangerously close to simply sitting around the table and playing make-believe, which is fine, which is totally fine. but the level of game that you expect, it is something to consider at the table. Up early now, just recovering from work, but definitely tomorrow night. Ooh, okay. Have a good recovery. Hope it was a productive session. We just jumped in now, and we're gonna be finishing the raids, the normal raids. I'm not sure if any of my FC mates are up now, though. It's a bit too heavy on improv without such tables. Yeah, it's... And then you have to spend time discussing it, and it is a skill to be practiced, an art to master. But admittedly, I think the background of the table mostly like GURPS and, well, D&D, 3.5, AD&D, even Fantasy Flight games. They're very, rules wargamey. So it is kind of, and PBTA, I guess, is the closest experience I have to what Confluence is currently trying to achieve. But even PBTA had really, not to say strict, but many PBTA offshoots are clear about the theme that they're going for. And thus the prompts and the mechanics and the questions are already there. So you just read them out and you narratively, to narratively tackle the moves. There's a list of moves, right? GM moves, player moves. So it's like set narratives to push the theme, and it's also a structure for players to grasp on instead of like coming up with it on the fly. And yes, a limit on harm to create to create stakes as well. But yeah, it's great. Like that's why I'm pretty sure they really appreciate your, like, I still need to fill up my feedback forms, but I gotta say again, huge thanks to you, Vanua, for really putting the system through the ringer, the setting as well, and taking us along for the ride. And because of that, we're also able to really test the game and give very valuable feedback. Yeah. PBTA isn't really strict about improv. It's about giving players the tools to tell the intended story genre. Yeah, that is a better way to put it. That's what I was trying to say in terms of they give you these prompts already, and to enforce that theme mechanically and thematically, you're not just randomly thinking about, okay, what rule can we apply here so it's not like overpowered or stuff like that. So that's what I really like about PBTA. So really well written PBTAs. While I had a bit of a culture shock coming into PBTA because it felt I restricted myself in reading too close to the text until I realized that these are really also, they are there. They can be very detailed descriptions, but you also do have the freedom to interpret it and have a discussion over it. The dialogue is important. But at least there is a basis for that dialogue. Or filling mine after every session, as it should be. I'm just a crammer. I'm just very bad at that. Because usually, like, after a session, like, I know it's super tiring. Like, I don't know how you do it. Like, after running a session, I'm just wiped out. Like, I need a rest. I need to recharge. But to do homework like that and to give feedback while it's fresh, that requires a lot of energy. So, you are an awesome playtester, Vanua. And again, awesome GM. Thank you. Vanua is our GM for Confluence the RPG. We're talking about this. I should have linked it to begin with. So much of designing a good PBTA game is the RPG's creator ending up being an actual writer, being akin to like a showrunner or a story Bible author. That's also a great way to look at it. As a brand Bible, like a showrunner. Eating well, sleeping well, good nutrition is crucial to being able to survive GMing without crashing after. Yeah, maybe I need to look into all those things before running a game. Maybe it's a me problem. Eating well, sleeping well, good nutrition. What are those? Speaking of vitamins, I forgot to take my supplements today. Anywho, while waiting for some of my FC mates to join us for the raid, I may as well unlock the 24-man raids while we're here. Let's try to be productive. There will be a a server maintenance on the 26th. So I pretty much only have like today and tomorrow to catch up on whatever it is before Dawntrail, which is fine. But tomorrow, Mikey will be back playing Tavern Talk as a review in progress. So, for those just coming in now, again, we are going to do part 9 to 12 of the normal raid of Post and Walker content. And some interesting developments happened here in the Ethereal Sea, where what seems to be a location from the past manifesting itself in our timeline with unknown entities spilling out, devouring ether. And that's a bad thing, because in the Ethereal Sea, this is pretty much like the underworld, the live stream hell, I guess. Not really hell, but this is where most souls, as far as we're aware of, go when they die, for it to return to the live stream and then be reincarnated in some shape or form. So to start devouring the ether here is essentially like devouring souls. So that's a bad thing. Rustino tells us, at this death, the Ethereal Sea itself poses little real danger, but we know not what else awaits you. I shall monitor your health from a distance, that we might leap to your aid should a crisis be at hand. So they're looking at these scopes. Oh, I already read them, GG's, right? Did I? In truth, my days are stuffed to the brim. What with all the record taking and document fetching, but worry not. The knowledge that the realm's survival hinges on my effort sustains me. Yep. I will unlock the Alliance raid. Okay, Alliance raid. Alliance raid. F14 and Walker unlock Alliance raid. The Endwalker Alliance raids are Aglaya, Euphrosyne, and Thalea. Once you do this, you can talk to the fresh-faced student and old Shirleyan to start the quest, A Mission in Mordona. Old Shirleyan. Is Fortuno in here? No, it's just us. Old Shirleyan. Others. Is it already a tab on its own? It is in Others, Old Shirleyan. Einar says to invite her too. Ooh, okay. Is Einar a friend? Oh, I should add Einar as a friend. Tija? Who was that again? A mission in Mordona. Mission in Mordona. Here we go. Oh, it's a Clive Cat girl. A mission in Mordona. The fresh-faced student's face lights up at the sight of you. Ah, Karen, welcome back. Are you perchance here to seek Kryle? I'm given to understand she has a task for which she desires your assistance. Then I shall fetch her at once. Pray, wait a moment. Karen, my thanks for coming. If you're now available, I'd like you and Raha to assist me in the task I had mentioned. For you to call on Karen, I assume the task in question is somewhat more exciting than sorting through paperwork, which I am pleased to add I have finished. So if Karen is ready, then so am I. Our venture to the bounty has only served to whet my appetite for fieldwork. Not to oversell things, but I suspect you won't be disappointed. Ere I divulge the details, however, permit me to provide some background. As you know, our organization, the Students of Baldician, was founded by my grandfather, Galuf. Our stated mission was to uncover the mysteries of Hydaelyn and interpret her will, particularly through the study of her gift to us. We've since learned the whole truth, and it might be said that we've fulfilled our mission, but our work is far from over. In the course of our endeavors, we've also sought to devise countermeasures against threats that come to light. Our involvement with the Warring Triad is an example of such. That is a long time ago. 'Tis my belief that in continuing to seek out the unknown and dealing with threats, we best carry on the student's mission. We best honor those who lost. We best honor those we lost when the Isle of Val was destroyed. Right, it just vanished from the face of existence. Forgive me, I didn't mean to darken the mood. In saying all this, I simply wanted to clarify our organization's purpose for a new age. In line with said purpose, I've been reviewing new requests, and one in particular jumped out at me. It comes from none other than Rambros. Forgot about that name. It comes from none other than Rambros, of the Sons of St. Koinak. Truly, has something happened in Mordona then? So it would seem, and he wishes to entrust the matter to us. While his missive is sparse in details, he writes that it lies beyond the Sons' expertise. Uncharted territory are the exact words he used. I'd like you to meet with Rambros and conduct a preliminary survey. What say you? Wonderful. When you are ready, pray make your way to Revenant's Toll. I shall let Rambros know to receive you there. I must remain here to oversee your operations, but should it transpire that more hands are needed, don't hesitate to send word. Well, there's no time like the present. If you could go on ahead to Revenant's Toll, I shall make ready and then be on my way. Bye, Kryle. There you are, Karen. 'Twould seem we're early. My apologies for the wait. Rambros, what a pleasure to see you again. How have you been? The pleasure is all mine, my friend. I've been well, and it gladdens me to see that you are too. Now, I know you have many demands upon your time, so I shall explain the particulars of our request at once. Recently, an explorer came to us who claimed to have discovered the Phantom Realm. Phantom Realm? The Phantom Realm? So this is what you meant by uncharted territory. You're not familiar. Perhaps unsurprising given that it is a lesser known legend. Ooh, okay. I'm in a cutscene. Cannot add, not yet. The legend holds that across Eorzea there exists a realm that appears as a mirage. Though visible from a distance, it fades away as one draws near. While it has featured in myth since ancient times, the realm's existence could not be proven, and thus it is seldom mentioned in literature. In spite of this, fueled by rumors of the occasional sighting, the myth has persisted and continues to capture the hearts and minds of explorers. That you yourself should reach out to us. It is real, then. When first the explorer in question approached us, we doubted him. But we couldn't doubt the evidence of our senses. Nay, the realm is real, as you will soon see for yourselves. Good gods. A part of me still struggles to believe it, but we have no reason to doubt you. Suffice it to say, we are eager to see the realm too. Whatever truth prevails, I pray you will succeed in finding it. Seek out the explorer, one Derek. He has seen more of the realms than us and should be willing to serve as your guide. I asked him to accompany me here, but he preferred to continue exploring on his own. He'll be somewhere near the banks of Silvertear Lake, I expect. Understood. Ah, thanks, Rambros. Come, let us split up and look for our explorer. I will split up and go to an entirely different realm and timeline and come back to this later. Okay, let's invite the party. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. Wait, huh? There we go. So we will be jumping into this once the party is ready. Anabeseos. I don't know how to pronounce that. The ninth circle. Like a blotch of dark ink on a serene canvas, pandemonium now floats foreboding upon the ethereal sea. From its gates has emerged a beast with an insatiable appetite for souls, and its feast threatens to sever the flow of life itself. Although pandemonium's mysteries beckon to you from the darkness, you must first quell this immediate threat to the star. 8 days. 8 days to Dawntrail. Dawnwalker? Did you know our FC lead, Lich Arts, does art? It's Lich Arts countdown art. 8 days until Dawntrail. Awesome looking machinist. Go follow Lich Arts. Illustrator. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 days. 13. A lot of people are doing their countdowns. That's super cool. I wonder if it's a thread of artists. So this is Lich Arts' countdown. Super cool. Alright, let's do this. Queuing for 9. Alright, let's go, let's go. Anabaseos, the 9th circle. What the? Ah! It's soul cooking. See this thing? It's just, we can summon anyone, anytime, anywhere. Sorry for interrupting your feast. But you're going down, Coquitos. You sound like... it does sound like a treat. Coquitos, Doritos. How about a bag of Coquitos? They taste like souls. Lottery's Augur. Oh, that was a raid wide. Ravening. Fire 3. Whoa. Oh shit. Nice. Blizzard 3. Here we go. Ooh. Dual spell. Uh-oh. Out then in, out then in. Ow, fuck. I thought the fire would expand. That was fun. Oh, I remember that mechanic. Fuck. That's will be fine. Oh crap. Three vulnerability stacks. Fuck. Oh, shoot. Almost lost one. We got this. What is going on? Ravening? Ice flame summoning. Ice. I want fire, right? No. I thought that was a... That's gonna extend. Damn, this guy's beefy. Hirikara, welcome in. Indeed, I am a Banban. Nice to meet you. My name is Miku. I'm taking over streaming duties for this raid sequence. Ah, fudge. Ah. We're blind. My friend Hirikara also streams. Plays a lot of survival games like Nightingale. I remember you also tried out Mines of Moria and a lot of different survival games. And there are many survival games out there. So if you want to survive together with Hirikara and their community, check Hirikara out. Noctis Taco Cat. Wintris, Taco Cat. Are you joining us for Dawntrail, Hirikara? Dewata, thank you for being here. Thank you for dropping by. We just did number 9. Oh, sorry, someone's talking to me. Who's this? Athena? But before that, my friends, Dewata is another awesome person in the stream right now. Artist, author, tabletop RPG creator. Currently, we are playtesting. They extended the playtest for Confluence, the Living Archive. A tabletop RPG in which Dewata streams contributed heavily to. So, super fun times. Do you have the Choco Copper mount? They're gonna have Twitch drops for it? What? Ooh, okay. What was that Choco Copper, the one that was locked behind buying candy? Like buying candy bars or something? Like, when will the Twitch drops be for that? I should enable that. Thank you for the heads up, Hirikara. I need to remember that. You'll be playing Dawntrail 2, pre-ordered collector's edition, of course. Very nice. We'll be seeing you in early access then. You had a friend buy candy so you can get the code. Ugh. I don't know if it is candy gacha, but FF14 does partner up with certain snack brands and they include codes. So when is the Twitch drops coming in? From Tuesday, July 2. Okay, well, we will be streaming again. Well, Mikey will be streaming Dawntrail. So you can see his tears in high resolution. July 2 then. July 2 to 29. He will enable drops. Your mom bought you candy in Ohio to get you to the Butterfingers mount, but I don't want to inflict Mountain Dew on them. Hey, I like Mountain Dew. Buy me a bottle. I debated about the Mountain Zoo, but I have the normal zoo, but I don't like it, so I didn't bother. Yeah. The Choco thing is so cute, though. But I like that they're finally releasing it through different avenues. Because it already sucks that it's difficult to... We don't exist. The Philippines doesn't exist as a region to Square Enix. So it's also annoying to go through Mog Station and all that. So any other way to get these US only snack brand stuff. Definitely awesome. Your friend offered to get you the code. You're not gonna drown you in Mountain Dew. I would drown in Mountain Dew. I love Mountain Dew. Give me some Mountain Dew and pizza. I'll be happy. I know it's not the healthiest of things, but you know. Impressive work, Karen. The memories of your tenacity were not embellished in the slightest. Do not be alarmed. A proper introduction shall set your mind at ease. I am Athena, chief keyword of Pandemonium, wife to La Abrea and mother of Ericthonios. And it is I who made Pandemonium anew in the underworld. In a manner of speaking, I am the source of all your recent troubles. Yeah, Netflix regional restrictions suck. Like, everyone hypes up the show and you're like, oh, okay, I'm gonna make time and watch it. And then you go to the page and it says, this show's not available in your region. It's like, god damn it. Yeah, separate content for different countries suck. Like, Netflix isn't as bad as anime. Like, anime regional restrictions, as far as I know, are even worse. Like, at least Netflix has gotten better. All the other streaming services have gotten better in terms of region locking stuff. But anime is still a lot of different companies still fight over the rights to stream it, as far as I know. So it's even more difficult to catch anime depending on your region. The Kongcha with the crown pork sea. So that's why people were buying Kongcha, but not Kongcha Philippines. I remember someone posted saying that it's not available in Kongcha Philippines. Although not much different from the regular pork sea, unlike Choco Kapur. Oh well, if it's not that different, that's fine. But man, see, we have Kongcha here, but it's not available in our local store. We don't exist. We don't exist, chat. Not the Sony, not the Square Enix. But we exist definitely in Athena's mind. Sorry, Athena. I must say, I did not imagine I would meet you in this age. A slight miscalculation, but perhaps a fortunate one. For your deeds in the past have left quite an impression on me. I understand you have reason to be wary, but I assure you there is no need. I know not what La Brea has told you of me, but all that I have done out of sincere scientific curiosity. You know who's the last person who told us this? Adam in Stellar Blade. He kept saying, I did everything sincerely. Eve, you truly are a wonder. Stellar Blade was okay. The story was okay. The gameplay was fun though. But we definitely knew out of Adam's villain monologue was very sincere. Sincerely. Sincerely, Adam. Sincerely, Athena. Darth! Avert thine ears and eyes, my friend. Always great to have you. Yeah, we're doing the raid stuff, so spoilers for Endwalker raid stuff. Like, you wanted to watch The Last Kids on Earth? Too bad, you're not American or Norwegian. Damn it. It's funny because the Europeans had the promo, but they can't find Kongcha branches. Yeah, see, it's like, alright, we'll do it for European customers, and the European are like, what is Kongcha? God damn it. Yeah, and there's so many Gongcha branches in my area as well. Like, milk tea is still super popular in Metro Manila, at least. It's so annoying. That appetite yet remains, even after my rebirth. Conflict is the furthest thing from my mind, and I ask that you at least hear me out before brandishing your weapon. Is she gonna try to manipulate us? You were reborn? Give Claudian back. So you have no intention of halting your research. You were reborn? Along with this realm? In a sense, yes. 'Twas the only way I could see my research completed. The myriad souls floating in the ethereal sea provide all the raw material I require. and your Professor Claudian proved a most welcome surprise. Worry not, for I treat all my tools with care. Okay, that's already big red flag. Especially those with which I will grasp godhood. You are as stubborn as La Habrea, I see. Although I speak in earnest, you refuse to hear the meaning of my words. Perhaps you would be better served by a different teacher. Luckily, you already possess the tools I require to make one for you. Oh, hey, don't touch my crystal. Oh, wait, didn't we give this crystal to... I thought we gave this crystal to Claudian. The imaginary continent to Oceania. Is it? Australia and New Zealand? The Japan KFC emote, I hope it makes its way to the Mog Station. Yeah, at least, you know, like, if they don't want to put it in a region, sure. At least put it on Mog Station. Candy Market here is partially dominated by the company of our ex-president. What? That's giving some Confluence Aperon candy vibes. She's not just a red flag, she's the cloth from which red flags are cut. Yes, that crystal teems with memories. I thought we gave this crystal to Claudian. Memories of two souls you know quite well. La Habrea and Ericthonios. What? I shall stitch them into the fabric of two errant souls, that with their help you may come to see clearly. Oh. We're still dealing with her family bullshit. Even in our timeline. How? You? How? Where are we? Surely these two have much to tell you of me, and I would have you listen. Perhaps then you shall better understand me, my desire for godhood. There is another, but their soul has proven difficult to work with. However, with these memories, I may very well manage to weave together something presentable. You have a place in my plans. I do hope that in time you come to realize that cooperation is the best path forward. Hi, welcome to our timeline. I have little understanding of where we are, yet somehow I am unsurprised to find you here. If you choose to support Edmund, this can go over very funny analogies. Let's support the candy president. No, I don't think we will. I have a feeling our group is quite revolutionary at heart. Well, no, they are leading a revolution. Well, we don't know many answers yet. That's what I'm curious about. I'm very curious for the powder cake to explode in our TTRPG session of Confluence. And I'm super curious once we have the information we need, like who our party is going to side with. Because Confluence Willy Wonka is also red flaggy. It's like, oh yeah, I killed him. It's like, okay, cool. Sure. Okay, anyway, that is our, like, from our last TTRPG session. Yes, Warrior PTSD indeed. You did a life hack of early coming, so you'll get plenty of info. Yeah, that's super cool. And the reveal at the end, very nice. It's nice to be proactive once in a while. At present, I have more questions than answers. Perhaps you can help me address this inequity. Is there somewhere we can speak without fear of interruption? I wonder when they were plucked. Like, when in their timeline were they plucked from? Some hints I can glean from the surroundings, but I would prefer you simply cut through the knot of questions. Look at them! They're like, holy crap! Asians from the past. How unexpected! I do hope we can consider them allies. One with an aura of overwhelming authority, and another that seems uncomfortable in his own skin. I believe I understand just well enough to be thoroughly intimidated. I don't know how long it's been, Karen, but it's good as ever to see your face. Would that it were under more conventional circumstances. Just where are we, and what events have led to this unexpected reunion? I will keep saying, chat, time travel to me is such a dangerous story tool. Ah, yes. I remember you telling us about this memory crystal. To think that it contained our memories. This is a lot to take in, not least of all the fact that you hail from the future. I searched for you after a time, but could find no trace. Now I know why. Yeah, I'm a time-traveling bunny. Bunny who? Nice. Our age had its share of surprises, if my memories are to be believed. The supposedly world-ending final days came upon us. Yet, here we are, in a future where you, at least, exist. Oh! They were plucked from the final days. What? Do we overcome the despair that befalls us? Do we find a way to live on? Where do I start? Questions without simple answers, it seems. Let us take heart that life endured in some form. As but memories, we may never have the luxury of the larger picture. So okay. So these are basically memories manifested, maybe not exactly them. Regardless, now that it has come to pass, this future must be protected from Athena's scheming. Let this conviction guide our every action. Yeah, so this man named Hermes, he needs friends. He needs a support group. He needs therapy. Please do not ignore him, his cry for help. Agreed. But as memories given fleeting form, we are bereft of any physical or magical talents. We cannot aid Karen in battle. Okay. Nay, Athena meant us to speak and nothing more. But though we may be tools, we need not be slaves to her whims. We will tear ourselves from her grasp and shatter her ambitions. I must wonder how she knew of our history with Karen. Likely she possessed some means by which to observe events within Pandemonium, either while they were occurring or after the fact. Regardless, her knowledge far exceeds our own, a shortcoming we must remedy at once. We would do well to learn more of the Pandemonium now dominating the landscape of souls. Karen's colleagues will doubtless prove to be of value in that respect. Okay. Who helps us with our therapy? Dark Questline. The memories within. No, we have the Scions at least. We have really good friends. Are those two over there researchers from this era? We must share what we know at once, that we might piece together this vexing puzzle. I don't think we talked to them about our problems. Yeah, they probably... I don't remember many quests like that. The Dark Knight questline was very therapeutic, which is why I really loved the Dark Knight questline, and it felt very relevant to the Warrior Flight, such that it could have been part of the MSQ. But I'd like to think that, like, off-stream, a lot of the downtime, our friends are there to really help us out. Not only physically through adventuring, but emotionally as well. But we, in helping the Scions, they also help us. Imagine therapy with Oriange. Dost thou needeth an Erith? Oriange has toned down since Heaven's Word. But I still do like how Oriange talks. It's still very Oriange, but I was never really annoyed with how Oriange talked anyway in A Realm Reborn. I know some people were, but I was fine with it. La Brea is eyeing the frightened researchers with a mix of curiosity and derision. Derision? Why do our companions hesitate to approach? Sorry guys, ad break for those who are not subscribed. See you in a bit. This will prevent pre-rolls for everyone coming in for an hour. It really helps us out. I really appreciate it. We're just testing out this ad schedule. Please let us know, of course, if it is way too disruptive for your viewing pleasure. But rest assured, you will not be missing much. We're just going into the next dungeon soon. Why do our companions hesitate to approach? We may be unusual visitors, but time is of the essence. Bring them here. We definitely talk back. Like, in my headcanon, we do spend a lot of time with them off screen. Although you may be but a confluence of memory, it is an honor to meet the personages I have only read off in Karen's reports. As a researcher, this is beyond exciting, but I admit to no small measure of fear as well. Everything is a confluence. I know what you mean. I can scarcely stop my legs from shaking. We're powerless to do aught but speak. I see no reason why you should be afraid. It isn't my life I fear for. I only fear that I might not have the chance to ask you all the questions now burning a hole in my mind. We stand before two of the ancients who hold priceless knowledge beyond the ken of any of our peers. But what purpose does fear serve if not to be confronted and conquered? To that end, we shall share with you our records, and perhaps together we can find the thread which will lead us safely out of this conundrum. Information shall be our most precious resource, for that is the only weapon we can wield in these forms. Our memories are at your complete disposal. We can start with Athena, whose thirst for discovery would see all life consumed. Her desires haven't changed. Still, she seeks to transcend her mortal existence so that she might unravel the mysteries of life. She would become a god. A nebulous concept, but Athena had her own ideas on what divinity entailed. In her mind, a god can create souls at will. Thus, she chose the underworld, or the ethereal sea as it is known in this age, as the staging ground for her final experiments. Here lies a practically bottomless well of ether. Even if it means stemming the flow of life itself, she intends to continue her work. She thinks of nothing else. We caught a glimpse of Athena as we came into this world. Her smile, her voice, they were just as I remember. Without even realizing it, I found myself feeling an affection for her. No, don't look at me like I've gone mad. I'm not asking you to join her side. I know the true Ericthonios would never want that. But these emotions remain. In memory, if nowhere else. We shall remain here to compile what information we can. You must infiltrate Pandemonium and seek out Athena. I would ask that you leave the memory crystal with us. It may hold secrets which have yet to be unveiled. Eric, no, stay away from the the brightly blue-eyed and somewhat psychopathic light. Stay away from the blue-eyed mommy. That is a trap. All that's left is to cross that menacing threshold. Shall we take a closer look? I have one question for you. Does the word auracite mean aught to you? Oh, auracite. Why, yes. There are a few records of its existence. It mainly makes appearances in the legends of Ivalice and in tales concerning the Asian Laha... well, in tales concerning an entity known as an Asian. This personage is associated with black auracite known as the Heart of Sabik, a source of a considerable power. Whoa. I see. So time has not buried it. These are all like references from super early game, chat. Like, goddamn. So many details I have to remember. I've read that the ancients were much larger than the people of our era. Perhaps Athena endeavored to make them less imposing. La Brea asked me about auracite and has yet to say a word since he heard the answer. Did I say something wrong? He is quite intimidating in his silence. I must think. Leave me be while you attend to your task. The Heart of Sabik was first mentioned in ARR. I don't even remember that. From the outside, Pandemonium looks no different than it does in the past. However, there is no guarantee that the inside will be familiar. You would do well to secure the area near the entrance first. Once it has been cleared of threats, La Brea and I can approach and we shall begin our exploration of the interior. Ultima? The portal should convey you to Pandemonium's gates. I hardly need to tell you to keep your weapon at the ready. Oh. Thanks to Wata and Hirikara. Okay, Heart of Sabik, ARR. La Brea, while wearing Thancred's face, explodes the entirety of the Praetorium with the power of the Heart of Sabik. And then the iconic line. Such devastation. It was not my intention. Is that the moment? I knew you would come. Themis? I never lost faith that we would meet again. I told you as much, did I not? But why does he have the same blue eyes as the blue-eyed mommy? Now this is sus. I understand you may be confused. I was too at first. You see, I am not the true Themis. I was made by Athena. Oh, molded from one of the many souls at her disposal. I am only an illusion built from memory. No more real than La Brea or Ericthonios. Even so, I believe I have a grasp of the situation. This is the distant future. A future where Athena lives once more, although the means of her rebirth are yet beyond me. You are here to stop her. Have I the right of it so far? Very good. I would be disappointed if you did not rise to her challenge. Although I am sorry to say that I cannot aid you. My creator has tampered with my essence and I am oddly inclined to act in her interests. I can do naught but offer you words of warning. We will fight, and it cannot be avoided. Aww. No, it's like Venat and Themis all over again. In Hydaelyn and Zodiark. In ARR, remember that Thancred was taken over by Labrea, so like they mentioned Heart of Sabik even at the very beginning when you see Labrea in Thanalan before fighting Ifrit. And they never really explain what it is. Maybe that's why I didn't really remember. The Heart of Sabik! The Heart of Sabik! So that's the first mention. I see. So long ago. There's no need for that pain expression. Remember, I am but an illusion. Nothing worth shedding tears over. We can free you, just as we freed Agdistis. I thank you for the sentiment, but I am afraid that is quite impossible. Athena's grip on my mind is unyielding. Still, I would ask that you listen carefully to the advice I offer you now. Athena has prepared a new vessel to replace Erechthonios, so that she may become a god. By gathering the souls readily available in this sea of ether, she tempers her own essence. Yet the souls are faint, diffuse. She doubts whether they are sufficient for her goals, so she has turned her gaze to you. Despite your thin ether, you managed to lay Hephaestus low, and Athena would know the secret of your strength. What is the secret of her strength, chat? Was it Mommy Hydaelyn's blessing? Is that it? To that end, she has prepared an experiment for her observation. Fight for your life against Athena's creations, and in doing so, give her the knowledge she desires. Big fat tacos. It's beat the heart of Sabik. No, really? It is tacos all along. Now I will never forget tacos, such devastation, heart of Sabik. Yeah, it's alive. What the hell? Oh, this looks like it's straight out of Bayonetta. A powerful core thing used to power up the Ultima weapon. Okay, the robot. What's happening? Athena has made her move. We must find a way to reach her or all is lost. We can do little but hope for Karen's success. Used to think it was some Latin lyrics, but it was Heart of Sabik. I cannot even like big fat taco, so big fat taco, so big Heart of Sabik. I don't. It's tacos forever to me. Wow, okay, this really reminds you of Bayonetta. Such a vibe. Pandemonium. Once a mass of lifeless stone, now imbued with a soul. Athena has grown much since her death at Labrea's hand. Although the souls she creates are imperfect, they act with absolute obedience. I know you shall cut your way through this monster, as you have so many others. Then you shall come before me. No. Zodiark and Hydaelyn all over again. I don't like it. Do not hesitate to do what you must, for that is the only way to stop Athena. 8 years of playing this game, you never bothered to learn what Big Fat Taco is. Same here, Gara. It is tacos in my heart. Sabik will never take Taco away from me. Sure. Let's go do this. Well, it seems you can come and go from that dark space as you please. We still don't know if it's safe for us, but must find out quick. We still don't know if it's safe for us, but must find out quickly. There's no telling what else awaits you in there. That she would give life to those pitiless stones. Karen, you know what you must do. We will stay here and do what we can to decipher the nature of this space Athena has created. This cannot be real, can it? I can't see a thing. We're going into the 10th circle, friends. Anabaseos, the 10th circle. You steel yourself to brave pandemonium once again, but your advance is blocked by a familiar face. Themis, who has been molded by Athena from memories of the past and souls of the present. Although his voice is friendly, he says that the strings of his creator force him to face you as a foe. Before he departs, the massive stones and impregnable gates of pandemonium arrange into a twisted form. This verboten being serves as a singular purpose: to crush any who would oppose its mother's plans. Beat the heart of Sabik. What? I prefer tacos, chat. Beat the heart of Sabik. Oh my god. Maybe I don't wanna play it. Maybe I want my tacos to remain a beautiful memory. Maybe I never want to let go of tacos. Whoosh!
I am Pandemonium.
Well met.
From countless failures have I wrought miracles. Into soulless vessels I breathe life.
Alright, let's do this.
You will go no further. Like a spider, I spin my web.
Silk Spit. Oh, someone fell off! No! Narad!
Offers no escape.
What the hell is going on?
I mustn't disappoint. Lady Athena.
Oh, come on. It's okay, I'm immune. Ah. Oh, okay, I'm immune. I'm immune. It's okay. I'm so lost.
A tangled morsel awaiting death.
I should have swapped with the sage.
All hearts lead back to me.
I'm still a ranged DPS in my heart. What's that side for? The fuck?
Stay where you are.
Okay, this one I don't have mitts. Thank you.
A tangled morsel awaiting death. All hearts lead back to me.
Are they doing mechanics? Fuck. Oh, don't fall, please. Thank you for rescuing me.
Unbreakable.
Oh, fuck. That's a bad thing, right? That's a very bad thing. Ah.
I am Pandemonium, and these cells are mine.
Yo, what's that noise?
Stay where you are. Bear yourselves to me. Your punishment shall be unending.
Oh, no wonder.
For Athena, for Mother. I'll give you special cells.
Am I supposed to catch this? Ow. Fuck.
Your soul screams. Wet like unto chains. These bars are unbreakable.
Ah, it's a bridge. Didn't realize. I'm still stuck.
All paths lead back to me.
Oh, I died once. That is so sad. GG. Tacos forever, but it's mind-blowing. Never let the tacos go. I will never. The sage look awesome. Super sage. Music be like, yeah, the music. I love the music in all these raid series. I still like the one from the previous set. The wake up song. How does it go again? As a healer may in the panic be real. Oh. You're still afraid of living dead since there was a time as a scholar you had to pop everything to heal. Oh my god. There was a heal to full check here. Yeah, I can't imagine panicking as a shielder. But now you heard Dark Knights heal themselves? Do they? Ooh. That was a beautiful display, as always. I stand enchanted by your grace in battle. Karen, is that... Pandemonium's final gate has been cast wide. I shall await your arrival beyond. It isn't heal to 100% anymore, it's heal equal to max HP. And Dark Knight actions will heal themselves during Living Dead. Ooh. Are you a Dark Knight tank? I only really know how to play Paladin and Gunbreaker, but as you can see, my rotation was all over the place. It has been a while. Apologies for not coming sooner. This space is enveloped by some fell energy and we couldn't risk venturing through it before taking due precautions. Were my eyes mistaken? Was that Themis? Tell us what you know. We must consider our next course of action carefully. Ah. Dark Knight as a tank. Please have your BGM ready. I think it's on max. Ah, now I remember. Say goodnight. That's all I remember from the last song. BGM's enabled. Yeah, everything's 100. That must have been Themis. But how? $1 million gil for that role? Man. How do you find it otherwise? I ought to have anticipated this. If she bore witness to past events within Pandemonium, Athena would have found Elidibus impossible to overlook. Few possess such a talent for magics, to say naught of the emissary's discerning judgment. And so she found his soul upon the tides of the ethereal sea and used his memories to craft a puppet that would serve her whims. You get it from the fight. Ah, okay. Either that or you pay $1 million gil on the market board. But is what Themis said true? She imbued Pandemonium itself with a soul. To breathe life into that which should never live. Athena's research is fast approaching its culmination. Fortunately, with the information shared with us by your friends, we've made some strides towards figuring out how to stop her. You have to fight for the role, right? And my RNG is really shit. My RNG luck. A crystal called the Heart of Sabik may be the key. Well, thank you for the reminder of what Heart of Sabik it is. A crystal called the Heart of Taco may be the key. The researchers related a quick but thorough history of events leading to the present. The sundering of the star, the emergence of the Asians, and the calamities that they brought to bear upon the realm. Tales that under other circumstances we would have considered a childish fantasy, if not for a name that rang true to La Habrea's memories. The Heart of Sabik. Heart of Taco. Ooh, have I added you as a friend yet, Hirikara? If you're an elemental though, we'll probably have to go do like Oshana to add. It's funny how Oshana became like the meeting ground for current data centers. Like, let's all go to Australia and New Zealand and meet there. Beautiful place though, New Zealand. Never been to Australia. The Heart of Sabik. Oh, okay, they do remind us what it is. The Heart of Sabik. To you, the secret of the Ultima weapon's might. Not least the spell known as Ultima. And a source of enduring mystery. Oh my god, that is like a lifetime ago, Hirikara. I remember. We were progging together. And then I eventually got that crown. And you got that win for the first time in that event that you said you never won at before. Fun times. I enjoyed the Fall Guys. Your RNG is shit too. Your FC is called Unlucky Rolls. Well, by naming yourselves that, perhaps you offset some of the luck. By saying that you're unlucky, perhaps you're actually making yourself luckier. I don't know how luck works. 1 million is pretty cheap though, so at least there's that. Yeah, at this level, thankfully 1 million's not too bad. But it still leaves a dent in my wallet because I'm not a crafter or and I don't engage with the market board. We are told that a general from the Garlean Empire was gifted this Auracite by an Asian, that the Ultima weapon might be perfected. So La Habrea gave the Heart of Sabik to Gaius. The identity of the shadowy benefactor, however, remains a curious unknown. Why don't they want to tell him? You seem to be a veritable trove of uncommon knowledge. If there is aught you are withholding, because it might help. Very well. At present, the Heart of Sabik itself is of greater moment. It is a creation of Athena's, made during her time with the words of La Habrea. Ooh, you see, like, when you bring up stuff like this, explaining more lore about an object first mentioned in the base game, I do wonder if it was always intended to be like this. Maybe, like, did they have the broad strokes that, okay, what is this Heart of Sabik? Who was it made by? Maybe they had the broad strokes ready. You still don't have the elusive Starbird. Ooh, oh, the Starbird. How do you get the Starbird? You went hard in Shadowbringer, so I took it easy in Endwalker. Seems kind of rude to tell him, hey, you became a crazy psycho trying to destroy the world. Well, Starbird is Dead End's minion. Dead End? A reference to something I have to remember. Sorry, so they're talking about the Heart of Sabik. It is a creation of Athena's, made during her time with the words of La Habrea. This predates even Pandemonium's construction. She brought before us a crystal she claimed to have chanced upon, saying it contained immense power. She dubbed it Auracite, studying it with fervor unusual even for her. The eventful fruit of her efforts was a Stygian crystal unlike aught we had ever seen. The Heart of Sabik. How did she find this Auracite? Did Athena encounter Ultima, the High Seraph, perchance? Is it one of those things where it's all Ultima? Explain everything, Ultima? What is Orosite? Please refresh your memory. I remember Moonbrida researched hard on that. We theorized that it came from beyond our star. Beyond that, naught was ever known. Much later, we discovered that Orosite magnifies the desires of those who come into contact with it. This would do much to explain Athena's actions following her recovery of the crystal. Magnifies the desires. Alas, this realization came too late. By the time I moved to seal the Orosite and its insidious influence away, Athena's plot had already been laid. Nah, I think they didn't think that far, they said, but they did try to make it full circle and end Walker. I'm so tired of trying to farm that dungeon for that minion. Yeah, best not force it. You will get that minion eventually. It'll just be worse to force it right now, though. We'll get around to it. According to Yoshi P, Shadowbringers is really when they started to try and to tie in all the Ants and Sorbies together. And so far, I am okay with how they've been tying it in. And that's, you know, the really the magic of storytelling, story writing. A lot of it is discovered in process. You may have all these broad strokes, but once you start filling in the details, it starts to take on a life of its own. And it's pretty clear that the story really has taken a life of its own because of how substantial the writing already in it is. That it is in itself an emergent storyteller, and it's pretty cool. Mog Tomes will probably have Starbird. Right. For like super difficult grinds like that, yeah, there is a trend of putting them onto Mog Tomes. Yeah, I do want that Starbird. I really want that Starbird as well. I'll probably wait for a Mog Tomes. Orosite is basically crystals that can contain lots of power. So super crystals. You're tired of farming a raid 50 times or doing Praetorium like 10 times. Did they change the way you get tomes? So what became of the Heart of Sabik? I took it from Athena's laboratory after I ended her life. The density of the ether within was unlike anything I had observed. I knew its capacity for destruction, but further analysis proved impossible. I elected to safeguard it myself. It is possible that Athena herself obscured the crystal's contents. Even were her memory stored within, I would have remained in ignorance. If she included some mechanism by which to give these memories form, as she did with our own, she would be reborn. Ironic that I should have protected those very memories in the name of safeguarding the star. Fate is loath to see mistakes go unpunished. Ooh, okay, weeklies. Well, it's still a daily weekly grind, but at least you have options. The monster unleashed Ultima. I can only guess that it was Athena's hand that placed such magic within the heart of Sabik. If so, it's only natural she would gift her own creations with such terrible power. So, Ultima's role in all this. Ultima from Ivalice. So, Orosite connected to Ultima, connected to Ivalice raids. What was... Is the Ultima from the Ivalice raids also like an alien? The emissary's judgment. La Brea would discuss lingering questions concerning Athena. Ponder! I miss your streams, Ponder. I mean, Mikey misses your streams, but I miss your streams as well. Another awesome person in the house. PonderKine is one of my absolute favorite streamers. currently recovering, but hopefully we'll be back soon. Better, faster, stronger, but always amazing. Ponderkind is such a genuinely amazing person and streamer, and also with the surrounding community, with surrounded by a community that is also just as awesome. Amazing times at Ponderkind's channel, and I missed Ponder streams this week. And yes, nice to meet you, Ponder. I am Miku. I'm taking over Mikey's streaming duties for this raid segment. But come Dawntrail, you will be able to watch him cry in HD because he will be back on facecam. You did PvP this time? Never was a PvP player, but I wanted the universal gear. Oh, right. Yeah, I only PvP'd for glam. Most of the reason I do these things, glam. Usually do PvP for Mog Tomes, normal raid. I see. And PvP also has the benefit of giving you PvP glam. Mog Tome should end today. Yeah, I didn't manage my time well, so I'm just trying to get these raids out of the way at least. But I already accept that I can only do so much before early access Dawntrail. Never was a PvP player. Yeah, the glam is a nice side effect, a side reward. The white Aurosite was the crystal you can trap Ashen Souls in. Yeah, the one Moon Brida was the one heading the research on. But they also mentioned that it was related to the Ivalice. To Ivalice in some way. Like, one of the NPCs mentioned it earlier. So now I'm reminded of Ultima. I've told you all I know of Athena and the many secrets she kept hidden from the world. If she indeed stored her memories within the heart of Sabik, we must ask ourselves how they were awakened in this age. When was the crystal last sighted? During my fight with the Ultima weapon. In which you triumphed but failed to recover the heart. Yet, according to your colleagues, there was another on the battlefield that day, on Ascian. And this self-slain Ascian was later struck down at a location known as the Aetherochemical Research Facility. Where was that? I've heard that name, and recently, the site of Professor Claudian's disappearance. Oh? Indeed. He was tracing an ethereal signature resembling that of the memory crystal in his possession. A signature that may well have belonged to the heart of Sabik, in which case it is no coincidence that Athena's awakening followed. But what reason would he have to bring her back to life? Was his mind not his own? I'm sure he was doing it out of curiosity. Yet more questions without answers. You couldn't PvP all the PvP universal gear either, so you only chose pieces that you like. 2 pieces away, but I think only have enough for 1 more piece. Yeah, and at least it'll be there. It'll still be there. And they don't force you to engage with it. Yoshi P said that the alliance rates are important to remember for Dawntrail. Don't know what that means, but the man is very good at being cryptic. Yeah, all the raid storylines coming in. And even Eureka, right? Because Kryl, it's a very Kryl-focused thing. So, yeah, at least I just unlocked... Well, I'm in the process of unlocking the Alliance raids. If we have time later, I'll probably do those. A place in Azizla. Final dungeon in Heaven's Ward. Oh my god. Azizla. Alright, from Heaven's Ward, where you fight La Habrea and Ikeorm. I vaguely remember that. Thank you. Sam, welcome in. Nice to meet you. Again. I am Miku today. Taking over streaming duties for this raid sequence. Azizla is like those big floating Alagan islands in the sky with the terrible placement where you have to fly to the other end of the map. And it can go all the way high. It can go high up, and it's where the Warring Triad stuff. Yep. Okay. Yeah, that place. Darth, I'm so sorry. But again, thank you for dropping by. And if you're lurking, thank you for lurking. But please enjoy the rest of your journey. We're almost at Dawntrail. I'm going to try to wrap up all of this before Dawntrail. And hopefully we'll be able to reunite on the path of Dawntrail. We'll be seeing you around. Yeah, welcome in, Som. Som is another awesome streamer with an awesome community at their back. They love organizing community events, which I only wish I could be a part of, if not for damn time zones. But Som is a great community builder and a great supporter. How's it going today? Slow but chill. I do need to get through this. We also have party members waiting for us. I really apologize to my FC mates. I am reading everything and taking my time. But yeah, my FC mates have been helping me through the raids. The raid content, and it's been a good time. We're trying to prepare for the expansion coming out next week. Although Athena's essence is that of memory, her magics have not suffered for lack of physical body. As the world is now, it should not be possible, but she must have found a suitable vessel. If Elidibus is to be believed, she readies this vessel for godhood, and is perilously close to success. It beggars belief. As you well know, you were the linchpin of her ambition. Yours was the only form that could contain the immense power Athena required, and it has long since turned to dust. As pleasant as this discussion is, we require more information if we're to unravel this mystery. You know who awaits you, Karen? Themis. I fear you won't find him so cooperative as we're accustomed to. We know not how vast the space beyond these gates may be, but somewhere within lurks Athena, with Elidibus leashed at her side. This may be a simplistic theory, but hear me out. If Themis arose from his memories intact, he will be eager to see reason. We need only break the magics that bind him to regain our old ally. When I had fallen under Hephaestus' influence, you didn't stop trying until I was freed. I ask that you do the same for Themis. Though none of us are real in the conventional sense, I feel it must be done. Themis would never have wished to be your enemy. While Erechthonius' perspective is a sentimental one, Elidibus may possess privileged knowledge. To question him unimpeded by magics would be ideal. Agdistis broke free of her bonds in her final moments, suggesting that Athena's hold weakens under the weight of combat. You might use the same principle to unshackle Elidibus' mind. But remember that our very nature is fragile. Even if he inhabits a vessel with which to meet you in battle, I am certain it is not meant to endure. If left weakened for too long, his ether may dissipate back into the ethereal sea. You would best act quickly. Eureka PTSD. I never got to experience that, sadly, but it is Kryl centered, and I do really like Kryl. I'm glad that Kryl will have a spotlight in Dawntrail. I'm just kind of sad I didn't get to experience Kryl's story in Eureka. Alliance Raid the 12, I see. It's probably a continuation since the 12 are gods, but the only time we've seen the 12 be significant is Ishgard with Halone, Charlean, and Thaliak. Yeah, Ralgr, Alamigo. The 12 have been mostly background and in character creation. That's why I'm actually quite curious about the 12. It'd be amazing to have you for my watch parties. You watch a new Invisible Man continue Digimon over the weekend. Sounds like good times, Som. Glad you're enjoying the watch parties. I hope the turnout's been great. You love this fight? Mikey hasn't done it yet. Yeah, I haven't done it yet. I'm gonna do it after this if we have time. We know not for how long we'll have free reign to go between here and the Itioscope. We'll remain here for now unless absolutely necessary. The crystal. I've returned it to the safekeeping of your colleagues. I could find nothing new amongst the memories stored within. This space, on the other hand, is fascinating, wrought by the same power the key wards wielded, perhaps. Yeah, I do know that it concerns the 12, so you're fine. But I don't know, like, why? How do they really factor into things? So that'll be curious. I'm curious about that. Rest assured, I do not intend to remain idle. I shall try to discern the nature of this sphere and ensure that no other similar phenomenon has appeared elsewhere. Professor Claudian is inside that? Oh, I do hope he's okay. Hello? Eh? Huh? Almost there. Anabaseos, the 11th circle. Given form so that he may serve as a tool to unlock the secret of your strength, Themis is unable to defy Athena's whims and now stands against you in battle. However, you know that his heart wishes to stand by your side as he did in ages past, so you resolve to break Athena's hold by any means necessary. Then, you might join forces once again to walk through Pandemonium's gates and fail the evil which lays beyond. Definitely least favorite to play as. Dark is your fave, aesthetic-wise and gameplay. War is the best at being self-sufficient. You're just glad you don't have to touch Paladin again for a while. I will say, I did not like early game Paladin, but I stuck with it. But for me, it's the simplest tank. It is the most straightforward tank. But I like the effects of the Gunbreaker, because I'm an FF8 fanboy. I love Gunblades. And they use the same...
I suppose I have Athena to thank for this incarnation.
Oh, that's how he sounds like.
I have long considered how I might stand against you, I admit. In transformation, I present to you my truth. I am in...
Yep, early game Paladin, no thanks. Actually, base game jobs, early game is pretty rough. Base game jobs really only come into their own once you get their full kit. And it's something that they really haven't remedied for newer players. Like, it's hard to get a gauge of... You might really hate the job at level 30, but at level 60, suddenly it's your favorite job. Like Machinist. Like, early game was... okay. And then I got all these guns, and I got a shotgun, and then a rocket launcher and shit like that. And like, I got a mecha as well. And now it's my favorite range DPS. That sounds like a raid wide. Eunomia. Yep. Ow! He hits like a truck!
Will light embrace or darkness consume?
Again? Oh, fuck. I was bamboozled! Dark and light. Am I supposed to grab this? The sigil tilts the balance of your ether? I'm light, so I go dark?
judged worthy to exist.
So light the light. My mind is primed to do the opposite and balance because of the Delubrum Regine.
Magics are not for you to.
It's fine. I have invulnerability. Worry about the others. I got pushed. Okay. What the? Oh, the mechanics.
Worthy to exist.
Alright, this guy's a challenge. Fuck. Mitigate everything. Okay. Okay, it's back on me. Here we go. Dark and light. Here we go again. Sigils of Discord. Fuck me. Most times I died in a counter.
Will you be judged worthy to exist? Will light embrace or darkness consume?
Man. God. Come on, 1%. Don't have to do skip the mechanic. I got a tank you paladin achievement. Oh man, I realized like I have to focus my entire attention on these fights. After level 60, a lot better. Yeah, I was just saying about how a lot of base game classes really do not shine until later on. You get a mount? Let me world visit in case you need party members for the Alliance raid. Not sure how popular it is these days. Ooh, okay, cool. We have one more, and then we have story. The stuff you're doing looks so cool. I want to watch the damn fights. Hey, Darth, it'll be even better. You will get to experience these fights yourself. And once you do, summon us so that we can join you in your warrior of light. Looking forward to that. Opposite ether color, the first death was the red AoE. I see. Okay. So no wonder why people kept pulling me. I think they were rescuing me to the other side. I didn't realize that. I thought it was a mechanic that was pushing me to the other side because the first time I died, I thought it was because I was in the opposite. But I was correct all along. It was another mechanic that killed me. I didn't notice that. So for the rest of the encounter, I was thinking, okay, same ether to same ether. God damn it. Well, at least the Lubrum Regenerate training was correct. It was just, I didn't understand what killed me the last time. It happens. Sorry, did he say something? Oh. You stop after P12. Thank you, Potato Dialogues, for being here. Yeah, I'll get there as soon as we can. We'll finish P12. The fog has lifted. I knew that Athena's magics magnify the desires of their victim at the expense of all else, but I never guessed what desire of mine she could exploit. Uh-oh. Since the moment we met, I have made plain my interest in you, my desire to understand your nature. I suppose that curiosity extended to how each of us would fare in a match of strength. What is this? Free. Then I am no longer needed. No, not yet. Do not look so crestfallen, my friend. These few moments of clarity are more than I could have asked for. We need you, Themis. This swan. Your ether. Good bot. Thank you, Sari. You've grasped the fraying strands of my being and tied them together with your own. Nevertheless, I fear that I am here on borrowed time. I only hope that I can see you through the last of our battles. Until then, I will cherish every moment. I am Elidibus, the emissary. As such, it falls upon me to judge Athena, who would disrupt our carefully maintained balance to fulfill her own desires. I swear I shall not waver in this duty. Let us return to Erechthonios and Nahabrea. There is much I would share with you before we embark upon our final ascent. The four of us are together once again. Although I may not have directly experienced our adventures, my memories make our bonds as real as any other. As I surmised, Elidibus was constructed with the strength to see your battle done. Yet I fear his ether may not sustain him through another. Themis, it's good to see you. I knew Karen would guide you to our side once again. I am grateful that she had the patience to tolerate my lapse in manners. Athena's hold upon me is broken, and I pledge every moment of my remaining time to seeing that she answer for her deeds. Very good. To that end, I would have you share what you know of her plan. Of course. As I mentioned, Athena possesses a vessel that may serve in the creation of a god. It is someone Karen knows well, a man by the name of Claudian. By a twist of fate, his body proved to be ideal for Athena's purpose. The creation of a person requires not just body, soul, or memory, but rather all three. We are made from the memories of our ancient counterparts, etched upon drifting souls and given form through the infusion of ether. We lack a physical body, yet you can see and feel us all the same. Athena is different. She has carved her memories into Claudian's soul, while it was still within its body and thus made both her own. But even she is prone to error. After the sundering, beings became more fragile in both body and mind, and this difference prevents Athena from realizing the full extent of her desires. So that's why she has turned her sights toward Karen. Her uncommon strength rivals even the mightiest of our age. By scrutinizing her feats in battle, Athena aims to deduce the secret of Karen's prowess and use it to fortify her own vessel. Only then will the culmination of her research be at hand. We have to save Claudian. Can't we simply remove Athena's memories from Claudian's body? Then to fight Athena, we must fight Claudian as well. Can't we simply remove Athena's memories from Claudian's body? An arduous task, but not impossible. Athena can inscribe herself upon another soul, but she cannot erase its will. Athena can inscribe herself upon another soul, but she cannot erase its will. If we awaken Claudian's spirit to the reality of his bondage, he might be compelled to wrest his body from Athena's clutches. We still don't know why she chose Claudian. What makes him more suited than anyone else? Maybe it's because his obsession? Although I have never spoken to Claudian, I did witness an incident that may prove revelatory. When instructing the vessel to do her bidding, she called it by a familiar name, Erechthonios. What? What? Why would she... Is that Erechthonius' reflection? They do... Whoa, they do look similar. It is as I thought. Our course of action is clear. We must lay Athena low and rescue Claudian. A difficult task to be sure, but one which the present company is more than capable of achieving. Why would Athena use my name? More questions and few answers to go around. Yeah, Claudian is a reflection. A mother's touch. La Habrea would discuss the plan to bring about Athena's end. Themis, you may have just handed us the key to rescuing Claudian. What must we do? First and foremost, we must confront Athena. She must be made vulnerable, as Elidibus was. Yet our opponent stands on the verge of godhood. As we are now, she would unmake us in an instant. Karen, we have no choice but to place the burden of our fate, and the fate of many more besides, squarely upon your shoulders. I trust you have no objections. God or no, I shall cast her down. It's a burden I'm used to carrying. Objections? No. Concerns? Yes. Though we know not what form Athena will take, I have faith that your skill will see us through this trial, as it has many times before. And we all appreciate Karen's willingness to fling herself at the unknown. However, we have yet to hear how this will liberate Claudian. I have a plan. Do not trouble yourself over the details. The same goes for you, Karen. You must focus the entirety of your attention on Athena. She will not be bested, even by one of your prowess. She will not be easily bested. Then let us trust in La Habrea and prepare for the battle to come. You know, these things about when the stakes are so high and one of the characters goes, "Trust me, I have a plan." There better be a damn good reason why you wouldn't tell anyone. Like, if it's a plan that hinges on your allies not knowing, I get it. Erechthonios. Before we face Athena, I must know. If she had never discovered the aura site, had never fallen under its influence, would she have lived a normal life? Would she have been a mother to me? I have asked myself the same questions. Questions with no answer, I fear. But let us put them out of our mind. There is something we must discuss, and I would do so not as La Habrea, but as a father to his son. Ooh, welcome to Balmong, Hirikara. Join an alliance later if you need bodies, or normal rate if you do want extra DPS. Thank you, Hirikara. I'll be sure to add you. It's... Okay, 12 of this open. I'll just talk to the NPCs and jump in. Then you will all be free! Free from the bondage of this bunny. Athena maintains absolute control over this space. Beyond the gate, she has doubtless built herself an abode worthy of a god, and now awaits the arrival of her supplicants. For now, we place our trust in you. The rest must wait until we have Athena before us. Right now, Athena must be the sole focus of your attention. She shall not hesitate to exploit any weakness she can sense. Good hunting, Hidakara. Give him hell. Get your PvP scripts. Alright, everyone, get ready for the 12th. Anabaseos, the 12th circle. The chief keyword of Pandemonium's appetite for godhood has been made only more keen by 12 millennia of slumber. And even her own flesh and blood are not but tools with which to feed her hunger. No sacrifice too great, no prize too high. Athena would see all life extinguished if it brought her even one ilm closer to her ultimate goal. Her wicked ambitions can be suffered no longer, so you must journey into Pandemonium's heart and cut out their source. This is it. Last normal raid. The Northern Empty, Anabaseos, the 12th circle.
You have done well to reach the seat of godhood. Now, bear your souls to me.
Sure. Rave party time? Tux. What the hell? Jenin, do you want a brotherhood first? Oh, these are... What is brotherhood? Athena! Look at all the wings. She couldn't decide. Anon, thank you for the gift sub. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and cat emotes, Hirikara. And soon, we will have emotes based on me, Miku. Oh, it's like Sophia. Trinity of Souls. Oh, to say goodnight. One, two, three. Okay. One. We're safe here. Good. A&R is main tank now. What is this? Oh, ring. Okay, ring becomes a hoop. Ah, fudge. Okay. Yeah, I love this song. Oh. Where are we supposed to move? Ow. Oh my god, this really is. Oh, no, this is bad. Huh? Everyone's doing something. What was that? Ring ball. Crap. I didn't see it. I thought I was supposed to go stack. Apotheosis. Complete! Oh, you do see the rings in the sky. They're kind of like eyes. I guess I get everything. So maybe it was all Ultima's fault. Countless years I waited within that stifling crystal. And now when my dream is finally within reach, you stand in my way. Your dream is not but selfish ambition. Its fulfillment would benefit only you. And why, Athena? At the end of this road to godhood, what did you hope to find? It matters not. The fact remains that she worked against the interests of the star. Even so, I would hear her answer. I would know why my mother cast us aside. How unlike you, Erechthonios. You were never so inquisitive before. Having struck upon a hypothesis, there is but one thing the wise woman desires. Irrefutable proof. Okay, that is unexpected. My theory was that any true god would see us as we are, imperfect. She would hammer out our flaws and build something greater. To prove this could not but benefit the star, I would give it the perfect stewards, that it might shine brighter than any other. To prove this could not but benefit the star. Oh, sorry, I misunderstood that. To prove this could not but benefit the star. I would give it the perfect stewards that it might shine brighter than any other. You would destroy the lives already upon it. In that I am no different from our peers. Over the course of eons, how many creations have we wrought? Such creatures cannot but usher their inferior predecessors into oblivion. Even without our meddling, nature would take the self-same course. If the destination is the same, is it somehow worse to arrive there by the guidance of a god? I think not. The aura sight made such thoughts irresistible, perhaps. But it cannot have created them from whole cloth. This is Athena's truth. You wrap her up in a red flag right now. Toss her off. Toss her off this platform. What right have you to pass judgment? You were but a vessel for my masterwork. Your purpose ends there. My only mistake was leaving you possessed of a soul. What are you saying? Poor Erechthonios, always the last to arrive at the obvious conclusion. I gave birth to you for a single reason, that you might serve as my tool. And like any tool, I crafted you to suit my needs, that you might accept my essence when the time came. Of course, I also made you more amenable to my demands, and ensured that you would feel a cloying affection for your dear mother. However, it seems that my tinkering was insufficient. My very feelings were of your design. You created a boy unable to grasp even the simplest magic, ever hopelessly clinging to his mother's robes, unable to do otherwise. I was doomed from the start. Yet here you are, standing in defiance of a design. You are more than what she made you. I still feel the sting of it. But with pain comes clarity. You ill deserve to wear the mantle of a god. As stubborn as you are witless, if this star will not be mine, then it serves no purpose. Ultima! Kaboom! She aims to obliterate the ethereal sea and stem the flow of life. She will do no such thing. Before the battle, La Habrea told me I was the key to finishing this. Although I am but an illusion, my soul has crossed eons to find its home in another. One whose body Athena has seen fit to purloin as her own. Much of what I once was now resides in him. Should my memory seize this chance to follow suit, they may resound enough to wake his mind. But Athena inhabits him still. What will become of you? I don't know. But if I can rouse his soul, perhaps it'll disrupt Athena's hold. It's the best chance we have. My whole life, others have looked down upon me, but I've never given up searching for my purpose. Now I found it. This decision is yours to make, and yours alone. Do as you will, my son. I know you shall make me proud. Erechthonios, do not dare. No. Stop this! Your words hold sway over me no longer. My life is my own, and I have found my true family. Did you just tackle her off that platform? My power wanes. The vessel rejects me. He just bomb rushed her. God damn it. Ericthonios used tackle. It's super effective. No wonder why Claudian looked like Ericthonios. Oh, what is happening? Athena's magic should be impotent with no body to fuel them. Precisely. Athena was the sole force holding the space around Pandemonium together, and now it crumbles. Although little would change if we were buried here, we cannot let this be Karen's final resting place. Yep, sometimes the plan is simply to just hit it until it stops working. Of all my miscalculations, to think that you would be my undoing. That you would even be capable of defying me. Is there more you would say to me? Or have you decided to return to your dear mother's bosom? Have you brought Claudian back to me? Apologies, but I am only the dregs of your own memory. I can do naught but watch as the evil you've wrought collapses, burying you under its weight. How disappointing. Truly useless to the last. And who made me that way? Yeah, that is a pretty sick burn. It's like, well, you made me like this. Questions, and more questions. Why did Claudian set out by himself? What did he see? Oh, I do hope he wakes up soon. At least on the surface, Professor Claudian appears unharmed. We must wait for him to regain consciousness to judge anything beyond that, I fear. Although Ericthonios was not but a collection of memories, I know his absence pains you. But he acted with resolve, full aware of the potential consequences. Let us look back on this moment not with sorrow, but with pride. You both are the heroes of the day. Athena's ambitions would have swallowed the world had you not stemmed their advance. We shall stay here, both to look over Professor Claudian and ensure that there are no further disturbances in the ethereal sea. You should rest, and I will not take no for an answer. I wonder how long they have left. The memory manifestations. Memoria. There's more? We shall stay here and wait for Claudian to regain his senses. Pray, rest while you can. Well, we did all 12, right? Or is this just the ending? Guided by the past, La Brea watches over Claudian with concern. It seems we can do naught but wait. Ah, it's just the ending. Okay. Perhaps we might discuss a matter which has been troubling me. While your colleague named Gigi was enlightening us on the historical events which led to this era, she let slip the name of one of the Asians, La Habrea. Thanks, Dewata. I talked to the fresh-faced student, so I'm at the point where I just have to look for him. But I already started it while waiting for the others. Although she knew of the figure only from her research, she was most insistent that there is no evidence connecting the Asian to myself. Yet I am aware that this La Habrea used the heart of Sabik to sow chaos throughout your world, and I would be a fool to deny such strong connections between us. You are the only one present who has met the Asian in question, so I would ask you directly, are he and I one and the same? Is my fate to work in the shadows and bring about untold destruction? Uh-oh. Lore-wise, what's the right answer? I also can't help but feel that, like, with Miku here, it does look like a visual novel pop-up. Are all La Habreas the same? I don't think so. I cannot be certain. Lore-wise, it is him. It's... No, is the... Like, are we sure that the La Habrea we encountered is Hephaestus? That's the real name of this La Habrea, right? Hephaestus. Did they ever reveal that it is Hephaestus? La Habrea is La Habrea. The title passes on, and I would assume the memories along with it. But as a person, their individuality remains. So I can't be certain it is Hephaestus. In the same way, Venat was different from us. We are Azem, but she is Venat, and I am Karen. So honestly, I cannot be certain. A diplomatic answer. I understand the Asians often use the bodies of others to enact their plots, so it is impossible to say who they truly are. There, like, it is impossible to tell. Yeah, Venat is the previous Azem. So in the same way that if they talk to Venat and ask her, are you Karen? The answer is no. But are we Venat? Yes. Are we Azem? Yes. So if people were to ask us these same questions, it's like, yes, I am Azem, she is Azem, was Azem. So in the same way, like the La Habrea we've been talking to since A Realm Reborn, we won't be able to tell if that was Hephaestus. This man, Hephaestus. Because that title may have... Well, we do know that Hephaestus was there at the... right before the final days. So perhaps there was no time to pass down the title. But again, I still think it really is uncertain. And clearly, they are of different timelines and time changes people. So yeah, honestly, well, fine. He called it a diplomatic answer. I can't say for certain. A diplomatic answer. I understand the Asians often use the bodies of others to enact their plots, so it is impossible to say who they truly are. Like Fandaniel and who's Yotsuyu's brother? Or was Yotsuyu's brother Fandaniel? No. Fandaniel took over the body of Yotsuyu's brother. But yeah, Fandaniel, Amon. Yeah, so they're distinctly different people, but they are all like the Avatar. Ang and Korra are individuals, but they are the Avatar. That's just kind of how I understand it from what I know. These Asians, or paragons, I'm told, were ruthless in their schemes to rejoin the sundered worlds. I have heard but a small number of their deeds, and still I find it difficult to comprehend the depths to which they were willing to sink. But you know what? More likely than not, it was Hephaestus. Because, you know, Emet-Selch, when the final days happened, it was Emet-Selch. Well, it was Venat, but Venat became Hydaelyn and passed it on to someone else. The successor, who's the best friend of Themis. Okay, you know what? Never mind. like the friend of Themis is Anazem. Is the current you know what I mean. His nameplate changed, dialogue box. Yeah, it's always been La Habrea. Because they didn't want to confuse him with his Hephaestus half, his true name. These Asians, or paragons I'm told, were ruthless in their schemes to rejoin the sundered worlds. I have heard but a small number of their deeds, and still I find it difficult to comprehend the depths to which they were willing to sink. Emet-Selch is really the only clear one who is like, I am, was, and still am Emet-Selch. That Emet-Selch from the past. And Hades. All the way to the end of Hades. He was Hades, right? And no one else has inherited Hades as far as we know. To choose a path of evil. All for the sake of the star. It does sound like La Brea, though. I admit, 'tis a decision I would make under the right circumstances. Although the ages may take their toll, my devotion to my duty will never waver. Paying no heed to what might be lost, I will treat the heart of Sabik as a mere tool for my own ends. Never caring to look beyond the surface, I'll unleash forces that I fail to truly comprehend, and remain blissfully ignorant of my hypocrisy all the while. Actually, where is sorry, what do you call that? Hephaestus, La Habrea, trapped in Orosite, so not in the Ethereal Sea, right? Random, did you know there's a Discord group called Emet-Selch's Wholesomely Debauched Club? It is a Discord of fanfic writers and readers in Archive of Our Own. Well, what's this phrase? I think I learned it from Danny, another streamer. I'm not gonna yuck someone else's yum, but this knowledge is now there and it will not be erased anytime soon. Yeah, there is, but that, it's, I understand shipping their Warriors of Light with Emet-Selch. What It's fine. But Xenos? That one, I still can't understand why. Ah, it appears Claudian has awakened. Karen, I have some faint memories of what transpired. You stood against Athena and won. And you were there too. Like, Xenos fans were so happy when they came to do what they needed to do in Endwalker. But for me, I'm like, why is he here? Get away. He was just a very clingy person who didn't understand what a true friend is. I guess you can feel sorry for him that way. But still. La Habrea. Erechthonius' memories of you dwell within me still. Whoa. Through unyielding discipline, you hoped to forge a son equal to yourself. But the crucible you placed him in left scars which were loath to heal. Yet, you were never motivated by selfishness. All you did was in service of your duty. At the least, I will hear no more. Though you may possess Erechthonius' memories, you are not him. In rebirth, you have become someone else entirely, and you belong to this age. As such, I am your enemy, and an enemy does not deserve sympathy. Of course, I would never condone the actions of the Asian, but you are not him. You are La Habrea off the convocation. You spared no effort in saving us from Athena's machinations. For that, you deserve the utmost praise, and my personal thanks. If you insist on deceiving yourself, then so be it. My stance remains unchanged. The most difficult of your trials is behind you, but you may find that Pandemonium has yet to relinquish the last of its secrets. Among them is the identity of Hephaestus' liberator, who set the very first wheels in motion. There is but one place to find these answers: the past. You enjoy the Emet-Selk ship? Like, I could be friends with the past Emet-Selk. I sympathize for our timeline's Emet-Selk. Like, I can totally sympathize with him as a villain. And I could be friends with him in the past. Well, yeah, it's tragic. However, I must insist that you keep silent about Athena's fate. Well, I doubt it would change the decisions I make. You should not tender us information we could not uncover ourselves. Or what? Time paradox? Now that I have said my piece, I shall follow in my son's footsteps. Yeah, maybe I can fix him before he obliterates billions of lives. I can fix him. These odious memories will fade to nothing, as was always their fate. Farewell. My time too draws near, but I believe I can stay long enough to see this matter through. You shall journey to the past to seek out the truth of La Brea's words, yes? While Themis himself may have been there to see this encounter, I have the unique opportunity to hear your perspective of the matter. That is, of course, if you will share it with me. I look forward to it. I shall take in the ethereal sea one final time as I await your return. Now all that is left is to return to Pandemonium and ask La Brea to shed light upon its few remaining mysteries. I look forward to your return. I too shall stay here and await your return. I could use the rest, and there is a matter I would discuss with you and Thebes before we say our farewells. I believe we've yet to see the full effects these events will have on the ethereal sea. Once Professor Claudian recovers, we must conduct a thorough investigation. Rusino and I shall return to Aporia to make our report to Master Fochino at once. Oh, where to begin? Where does all this teleport money go to? The teleport gods? The like the toll collectors of the ethereal sea? Whoever is earning from the teleports, they're probably like, if they're a big bad villain, they're gonna be the richest big bad villain. You should get Aetheryte tickets. Yeah, my FC mate kept telling us like, why are you paying for teleports? Teleports are essentially free because you get so many tickets. But I was lazy. But I'm actually very curious. I wish there was a counter of how much I've spent on teleports since I started playing. I'm pretty sure when I see that number, I'm gonna regret not getting into Aetheryte tickets. Here? Oh! Yo, they're working on it. Do you have auto report? We must free the rest of our colleagues. Hegemony. Hegemony. Hegemony? Pandemonium's protective wards have been restored. Converse, converse. Hegemony. Ah, you must be Karen. I am Hegemony, keyword of Abyssos. But I suspect you may already know that. We did meet once before, after all, although I was not entirely myself at the time. Thanks to you, however, I can rightly say my faculties are mine once more. At present, I am taking stock of the damage done to the facility. You still spend if it's below 300 gil. But now that housing is a lottery system, I've given up hope, so I'm gonna just have the money I'm not really gonna use. Oh, but you do have a house. Congratulations on that, though. I totally forgot about the lottery system, but it's definitely better than the previous system. I remember, like, muscle memory of bidding, random bidding and hoping. Like waiting for the plot to open, everyone clicking the damn placard, hoping to be the one that gets through, the bid that gets through. That, oh my god. That was a terrible system. So the lottery system, while it's not exactly perfect, at least you just set it and move on with your life. The old bidding system gave you so much despair. It did. It sucked the life out of me, so I stopped doing the original way. The lottery, at least if I feel like it, I'll drop a bid here and there. You remembered compilation from Invincible with all the times Cecil used teleport and money counter. There's a counter in Invincible? Guess this looks similar to locals per use. Also 8 years of friendship on NA server. True, true. Yeah, and the good thing is we will get regional visits soon. So at least you'll be able to play content together and go to events in other regions. It was a fan video. Final counter, $80,000. Goddamn, for teleports. You and your fiance also have a medium in Ishgard, and you have a small also in Ishgard. Yeah, you guys were able to perfect timing when Ishgard just opened up for housing. $80. Oh, I didn't see the other 3 zeros. 80 million. Large in Gridania since FC was a legacy player. Wow. Is it even possible to get a large Gridania these days? That Athena would build all this. This isn't all she's left behind. Lamia got a large in Gridania recently. Oh, wow. Oh, but yeah, that's also good because a lot of people moved to Ishgard, right? So for a time, there were slots open. Yeah, as an individual, so Lamia is super lucky. The only house plot I'm really interested in is the one by the lake in Gridania, where there's a little courtyard and there are like 2 houses overlooking the lake. I think it's a 7. It's an X7 plot, like 17, 27, 37 or something. Yeah, I think that's the only plot I'd like to bid on. I should check in once in a while for an opening. Karen, I didn't expect to see you again so soon, but it's always a joy. You seem quite happy to be here. Thank you for checking up on us. Did you speak with Hegemony and the other waters on your way here? The work is long, but we have made great strides in undoing Athena's meddling. Bit more than the cost of one F-35, so that's not that much for teleportation. Well, that's accumulated teleportations. Like I would love to be able to teleport. Yours is the one by the waterfall. Ooh, nice. The massive waterfall. I also was looking at that. Tried bidding before. Obviously failed. You want a house in the same ward as your fiance? That's the only upgrade you want. Ooh, yeah, that'd be nice. Karen, truth be told, I thought you would have little reason to ever visit this place again. It seems I was wrong. I just wanted to say hello. How neatly you obfuscate your motivations. Do as you will then. Medium and Ishgard, a bunch of smalls. Like, I'm thinking, do I want one just to have a house? But I really prefer Gridania as a house area. Ishgard still seems to me like an apartment area. I don't know why. Like, It's just my personal preference. I just feel like an apartment in Ishgard I'm okay with. Then house in Gridania. It'll be easier to transfer to an ideal plot once you have an actual plot. Is there a... Wait. I thought they removed the priority for people moving. Like before, I remember in the previous system, people got so pissed when people would like stay up all night just to bid, but then someone would just move there instantly. There's no priority, but at least you lose nothing. But why would it be easier to transfer then? Like, if I buy this plot and I don't even use it, and then just wait for Gridania to open? She has gone through the trouble to visit us, so I hardly think cuteness is in order. We braved pandemonium together, why not at least share with her our progress? Yeah, it's that. It's like, at least I will have a house. So I'll really have to consider that. Because I haven't even decorated my apartment. And to maintain a house on top of all that. We were thinking of moving to Ishgard, but I think they're upgrading housing so that people can have more items, maybe? Yeah. Well, my character... Karen's background is supposedly that she was based in Ishgard, so I guess it would make sense to have a home there. Smalls available and a medium. Yeah, after this, before I go to the raids, I'll look for the plot I really desire in Gridania. Like, there's really only one plot that out of all the plots that I went hard on the housing lottery before, and I had a short list of places that I would continue to bid on until I really just settled for the one. I can't remember the number. I'll like visit it to see. But let's finish this. I relinquished control of Pandemonium to La Habrea. I was never meant to hold it for long, and now such authority resides in rightful hands. With La Habrea's help, we have poured through Athena's research into the Hemitheoi. Thus, were we able to restore hegemony's body and mind. Yet there is still much work to be done. Damage to repair, keywords to replace. The tasks are too many to count. But although the path may be long, our progress is steady. I believe we can safely say that Pandemonium will soon function as it did before. You think you'll get an apartment too? You need more space. In Ishgard? You decorated your FC house, have a room and use the storage there. My small house is full of storage, but it isn't enough. Is storage shared between apartments? Because I also ran out of storage space in my FC apartment. The current open medium one is 8 to 35 in Gridania. There's a large in Goblet. Yeah, I'm not really a fan of Goblet. I'll look into Ishgard and Gridania. Indeed. Before we reach that point, however, there are some matters which must be put to rest. The storage is not shared. Heck yeah, I can continue to hoard. House versus apartment versus FC room, all different. Perhaps I will be able to finish inventory prog after all. Before Dawntrail. I have a bunch of furniture in my character's inventory. One concerns Pandemonium itself and another is a personal matter. Until they are settled, I cannot move forward. It shall not take long. Lack of resolve caused me to delay, but I have chosen my course. These concerns must be weighty indeed. Do you intend to share your burdens with us? If you would bear witness, then come. Your arrival at this very moment almost beggars belief. But I shall not ask you to leave. I simply ask that you do not interfere, no matter what may happen. Same here, Rikara. Whenever there's event furniture, I'm saying, maybe I'll buy 2, just in case. So I have doubles of like everything. It's like, maybe I might need 2 of these for my, I don't know, potential house. And then it just goes into storage. I have a hoarding problem. Stay here. This will be over soon. Why did you call me here, Masala Habrea? There is still much to be done if the warders are to be freed. You have served within Pandemonium since Athena's time, have you not? That makes you the most senior keyword, now that Agdistis is gone. As such, you deserve to know a secret few others are privileged to hear. One concerning myself. Separating Hephaestus from myself required removing part of my soul. A necessary sacrifice, but one which came at no small cost to my natural talents. I am but a shadow of the man I was at the time of my appointment as La Habrea. I could never hope to wield the same magics that Hephaestus used to bind the warders' minds, let alone break their shackles. That tone of defeat does not befit your voice, Master La Habrea. Do not give in to despair. There is no despair, only truth. I do not confide in you to garner cheap sympathy. Hephaestus left behind fascinating research. His conclusion was that in order to transform a vessel into a Hemitheos, absolute control over their mind was essential. As you well know, the magics used to achieve such dominion exploited strong emotions within the victims' hearts. In the case of Hesperos and Agdistis, their respect for me. Upon slipping his bonds, Hephaestus took steps to throw Pandemonium into chaos. With their attention divided, keyword and warder alike were easy targets. But there was an act that came before. Regardless of Hephaestus' prowess, he could not have won freedom on his own. Uh-oh. For long days and nights, I pondered who might have released him. I could only conclude that Athena's plans were set in motion long, long ago, when she claimed the mind of one of her admirers. Hegemony. None would question your pride in your position, your devotion to Pandemonium. But you do not believe I am the one fit to lead it, do you? Your loyalty lies not with my vision for Pandemonium, but Athena's. Masala Brea, whatever has spurred this sudden accusation, I assure you there is a proper explanation. What? What are you doing, La Brea? Do not approach! As I have already stated, even should I detect Athena's tinkering, I am currently powerless to dispel it. And so I have come to a decision. One which was made with the best interests of our star in mind. In order to build a better future, I require the strength I have lost. I must embrace these odious memories. Mark well this sight. Engrave it upon your very soul. You now bear witness to the true La Brea. Whoa. Just like that? No evidence? I cannot imagine this was an easy choice. But it is done. Is she alive? Ah. Yes. And she shall remember this lesson well. Athena's puppet no longer, I see. Oh. She may yet harbor ill will toward me, but that is a risk I am willing to take. Our star requires a steady hand to guide it, and now mine is equal to the task. I can no longer allow pandemonium to divert my focus. Hegemony, I would ask that you serve me anew. There is none other more suited to overseeing this prison. None other who will take such pride in their duty. But didn't we just establish that she wanted a different path for pandemonium? And that's what Athena exploited? My loyalty to Athena led me to betray you once before. Why would you allow me to keep the position of keyword? I require your talents, as I require Hephaestus's. The past is of no consequence. Very well. In honor of our fallen colleagues, I shall restore this institution to its former glory. Lahabreus himself once more. He wields his authority without hesitation and thinks not twice once his judgment has sounded. Yet he is different from Athena. He thinks only of the betterment of the star. So long as duty guides his actions, he shall not share her fate. And should his convictions ever waver, the emissary will set him back on the proper course. Good. If this is the path he chooses to walk, then I will walk with him. I'll allow our bond to fray no further. As his son, I will support him in the days ahead. I would not ask you to say the name. I would not ask you to say the same, Karen. You and I stand on peaks separated by vast chasms. Our perspectives shall never align. And never shall one give way to the other, for such is our nature. With that in mind, let us consider any debts between us to be void. Before you leave here, mark well these words. My resolve shall weather loss unfathomable, and yield before no obstacle. Walk your path with the same conviction. Master Labreus saw through me long ago, but now my mind is unclouded by doubt, and I shall not fail him again. Hephaestus and Labrea were one and the same when he was named as one of the convocation. This change poses no need for concern, for all is as it should be. From this day forward, I will do what I can to aid my father. In this way, I shall forge my own future. If not for you, my long slumbering demons may have gone unslain. I would have never been forced to reconsider my true nature. Yet as I said, do not consider this an admission of debt. Now, I believe you have other places to be. Remain here any longer and I may be inclined to place you in a cell next to one of our more recalcitrant subjects. Whoa, maybe not. With matters settled and memories of events still fresh in my mind, I think soon I'll begin the record-keeping process. This time I saw everything with my own eyes, a perspective which will be of great use when I sit down to write my reports. How goes the investigation? Looking ahead to Professor Claudian's eventual return, I am doing my utmost to keep careful and up-to-date records of everything that has transpired. That way we can resume our research as if no one had mysteriously disappeared without a trace. Of course, circumstances being what they are, I've had little time to go back and review my work, a task which shall have to wait until we are once again at full strength. I very much look forward to it, even if the others might not. My own research and studies have fallen by the wayside in Professor Claudian's absence. My thesis remains unwritten, and its deadline looms on the horizon. Uh-oh. Oh, is this person going through Endwalker? What the? Oh my god. It's a giant Namazu holding on to, what do you call this again? Yeah, that mount. It is made complete by that person's glam. Paisa. There we go. The Namazu glam with the Paisa mount. Gosh, the Ragnarok does seem so small here. It did just fit the Scions, right? Yeah. But it was supposed to be an arc. I guess we're gonna say goodbye to Memory, Themis. Ah, you returned. I should like to hear of what you discovered, though I believe your friend has business with us first. There you are, Karen! While you were away, Themis brought me up to speed on all that happened while I was held prisoner. His story shone light upon any number of questions that were niggling at my conscience, namely those concerning the ethereal signature emanating from Aziz La. Doubtless its source was Athena, reaching out as far as she could from her prison, ever grasping for someone to take Ericthonius' place, grasping for the body his soul to resided in. I wanted to ask, when you first found the crystal, were you unable to hear the memories stored within? Indeed. It is only after our research was well underway that I could hearken to its whispers. Contact with the crystal should have awakened the memories, but the passage of time likely changed Ericthonius' soul in subtle ways. Perhaps ethereal resonance was a gradual process in this case. However, being attuned to Ericthonius exposed you to Athena's voice as well. Being attuned to Ericthonius exposed you to Athena's voice as well. Doubtless the choice to venture forth into Azizla was not your own. It was Athena's influence working through you. I do recall being strangely fixated on acting alone. I never would have encouraged such recklessness usually. Although the choice was not entirely my own, I am still ashamed of my actions. Reflection is how we plant the seeds of our growth. Although we must not blame ourselves for events out of our control. That the voice in the crystal belonged to the person from which your soul originated. Well, not even the most brilliant researcher could come to that conclusion. It is like a telenovela. It's like, oh, you're Ericthonius after all. The secret sun's reflection in our timeline. Your reassurance means more than you know. Thank you. Now, one final matter. It concerns the very crystal whose discovery set this adventure in motion. Oops, sorry, I have to go. I can help in about 2 hours, although maybe you'd be done by then. No problem, Hirakawa. Thank you for hanging out and sharing your thoughts on the story and everything and being with us on this journey. I know it did take us quite a while. I didn't expect the last 4 to take this long. But yeah, we go at our own pace. And I'm just basically have to try to finish the raids before maintenance. Not sure how I'll feel after this. We'll see. Most likely, if I do continue with the Alliance raids, I will still be there 2 hours later because the intermission quests between the Alliance raids, like Ivalice, they were pretty lengthy. Perhaps sparked by recent events, a new light began to shine from within its depths. From my experience, this may indicate that a new memory has floated to the surface, eager to be observed. Oh. For some time, the question of why La Habrea and Ericthonios would leave such a crystal behind in the first place has lingered in the back of my mind. With Ericthonios' memories and such magical talents as are at my disposal, I believe I can make this final memory manifest for us all to behold. Shall we witness it together? Okay, is this where we close the time loop? I leave this memory for you, the future of our star. The final days have come, and the creation magics we have so relied upon now hasten our downfall. But despair has not yet worn out. La Habrea and the others of the Convocation are working to stem the chaos which threatens to engulf our star. Their plan requires great sacrifice. Elidibus, Themis, has already offered to give his life for our salvation. Yet there is another problem which must be dealt with. Pandemonium, wherein are confined our most vicious creations. Even should we survive the final days, it will take time to restore order. If Pandemonium's cells were breached and their prisoners set upon the star, our hard-won peace would be obliterated in an instant. Someone must stay behind to ensure that never happens. With Themis and La Habrea otherwise indisposed, the responsibility falls to me. And that is why I must defy the directive of the Convocation. My soul will not be offered to manifest the will of the star, but instead consigned to eternal vigil. I know that in doing so, the final days may take me. I may not live to see my duty upheld. That's why I have resolved to set this crystal adrift in the tides of the underworld. It contains memories of Pandemonium from both my father and I, and shall bear this warning to the future even if I cannot. I've imbued the crystal with magics that will attract it to my essence. Even should I journey through the underworld and be born anew, this message will reach me. Pandemonium shall not be left unattended. If all else fails, then perhaps another woman like my dear friend will come along. One with an almost unnatural ability to pick up the scent of trouble. I wonder where she is now. How many souls has she saved, and how many beasts has she slain since we last met? Alongside my warning, this memory shall carry a wish. Karen, may we meet again. Now listen well. If anyone receives this message, you must come to Pandemonium. Please make haste. I repeat. Well, that dispels the last of my doubts. Thank you for humoring me. And now we come to this. It survived. The heart of Sabik? Yes, the heart of Sabik. Dun, dun, dun. The tie that bound Athena's memories to my body. The tie that bound Athena's memories to my body, no doubt. When I regained my senses, I found it on my person. Now it appears your efforts have left it bereft of memories. No trace remains of Athena. However, its power as Orosite yet remains, and it may prove to be a valuable trove of knowledge in the hands of the right researcher. I feel that fate has left it with me for a reason. Wait, no, you're supposed to stay away from it. I thought Orosite twists their inner desires. I shall take my leave, but on behalf of my colleagues, nay, the entire star, I thank you both for putting an end to Athena's wickedness. Yeah, I thought Orosite was what drove Mama insane. I mean, she was already insane to begin with. It magnified her true nature. Huh.
I see. Then Hephaestus' story has been laid bare.
Hephaestus.
as has the nature of our mysterious crystal. The questions which led us into Pandemonium are answered, and soon order shall be restored. I too can fade away, unburdened by regret. I could not have reached this point without you, friend. So many revelations. But there are more, if you would dig a little deeper.
Oh, are you teasing us now?
Elidibus's soul was plucked from the ethereal sea, and from it I was wrought. Surely you have a passing interest in what I remember, in what I feel.
I thought Elidibus was trapped in a crystal.
You deserve what answers I can provide. While my memories of Pandemonium are clear, all else is hazy at best. Perhaps Athena made me this way. Or perhaps it is the result of who or what I was before. Still, I can recall vague figures, scenes from my future and your past. At the Crystal Tower's peak, we clash. And later, from that self-same spire, I send you forth into our age, into Elpis. Why do I decide on such a course? Formless as these images are, I cannot say.
Ah, okay, wait.
However, I can hazard a guess.
So we did defeat Elidibus. Mano y mano.
Somewhere within my fragmented memories, I catch a glimpse of our journey into Pandemonium. A glimpse which shows not the path we took or the destination where it led us, yet by its very presence demands that you are required in Elpis. And even if that act is but one link in the chain of events which ends in Atheris' salvation, then this all has meaning. Our time together, every moment, is worthwhile.
Oh, it's a sweet
And
sentiment.
I am unburdened by regret.
It means something. Thank you for the lurk, Vanua.
That said, it is possible my motivations become something else entirely. That you would cross this vast expanse in the hopes of being reunited with your allies. A devotion that once would have baffled me. But after having been to the depths of that twisted prison and back, I think I can understand. Now, I have pulled back the curtain as far as I dare. The people of your age call this the Ethereal Sea, a name I quite enjoy, for it teems with life, each star a soul on its journey. And among these uncountable stars, it was yours that crossed my path. For that, I shall be forever grateful. I wish you well on your journey, A journey as long as your star is bright. A journey not bound by the confines of this world or any other.
Oh. Welcome in, Raiders. We're just concluding a quest line. Oh. That was sweet. Raiders, welcome in. Mikshu, great to see you. What have you guys been up to? Playing Souls-likes? Elden Ring? My friends, Mikshu is the person to watch. An up-and-coming streamer also going through the Souls-like journey last I checked. Like, pray for the gods. Welcome in. Thank you for the raid and choosing us to be your little slice of life for now. Welcome, everyone. Huge spoiler warnings. You've raided into the conclusion of the normal raid questline of Post Endwalker.
Fascinating. The truths that dwell at the edge of sleep.
Ah. He joins the others.
History is set by its victors. It is immutable, and yet should this star continue upon its path, look, the light.
Oh, his soul moved on. He went into the light. Oh. Yeah, welcome in, Raiders. My name is Miku. I'm a freelance bounty hunter, tabletop RPG game master, and variety streamer on Twitch. I'm filling in for Mikey today for these raid quests, but he will be back tomorrow for Tavern Talk and other story-rich adventures to come. You were stuck at the fire giant because you were brute forcing with underleveled gear. Damn. It's like slamming your skull against the foot of a giant. I'm not exactly sure. That sounds very painful. Is it a self-imposed challenge? Are you planning to defeat it, or are you planning to level up some more? Or will you struggle on and continue attacking this giant and reign supreme despite being underleveled? Such is a stubbornness that I can see in many Souls-like players. But yeah, if you're on the path to the shadow of the Erd Tree, best of luck, Mikshu. And I hope you have a pleasant journey. Thank you again for the raid. If you do need to take some post-stream care, please do not feel pressure to stay. Rest, eat, have fun. I appreciate you coming here, and I appreciate your presence regardless. Welcome to the Tabletop Cinema. Rushing to get to a point where you can get all talismans, weapons you needed for my build. Ah, okay. So you already have a specific plan in mind going into the DLC. I will say though, like I was not aware that actually right now, the DLC is actually getting mixed reviews. I did not realize this, but I see now why. I understand why. Like, people who watched our first stream of the DLC saw how brutal it was. I underestimated the difficulty, and it kicked my ass. And it's kicking everyone's asses. But that's because it isn't really clearly explained, but it does scale. there is some scaling going on. And essentially, coming into the DLC, if it helps you in any way, once you jump into that, yes, that's why. So a lot of people are complaining because they're saying, what is this? It feels totally overtuned. So it's kind of reassuring to me because I thought I was just bad after not playing for 2 years. But everyone feels it's overtuned unless you get the Shadow Tree fragment. So apparently it's not really a hidden mechanic, but it's not an overt mechanic, typical Souls-like. Just in case you get into your journey, just know that those are how you will counter the scaling. Basically, they say once you jump into the DLC, no matter what level you are, from the outside coming in, you will be equivalent to a level 1 trying to do all these bosses. Which is why we are getting one-shotted, two-shotted by the most mundane of enemies, and we hit like a wet noodle and it feels like we're not doing any damage. It's because they want you to, well, it is highly encouraged to go after the Shadow of Erdtree level up items. You'll basically come across it the moment you enter. So if you are suffering, like a lot of people coming in not aware of the level scaling and how overtuned it is for people just coming in, get those Shadow Tree fragments, get those Ash enhancements. That is how we level up in the DLC, apparently. But of course, a lot of people don't know this. They just think it's bad design. Hence, there's a lot of salt being passed around right now in the reviews of the DLC. And I was watching a streamer go through it as well, and I'm just glad I'm not alone and feeling like it was suffering. It was utter suffering. Not that I didn't enjoy myself. I mean, Mikey had a great fun time. But I'm just glad to know that it basically was intended. And it's just not because we had to get good or we were just really shitty players. At least that dispelled my doubts. So yeah, anyway, sorry that I rambled on for a moment there. But yes, the stories are true. Level 400 plus people are getting one-shotted. It's because they don't have Shadow Tree fragments. So in effect, no matter what level you are, the DLC will scale to make you feel like you are level 1. So yeah, happy times. And of course, this is not clearly explained. Hence, a lot of the saltiness. That's what I hear. I hear that you just should get those fragments and the whole experience will be much smoother. But there are still a lot of gripes about the boss designs. How, yes, even if you have a lot of fragments, it's just overtuned as hell. But I will reserve judgment for our own journey. Just in case you needed to be, like, if you're wondering why, like... Because me, I was gaslighting myself into believing that I was just a terrible player. But apparently it's just because I wasn't engaging with the Shadow of the Erdtree mechanics. Hey, Jeff87, another awesome streamer coming in here. Yo, Jeff, I was lurking, but I had to dip out because spoilers. I saw you fighting like a super big boss. Jeff87 is also going through the Elden Ring DLC. And I also saw that you were even a higher level than I was, 300 something. But the boss you were fighting was like 1-2 and you're dead. God damn it. But yeah, the whole scaling thing is not explained anywhere. I don't even know if it is in a preview or whatever. But even if it's in a preview, most players will just get the visceral reaction of getting utterly creamed and smashed and destroyed and torn apart by basic mobs in the DLC. And yeah, for me, it's because I thought, oh, I didn't play in 2 years. I'm just a bad player. But I didn't know we're effectively like level 1 in the DLC coming in. So again, for those Shadow Tree fragments, I will have to hunt them down. If I want to finish Elden Ring before Endwalker, which is slowly seeming like it is impossible, because I still need to do some stuff for Dawntrail preparation. I don't know if I'll be able to jump into Elden Ring before that. Yeah. FromSoft tweeted. Oh, great. They tweeted. Most people aren't even going to be aware of that. But yeah, it is... I utterly underestimated the power of these fragments. I thought they were just going to be like, hey, it's a cherry on top of your current level. No. In fact, I will say they are a requirement unless you enjoy one-hit bosses and one-hit mobs. That's not the idea of a good fun time for me. I was getting so tired in the DLC, but I'm glad I still was able to defeat a couple of bosses and mini bosses. But goddamn, it was just so frustrating. Yeah, basically they debuff us silently. You don't know you're being debuffed. And hence the need for the Scado 3 fragments and the ashes. Yeah, at this point of playing from soft games, it's expected to not explain anything. Yeah, in this case, yeah, they're saying, hey, this will power you up. And I guess it's already a sign. Like, it's pretty clear that, okay, maybe I should. But I do understand why most people coming in are leaving negative reviews because they don't realize they're being scaled down. Or the content is being scaled up to them. Welcome back, Karen. I hope you said farewell to Themis for me. Recent events have given me not only a new focus for my research, but also insight into my own origins. Truly, 'tis a gift I could never hope to repay. As Labre said, I am not Erechthonios, yet I bear a part of him inside me, and I shall do what I can to follow the traces he has left behind in the present day. A spark has been struck in my mind. I am ready to pursue my research with a fervor the likes of which I have not had since my youth. Doubtless I shall have need of you in the days and moons ahead. When that time comes, I only hope that you will once again lend me your sound counsel. Until then, may you fare well. It is done, chat. We're done with the all the normal raids. Awesome jail. Great job. What the hell? What kind of achievement is this? With both the ethereal sea and the heart of Sabik to keep my mind occupied, I feel that I shall never again lack for fascinating discoveries to motivate my work. Chad, I thought Auracite was the whole reason why you're not supposed to be in the vicinity of Auracite. Did they just forget that detail, or did I just misunderstand the story? Because I thought Auracite was the possible reason that drove Athena to obsession. Like, it magnifies your true self. So are we just gonna assume that, you know, anyone's good intent and true selves can be corrupted or twisted to be evil? Oh, started studying it and attuning with it. So attuning with it is the problem. Okay. Well, Claudian said he was going to study it. So I'm sure he's aware of the dangers. I will trust him. She started making wishes with it. Okay. Yeah. Well, since he has the memories of Erechthonios and the insight and the reports, I trust it'll be able to handle this, the heart of Sabik, in a much better way. What do you know of Athena and her connection to Auracite? That topic has been keeping us quite busy as of late. Nemgigi and Rusino have been a great help in making sense of all these fabulous tales. I shall call them at once so we can share our findings thus far. Oh. Or maybe this is when they explain it. Our research into the heart of Sabik has led us through many magnificent legends and tales from bygone civilizations, some of which mention, or at least hint at, the presence of Athena, Auracite, Athena, Orosite, and the High Seraph Ultima. While we have formed an operating theory based on our findings, it is impossible for us to confirm its feasibility. Given your experience with the High Seraph, however, I can think of no one better with whom to discuss it. Does this go differently if we didn't do the Ivalice raids? Although we know not the precise timing of the High Seraph's visit to the star, we do know that Athena somehow came into possession of a mysterious crystal said to be the source of the destructive magic known as Ultima. According to La Habrea, it was Athena who gave this crystal the name of Orosite, and from her tireless research was born the Heart of Sabik. The Heart of Sabik contained not only Athena's memories, but a concentration of ether unlike anything we have observed. Even a small portion of it could level mountains. Jesus. It did, in fact, level Castrum Meridianium not so long ago. Records of your previous encounter with La Habrea imply that the heart was, for a time, in the hands of the Alagan Empire. Doubtless it was the Asian who gifted it to them, thus sowing the seeds of calamity. The Alagans made little progress toward penetrating its mysteries, but some scholars attribute the fact that they were able to use it all to theoretical The Alagans made little progress towards penetrating its mysteries, but some scholars attribute the fact that they were able to use it at all to theoretical encounters between Alag's researchers and the High Seraph. So, Ultima's the reason. Regardless of its journey, however, we do know that the Heart of Sabik returned to La Habrea's clutches soon after the fourth Umbral Calamity. The rest hardly bears going over again. Tracing the legends of Orosite back to their source suggests that the High Seraph may be the cause of countless tragedies, including our most recent one. Regardless of the Orosite source, however, it was Athena's bottomless ambition that set the wheels of tragedy in motion. I found one of Lehabrea's remarks most odd. While we were discussing Athena, he said that he was a fool to think she could be confined. He didn't elaborate on his statement, but I think there's a possibility that Pandemonium was built not as a prison for failed creations, but to contain his very own wife. We already know he was well aware of the influence Orosite had on Athena. 'Tis not beyond the realm of possibility that Pandemonium's true purpose was to keep her isolated from the other ancients. Even so, she had freedom enough to continue her research outside of La Habrea's purview. Perhaps it was his love for her that kept him from tightening his grip on her activities. Love makes us do crazy things sometimes. How goes your research? Fortunately for my assistants and I, my ordeal has left me none the worse for wear. I am back at work with characteristic aplomb. Well, as much aplomb as can be mustered when reviewing the many records which have piled up in my absence. Of course, I have made the proper shows of gratitude to Scholar Monteshane and Master Fortuno for their efforts to search for me. Master Fortuno was stone-faced, claiming that he had only done his duty. The Scholark, on the other hand, seemed most eager to learn every detail. It takes all sorts, I suppose. Ad break. We'll see you guys in 3 minutes. Again, thank you for sticking with us. This prevents pre-roll ads for an hour, so people coming in can jump into the Tabletop Cinema without any worries. Well, I'm back to my days of fetching documents and assisting with various other errands. While I'm glad that Professor Claudian is back safe and sound, a short vacation would have been much appreciated. Rusino is this is Triple Triad, right? Ah. The more I try to make sense of what happened, the more my mind ties itself in knots. It will take weeks, or dare I say months, to navigate this maze of questions. I may have to suggest that Professor Claudian hire more assistants. How goes the investigation? With Athena's research put to decisive end, things around here have returned to what was once almost called routine. But even so, we are as busy as ever. The ethereal sea must be analyzed thoroughly for any adverse effects caused by recent events, and Professor Claudian seems most eager to analyze the heart of Sabik. Although no trace remains of Athena's memories, there is yet power inside the crystal, and it still possesses the same corrupting influence of Auracite. It still possesses the same corrupting influence of Auracite. Naturally, as the most qualified to do so, it falls upon us to plumb its depths. Knowing the heart's history and the history of other crystals like it, the prospect does fill me with some dread, but not so much as to overpower my sense of curiosity. So long as we move forward with courage and caution, I am sure our findings can prove to be a boon to the scientific community, and perhaps society at large. Nice. I trust them. Let's just trust them. Alright, you know what? I'll just unlock the next raid, and we'll see if I have enough energy to go ahead and do it. 3 alliance raids, at least. Just 3. The Explorer doesn't appear to be in the area. I would love for you to see the first one at least. Ooh, okay. Yeah, let's see what's in store. Once we get to the door, I'll probably be too excited to stop. And Wednesday is maintenance, right? Do we know what time it is? Because I don't think I'll be able to play tomorrow. So I think I should probably just finish the raids today. Then inventory prog off stream. Wednesday 5 p.m. Yep. Well, we're playing Tavern Talk tomorrow. Well, I could shift things around. Anyway, let's keep going for now. The Explorer doesn't appear to be in the area. Speedrun. Have you seen my pace? I'm probably like the slowest warrior of light there is. Where the... Ah. What the heck? You see a small Oppo. It couldn't possibly be the Explorer. Or could it? You've seen slower. Well, we do like talking to all the NPCs. I like that the NPCs dialogue, they do update. Oh. Hello. Pet. Just in case you were entertaining the thought, Karen, that Oppo is in our Explorer. I have the man in question here with me. I totally was just gonna pet it. Can we keep it? Aww. Oh, okay, well, it kind of does belong to the Explorer. I am Derek, the one who discovered the Phantom Realm. My apologies for making you search for me. Curious about this creature, are you? I like his cape thing. Honestly, if it weren't for the impending 2-day maintenance, I'd really encourage you to take things at your own pace with important side quests. Tataru gets an entire side quest. Ooh. Yeah, side quests at least, like, I'll probably just get back get to that when there's really nothing left to do. Like, I like that we did the slime. That was super important into understanding more about the quest we were on with the void. But yeah, I haven't done side quests in a while. Even Omega gets a nice side quest. Variant dungeons have really interesting lore. Right, the choose your own adventure thing. Side quest storyline. Alas, such is my problem with time management. I'll do these major raids first. At least the side quests won't go away. And it's nothing to like chase down. Like Dawntrail, I'll really have to MSQ focus there to avoid spoilers. The slime quest is still open. There's a continuation. Oh, what? Curious about this creature, are you? I found him injured during one of my journeys and tended to him. Since then, he has taken to following me around. He's inquisitive but otherwise harmless, so pray pay him no mind. Yeah, at least the side quest will stay. You get the rest of the backstories of the other bosses. Wait, Who still needed explanation? I thought we dealt with... Yeah, Barbarichas, Carmelione, all the Archfiends. Even Dorante and Golbez, we got some insight. Oh, did we get insight into them? Or was that the continuation? You are the hero who delivered our star from doom, are you not? What good fortune that one as capable as you should lend her aid. To be clear, our organization has yet to accept the commission. Before we can make a decision, we would conduct a preliminary survey. Will you guide us to the Phantom Realm? Oh, sexy legs and yeah, the Cagnoza guy. Cagnoza. I want some mozzarella now. Now I want a pizza. Now I'm thinking of pizza. Now I want a burger. And now that I'm thinking of a burger, I want Peking duck. And I look at Garaha and I want a taco. And a burger. Of course, I will show you the entrance at once. The gate to a realm long dreamed by the gate to a realm long dreamed of by explorers. Pew, pew. I just read that there's a DDoS attack. What are you? Impressive, isn't it? When the gate manifested, so too did this magic, allowing one to thus walk upon water. I hope we stay connected. This is just like Uriange's spell. I like the deep cut here. This is just like Uriange's spell. I understood that reference. Someone conceived the means to do this at will? Oh, an intriguing individual. I'm surprised people haven't done this more often. It's perfectly safe, I assure you. Come. Oh. Wow. Graha, what happened to your sense of adventure? By the 12th, you truly can walk here. What magic is this? By what means is it perpetuated? Forgive me, let us continue on. And so ends the journey of the Warrior of Light. The English voice act. Wow. This is the Phantom Realm. Hey, the 12. The Omphalos. Congratulations, Karen. You're not going to get married. What? Oh, right. Right. The temple also is dedicated to the 12. When people get married. To think that the entrance would lie over Silvertear Lake. Getting married to Garaha. I guess I can live with that. The English voice actor for Garaha is apparently going to be in Jurassic Park? In 2025? Well, that's super random. We will see and hear Garaha with dinosaurs. I wonder if the actor's gonna insert something into his script. Oh, it's a remix of this theme. The adventure theme. One of the many adventure themes. There is nothing out of the ordinary with the environment. The sights, the sounds, the smells, all appear as they should be in nature. That is to say, this place is no illusion. Mr. Bridgerton? I have not watched that. Dare I Google it? If you close your eyes and watch it, you can really hear Garaha. I bid you welcome to the navel of the Phantom Realm, the Omphalos. He started watching Bridgerton for Garaha. I totally understand that. Well, is it what you were expecting? You didn't really like the direction of the latter seasons, but yeah. At least you got to watch Garaha in action. In live action. The Omphalos, you say this place is called. A name of my own conception, I confess. I felt we needed something to call it by. Lest you wonder, the word means navel in an ancient tongue. An allusion to Mordona's location in the heart of Aldenard. As you can see, there are man-made structures and the place appears well kept. Yet there isn't a single soul in evidence. 'Tis my hope that you will help me to shed light upon this realm, to learn who created it and to what end. I should also like to know why it has revealed itself now. Was it simply chance that kept it hidden, or something more? In any case, let us begin by taking a look around. Wait, who's my goddess again? I think I'm the Haloni, the Fury. Haloni! Haloni baloney. Haloni. Halone? You can't wait to meet Halone. I hope my goddess is an awesome boss fight or something. I'm getting hungry. I cannot help it. Pray do not mind me. take a look around at your leisure. Mysterious monument. A stone monument has been erected here. By whose hand you cannot say, but the motifs wrought onto its base appear familiar. Naval. Whenever naval... Oh! Whoa! Isn't that the... Crystal Tower? And then... Oh, well, this viewpoint will tell us about it. Yeah, Crystal Tower and something. In the distance, you see what appears to be the Crystal Tower. Though the clouds make it difficult to be sure, it would seem that you are in the sky above Silvertear Lake. Oh. No such isle could be seen from the outside, however. That's Alexander? Right, the shield. Huh. Mystery. Aww. The shield thing? Well, they didn't mention it, so maybe it'll come into play later. Enigmatic structure. They just mentioned the Crystal Tower. But I guess if you were to like put it on a map, it would make sense like what it was. The Opo Opo seems quite at home, wouldn't you say? How many times has Derek come here, I wonder? Enigmatic structure. A number of structures such as this can be seen in the area. What purpose could they possibly serve? The architecture is unlike anything seen in Eorzea. Truly exquisite stuff. A huge shard of Dalamud. Ooh, okay. I remember when we were going through the shards of Dalamud. Their first attempt at raid structure. The Coils of Bahamut. Our Coils of Bahamut experiences in FC will forever be my heart. I'm so glad we did it together. Oh, yeah. I was also very glad, like, we did it as an FC, unsynced. I mean, it is the first series of raids, right? So they learned a lot from that. But the reward was not just the friends and memories we made along the way, but also closure to 1.0. It really helped enhance my appreciation for the story we were in. Finished looking around, have you? What are your impressions? We have had only a cursory glance, but this is truly a mysterious place. The gleaming spire rising beyond the clouds, that is most certainly the Crystal Tower. And judging by its aspect, we are a considerable distance above Silvertear Lake, which would suggest the gate we entered is a teleporter. However, if this isle lies where it appears to lie, then it couldn't have escaped the Battle of Silvertear Skies unscathed. Which is to say, we are in Mordona, and yet we are not. 'Tis as if we were displaced from our world, if only slightly. Displaced is an apt way to put it. Was there aught else you noticed? Aye, the motifs upon yonder structure, they are unmistakably the marks of the 12. by which I posit that this was created to be a place of worship. But by whom? I cannot think of any who could have possibly built such a grand premises, never mind magically conceal it. At least, not in the wake of the Battle of Silvertear Skies. Aye, this is a mysterious place indeed. And it's not like the worship of the 12 fell out of fashion. There are still temples dedicated to them, and we still do worship them, right? Magically concealed. In like manner, perhaps, to the ruins of Amdapor in the Twelves Wood. A city, I understand, reappeared with the 7th Umbral Calamity weakened the elementals. Amdapor. Again, we're diving deep into old lore. Realm of the Gods. Karahatia is pondering how best to proceed. Each major city has places dedicated to it. Yeah. So, that just increases the mystery of this place. Well, it seems there is but one solution for our ignorance. A thorough investigation. For this, we will require more manpower and supplies, among other things. With your permission, we will confer with our representative, Kryl, and make the necessary arrangements for a formal investigation. If that is what must be done to commence your work in earnest, then by all means. I actually wonder what explorers hoping to be compensated. Like, I wonder what their aim is, or what they want as recompense. Without further ado, then, let us return to Sharlayan. Hold, mortals. By our powers combined, we are the 12. You profane this sacred realm with your very presence and must answer for your irreverence. Ha. Damn, they do look like Greek gods. Oh. I like how they just zoomed in on that individual. I am Bayergot, the Builder. Bayergot? Then the 12 are real. Well, we can't jump to conclusions yet. Let there be no doubt. We are not simulacra, born of mortal faith. Oh. Right, because the icons, the idols, they were born of the strong and fervent belief of a peoples. Nay, we 12 are divinities true. And in Hydaelyn's absence, we are the star's rightful rulers. Its will. I wonder how Hydaelyn dealt with these people. Closely. Oh, it's Spirited Woman's voice. Closely we have watched mankind. And we have determined that you, champion of Hydaelyn, pose a threat to our ascension.
You were foolish to wander into our realm. We could destroy you with ease here and now. But as divinities, we must demonstrate grace and forbearance.
There is but one path. We must weigh this mortal's worth. Hear, hear! Let there be a trial.
Well, the mortal would invariably be destroyed. It would at least provide us with a diversion.
What? You suddenly appear and expect us to simply comply with your whims?
Protest if you wish, but mortal logic means naught to gods. You will abide by our laws. Lo, the gateway to our sanctums lies open.
So 4 gods per raid for a 12.
Shh, show us the strength of mankind.
Show us the honor of mankind. Show us the spirit of mankind. A trial. Gods and their trials.
If man would remain the master of his own destiny, then assemble your comrades and come. Come and prove your worthiness.
Gods damn it. From one trial into a next. From one trial into another trial. Dun, dun, dun. Seven hells! During my previous forays, nothing like this ever happened. I encountered not a single soul and certainly not gods. And by their own admission, they mean to take over the star. What are we to do? Why did we begin to worship them in the first place? The situation has indeed taken an unexpected turn, but we must try to think clearly. I guess they ruled over the star and then Hydaelyn came in, put them to heal, and they just became objects of worship. I don't know. Again, maybe? Let's just keep playing. Yes, let us pause and think clearly. The 12 have long been revered and worshipped in Eosia, and myths about them abound. But to my knowledge, they have never thus appeared so openly before people. Didn't the ritual to save 1.0 to reset the star, didn't they invoke the 12 in some way? Or was it simply through their belief and prayer they manifested a god of their own making? But to my knowledge, they have never thus appeared so openly before people. For these beings to suddenly reveal themselves just when we're here, claim supremacy over the star, and challenge Karen to a trial. Too much about this feels odd, and it gives me pause. Fair enough. Yet as it stands, it seems we can't dismiss the threat either. They prayed and that ether was channeled through Louiswa, who then became the Phoenix and sealed Bahamut, or struck down Bahamut. Dalamud. Bahamut. Crystals were used. Of course, crystals. Yeah, I remember watching the 1.0 story a long time ago. And part of the questing was to go to like different shrines and set it up. Whatever they are, if they're issuing challenge, then challenge accepted. Gaius von Belsar once said that the 12 too were simply primals. This is turning out to be another strange affair. And believe me, we just came from the past. Gaius van Belsar once said that the 12 too were simply primals. "'Tis true that even Heidelin and Zodiac were primals, and we cannot discount the possibility, but we know too little to draw conclusions. In any event, if these beings seek dominion over the star as they say, what happens here may have far-reaching implications. To that end, I believe we should take action. Suffice it to say, you are with me?" "Of course, Catboy. This bunny's with you all the way." "Then the students of Baldician will officially tend to the situation." "Aye. In the course of studying the star's mysteries, we have undertaken to deal with any threats that may arise. This is no different." Bam, bum, bum, bum. To think that we would encounter the 12! Right, let us deliberate the course of action. Derek, know you aught of these beings or sanctums? Aye. They are domains in the Phantom Realm that lie beyond each gate. I've explored them all. Wow. Perhaps due to etheric instability, there are times when one can enter when ordinarily one cannot. But 'twould seem the way has been opened for us. While I encountered no gods during my previous forays, I saw enough to know my way around. I am but a humble explorer and cannot contend with gods. But if you would be willing to protect me, I will serve as your guide. Assemble your comrades, Baragot bade us. As strong as I know you are, we know little and less about our foes, neither their strength nor their true nature. 'Twould be decidedly reckless to contend with them unprepared. The original theme. Dun, dun, dun. And so, as much as I would like to accompany you, I shall do what affords us the best chance at victory. While you set forth to answer the Gods' challenge, I will work behind the scenes in my capacity as a student. For one, it would behoove us to arm ourselves with knowledge about the 12, and I shall begin by apprising Kryl of the situation. By thus utilizing our resources to the fullest, we shall overcome whatever trials await. Aglaya! Oh, that is faster than expected. I remember the Ivali's raid quest line taking so long. If you're ready to set forth, then so am I. Where is Garaha? Where can I find Garaha? Okay, you're back. Let's go! Alright, wait, I need to buy a brick as well. So I will run that ad so we won't run into any distractions. We'll keep pre-rolls off for an hour. I'll just go grab some water, go to the bathroom, freshen up, then it's time to raid again. BRB. All right, we are back. Welcome back, everyone. We are diving into the first Alliance raid post Endwalker, Aglaya. In the course of investigating the legendary Phantom Realm on behalf of the students of Baldacian, you have encountered 4 mysterious beings who claim to be of the 12, the guardian deities of Eorzean myth. They declare that, in Hydaelyn's absence, they are the rightful rulers of the star. And you must prove your strength if mankind is to remain the master of his own destiny. While you know precious little about these self-proclaimed divinities, The potential threat they pose cannot be denied. So it is that you resolve to answer the challenge and prepare for a foray into their sanctum. Oh, shit. Withdraw. Just the Glaya. Oof. Yeah, no one's really doing it. 12 minutes. Oh dear. I'm gonna be there'll just be... It's one tank per party, right? Oh right, the dragon. I'll use this opportunity to check out Gridania, the housing there. How do I get there again? To Gridania housing? Blue Badger Gate. Oh! You're right. From the Aetherite. Residential District Aethernet. Go to a specified ward. I'll just select Ward 1. Wait, is there any? Let's go with 30. Small, plot 42. Wait, I want to know the number of that plot that I like. I'm pretty sure it was X7. Anything ending with a 7. In here, it's Lavender Southwest. Lavender Southwest. Yes, this one. Either one of these. 16 or 17. X6 or X7. Oh, this is where Hirikara's FC is. With the giant waterfall. But yeah, I for some reason I like this area. The market boards here, Aethernet shard. Your neighbor are like... You only have like one neighbor, but then you're far apart enough that... You know, you have your own privacy. Yeah, I've been looking at this one. So noted, 6 and 7. X6 and X7. Cute houses. The subdivision should be... It's not mirrored, but it's reoriented. Is it also... What is it in the subdivision? $16, $17. That's the apartment building. Where's the equivalent here? Ah, there. 46 and 47. So it's plus 30. 16, 17, 46, 47. I'll go check the aetherite. Oh. I guess you have to teleport back. Oh wait, I can always check it from here. Specified ward. So 16, 17. Or 40. The one on the upper right. 46 or 47. Well, there are red names, so those slots might be freeing up soon if they don't come back and maintain it. Which are personal wards? 20... I remember there were some wards that were FC only. It's okay. Oh, 48. 3 million gil, small. So 48. Maybe it's close enough. Oh! Ah! A 16 is free. 20 million gil. 20 million gil? Is this for... This is probably FC only. If the ward symbol has 3 dots, it is FC only. Ward symbol. 3 dots. Oh. Yeah, it's there. Alas, it's free. It's open for bidding, but FC only. There's a 3... Well, there's 4 dots. Let's check. Ward 15. 16. Available to free companies. Available to private buyers. Currently unavailable for purchase? Is it because I don't have the money? I don't have the money. I'll just sit here until it's mine. Wait, I'll see if I banked any gil. Is there a way to check the retainers? None of them of Gil. What can I sell? How much? I have 19,402,128. Maybe I can sell some of these. I realize I also don't have much space left. I wonder why this is available also to private buyers. Oh, what? If I get this house, Simcar, I have to pay you back. I will pay you back. If we win this bid. Oh, wait. Ah, that's a lot. Did I... Huh? Oh, like for funds? For... Oh. Thank you. Okay, I'll see if I can get it. Yeah. It's unavailable. Available to free companies, available to private buyers, currently unavailable for purchase. I can't place a bid. Why? Maybe this really is an FC only ward. It's a carryover from last season. Maybe. Yeah, because the FC only icon, the one with like the 4 dots, this is probably an FC only ward. Alas. Now I know I need 20 million. Unable to trade. It's open to private? On my screen, all I see is cancel. Oh, it's unclaimed. So if someone already has it and hasn't claimed it, they'll claim it eventually, right? If it's still unclaimed by next season, I see. Well, it is worth a shot. I will give you back the money. I see it on the list for last season. Oh, there's a list for these things. Oh, I can only give one at a time. Ah! Well, duty calls. Withdrawn. I'll give you back the money after the raid. Apparently, you can only trade a maximum of 1 million. Oh, come on. I want to know about the 12. Like, what are these? Are these real gods? Are they precursor beings? Okay, at least now I remember the numbers. In case. The pain. There we go. All right. Huh. Aglaya. Right. They are totally not proud of themselves. Well, I guess Ralgr had a giant statue. A domain aspected to lightning. Fire god is here, I shouldn't doubt. The mechanical spire ahead could have been plucked straight out of a legend. We're Alliance C.
You are resolved to face
Okay, Thor. Wow. Who wants to do it? Not it. Oh my god, I need to turn off the effects. This is why I turned off the effects. Okay, wait. I need to change the settings after this. Whoa! Why is everyone waiting? Oh! Oh my god. What happened? Reproduce. If you would halt our ascension, then press on.
Builder has been made to be. Intriguing.
Ralger.
Destroyer shall take your measure. After you have provided my servant with some spore.
I can't wait to meet Talon. Oh. Ow. So the gods have minions at their beck and call. We must proceed with care. Oh my gosh, we have no one in the party with Peloton. A dancer. Simcar, you're a dancer, right?
Ahead stands a
Thank you for the
statue of
Peloton.
our contest.
Right. It is Ralger. I was wondering, like, yeah, didn't Ralger have a giant statue in, you know, wherever?
Show me.
Ralger's Reach. Whoa! At least he was wearing underwear. Oh, you can go down these fingers. Oh, that's cute. Where's everyone going? Whoa. Okay, Ralger.
Come, mortal. Enter my realm, if you dare.
Who this? So you've had Byregod. Another domain, one aspected to fire. Ralger. Then the voice that called out to us. Pedestal passage. Lion of Aglaya, that mortal should set foot in our divine realm. Come, we shall see whether you are fit to remain. Oh, we canceled the mechanic. Oh, it's on me. Mere minions are no match for you, it would seem. A divinity awaits us beyond. Have care. Azema.
Scoured by the light of the sun. Fire. Your done.
Wow, how do people figure that out? I'm just following the herd. Wind. Wind.
Dance upon the wind.
Ah, I see. God damn it. Oh, wow. There's a city up ahead. Could there be could there be people here?
I am Null, keeper of the realm of the living.
Nald. Ah.
I am Thal,
Thal. Nald and Thal.
of the dead.
Cool.
Prepare to be judged, children of man.
6 people not ready. Yeah, that's us. Cutsceners. Ready check. I forgot there are ready checks. Aw, no one's pulling. It's amazing. Ready. Gee. Okay. Hellfire. Crap. Ow. Sweep, push. Cool. Oh!
Very well. Let us proceed to your judgment.
Alright, Nald.
We, the traitors, shall weigh your
Hey, I don't have a tether. They're not weighing me? Let's go, Alliance C! Five seconds to balance. Whoa! Oh, okay, so people tend to skip this. Okay. At least I got to see everything. Nice. Point 6.
You have been found worthy.
Heck yeah. Oh, we're happy again. Doing dungeons. Player commendation. Let's give it to one of the healers. Let's need orchestrions. Insufficient inventory spell. Wow! I have insufficient inventory space. I didn't check. Okay, it's fine, it's fine. Wind up Azema. Okay. Oh, I got it! I got the wind up Azema. Everyone exit, please. Thanks for joining us, Dewata. Oh my god. I panicked. I had to discard stuff. Kryl. You're safe! Thank goodness! I rushed here as soon as I heard the tidings from Raha. Is this true? Beings claiming to be the 12 have appeared. You defeated them all. Incredible. I had no doubt that you would succeed, but I'm no less impressed for it. Well, there were 23 other people.
Seldom have I felt such acceleration.
That's all just a game to them.
To think that the day would come that we would put on an act for men. I must say, Bayergot, you played the villain's role to perfection. Come now, Master. I merely did what was necessary to compel the mortals to confront us.
What? Still, it pained me to speak to our beloved children so unkindly.
So you say, Azema, yet you seemed happy enough to fight them.
You did not forget the true purpose of the trial, I hope. Well, I couldn't help but be excited. And do not tell me you felt differently. Consider yourselves fortunate, children. 'Tis rare indeed to see Nald Thal in such high spirits. What in the world is happening? Didn't you say you had defeated them? Did they manage to flee? Or perhaps were resummoned?
Put up your weapons. You have naught to fear from us. Rest assured, we are not summoned beings. We do not drain the land of ether, nor do we take men into our thrall. Huh. Oh, okay, we just believe him? Cool. But what of the gods who were summoned during the calamity? The ones Master Louis Soir called forth to protect the realm. Here, this one. 1.0. That was not us, but a primal born of your fervent prayers for salvation. Indeed, that the worst of the calamity was averted and the realm restored in its aftermath was a direct testament to the power of your hopes. Indeed, my question's answered. I can't help but, again, like, I'm just super happy with this, with how Miku looks right now, with these texts. Maybe I should write a visual novel featuring her. If you aren't primals, then what are you? Why choose to appear before us now? Do you truly intend to rule the world? Okay. If you aren't primals, then what are you? Okay, the gods. Do you truly intend to rule the world? Why choose to appear before us now? So many questions. Just as men harbor hopes, so too do we gods. To realize our aspirations, 'tis essential that we do battle with you. Thus did I falsely claim that we sought to rule the world. 'Twas deceitful conduct unworthy of a divinity, and I must apologize. Not only for that, but for using my power to do harm besides. People died. Well, not really. They got KO'd. These hopes of yours, won't you tell us what they are? You realize the PvP glam kind of has the same vibe that your Miku... Oh! I think that's the glam I did want to try and get. Kind of like asymmetrical. Cyberpunky. Huh. Actually, I should look at that. We cannot. If you wish to know the truth, you must discover it for yourselves. 'Tis not easy to move forward when there is seemingly no destination, but if you press on, you will eventually arrive at the answers you seek. Aye, you will understand why we hold our peace, and far more besides. You will learn the very truth of our existence. Go forth, mortals, and seek knowledge of us. And when the time is right, we shall meet again in this place. That is so vague. And what of everyone else? Oh yeah, these ones. Yeah, the tactical jacket. Tactical top. Yeah, this one, the asymmetrical one. It's very cyberpunky. Oh, this is totally techwear. They looked at techwear brands and they decided, okay, let's make glam. This is like stereotypical techwear aesthetic. Wuwa cosplay, actually.
It doesn't look bad. It's giving me... It's kind of reminiscent of the Whirlet Glam, which I did enjoy as well. I used the Whirlet Glam for a while. Well, I should probably get into PvP for that. And thank you for joining us for that first one, Simcar. I'm glad I was able to see all the cutscenes. Yeah, people these days, they probably just steamroll it nowadays. But it seemed like there were a lot of people who were trying to catch up to Endwalker. Like 6 people were still, I assume, hadn't watched the cutscene or were not ready. When I first explored the Phantom Realm, it appeared to be unoccupied. To think that it was home to the gods. We have met and exchanged words with the 12. When I pause to think, I can scarce believe it. Oh, I was the only one in the cutscene? Oh well, at least they waited. That's cool. And thank you for saying like cutscenes, but also the fact that people listened and they just didn't pull yet. And for one reason or another, there were like 6 other people who didn't ready up. As if hearing about your battling the 12 weren't shocking enough to have them appear before my very eyes. Suffice it to say, it's been an interesting day. While much about them remains shrouded in mystery, at least they seem open to reason. In considering our next step, I should very much like to hear your detailed account of them. Right after I have a word with our client, that is. Please give me a moment to introduce myself and then we can review the situation. Realm of the Gods. Hey, welcome back here, Kara. Sure, I'll go through the conversations. I don't know how long this will take. She's another one of your colleagues, I take it. But we just did the first one, so... Well, I mean, we're here already. I may as well continue. She's another one of your colleagues, I take it? 'Tis well Kryl could make her way here quickly. A divine dilemma. Kryl wishes to take stock of the situation. So we fought against Azema, Bayergot, Ralger, and Naldthal. Greetings, I'm Kryl, of the Students of Baldacian. Do I have the pleasure of addressing Derek, the explorer who sought aid in investigating this place? Oh. I am Derek, and this here is Baby Opo Opo. And this here is a Baby Opo Opo. Perhaps we should give it a name? Yes, I can see that. Does it have a name? None that I know of, nor would I presume to bestow one, for that would be condescending. There's something more to this explorer. I see. That's very considerate of you. So, I understand you explore the various Phantom Realms with Derek. Will you recount to me the experience? So, while the gods tested you solely, you did not sense any malicious intent. As Bayergot said, they wish to do battle with us, but it would seem they do not necessarily wish to cause us harm. Though much and more about this perplexes, mayhap 'tis safe to assume that they are not primals. As you may recall, Livingway once told us that the art of summoning us, taught by the Ascians, incorporates the fervent desire to assimilate others into one's belief. Thus do the resultant primals seek to enthrall worshippers, who in turn seek to grow their ranks. But these beings appear to harbor no such desire. If they are primals, then they are unlike those that have been summoned in recent memory. We might suppose that they were created in antiquity, in like manner to Hydaelyn, but there is no way to prove it. Who could they possibly be? And why do they desire battle with man? More teasing. Emetzelk was basically the teaser. Even of your little Eorzea, you know precious little. The true identities of the 12, for instance. What is underneath the, what is under the ocean of blah blah. And blah 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 blah. Emetzelk did say that, didn't he? By which we may assume he knew the truth, and challenged you to seek it out too. Suffice it to say, you'll do so, of course. Insofar as we can ascertain, this is a matter which has implications for the entire star. In light of this, the students of Baltesian formally accept the commission. We will investigate the Phantom Realm and the beings who call themselves the 12. I'm pleased to hear that. Thank you. Without further ado then, I will take a look around. There are a few things I'm curious about. Then with your permission, I will take myself around Eorzea and investigate the worship of those gods we encountered. Karen, Derek, seeing as you've already seen this place, would you care to accompany me? Okay, we have to journey around with Garaha first. By all means, in which case... Could you stay here with Kryl, my friend? It wouldn't do to leave a fair maiden alone. Wonder which god this guy is. I shall be glad for the company. Take care then, and good luck. Shall we ask Garaha about his plan? Don't forget to repair before next fight. Oh, you're right. I died too many times. Thank you. So, to explain my plan, 'tis believed that the 12 were already worshipped during the 3rd Astral Era, when the Allagan Empire flourished. Come the 5th Astral Era, those nations that fought in the War of the Magi each took one of the 12 as a guardian deity. This practice has continued to the present day in Eorzea, with some notable regional differences. For instance, Ishgardians hold Halon as absolute, while Sharlayans enjoy a moderate relationship with Thaliak. By visiting various locations in Eorzea and learning about the 12 as they are worshipped, I hope to identify any similarities or differences between them and the beings we encountered. In so doing, I believe we will draw closer to the truth of their identities. For our first destination, I propose we take ourselves to Ragos Reach. The place is holy ground for worshippers of the Destroyer, and promises to yield useful details. I can repair for you. Thank you, Hirikara. I'll be sure to find you before we enter. Raha has also shared his observations with me. Keeping your combined accounts in mind, I shall see what else I can learn here. Dun, 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 dun. I'm glad we didn't get disconnected yet. Crossing my fingers. Apparently there was a DDoS attack and PvP players were like disconnected. What's the hell tilt what expression? I also owe you your money back. Pizza! 1 million gil for pizza? I'll take it. Oh, it's a Shirayuki. Wait, I'll give you back the 1, 3, 4, 6. Thank you, Simcar. Shirayuki! You do have the PvP glam. We were just talking about how my VTuber model also has like a similar aesthetic. Oh yeah, Hirikara does. I love that macro. And the snap change. It's super cool. How do I initiate repairs? There. So cyberpunky, even with the glasses. Right-click request. Request meld? Weird. Wait. Add her to party so that's easier to talk. Right, right. There we go. Ooh. Select all. So what do I owe you? G8, 59 pieces. How do you even... I've never done this before. Submit request. Grade 8 dark matter. Shirayuki Fujimoto. Oh, I have to have the grade 8 dark matter. Okay. I have 0 slots remaining in my inventory. That's a problem for later. Oh, I can set a reward. Oh, I didn't set a reward. That's so cool. Thank you. Yes, I'm sorry. Wait, let me just dump stuff, okay? Teleport. I didn't store anything yet in my... Okay, FC apartment is full. Ishgard apartment. Okay, I'm gonna go to my Ishgard apartment. Yeah. Travel to ward with apartment. 16th ward. I think some FC mates might actually still have their apartment here. Oddly. Wait, I could just go directly to my estate teleport. Ugh. Here we go. Who's mine? Oh, I'm Naran's neighbor. 16. Where's mine? What apartment number am I? 31? Oh, I'm 40. Apartment 40. Yeah, remember we got this when it just opened up. Behold, the storage. Yes, I can put everything inside. Sweeping it under the rug, never to ever be seen again. I'll pretend there is bottomless space. You know, if I run out of space, that's when I'll get a house no matter where. Okay, this should be enough to see me to the end. Actually, Ishgard Foundation. Where's the nearest inn? Never mind, I know where the Black Shroud one is. What? I think they're doing a photo shoot. Or I don't know. More storage. Thug's mug. Aetherite tickets to your grand company. That's like a free teleport too. Oh. I should really look into Aetherite tickets. I have 337 remaining. I don't think I'm that bad. I think this will be enough for me. Hide items registered to gear sets. Look, I'm just gonna put all of this in. You do not possess any glamour. Ah! Glamour prism. I forgot I discarded the glamour prism because I was an idiot and didn't look at my inventory space. Oh my god. Here I am receiving handouts. Do you want to check out the jumping puzzle in my house? Okay. Sure, I'll meet you at Simcar's estate. You know, I'll just buy from the market board. Oh, okay. I'm here. I will hold still, like a lost child, waiting for their mother. Because that's what they say, right? Like, if you're a kid and you're lost, just stay put. Like, in the mall, I mean. Like, not in some dangerous, isolated place. Like, if you get lost in the mall, like, stay put. It is a far traveler. Thank you so much, Hirikara. I don't deserve this kindness. Thank you. This is enough to free up the space. Can we still not get an armoire and a glamour dresser inside our houses? That would probably be too much for the spaghetti code, right? I have so much to clear up. I was also told, well, I'm sure some of these things can now be put in the armoire. Thank goodness. Uh-oh, I'm hitting 500. 500 out of 800. Oh my goodness. Look at that. Don't mind the coffers I haven't opened. That's a problem for future me. This is enough. Inventory prog is gonna be the last thing I do. Do you like all of them? I might find a use for it in an outfit down the line, right? You never know. That's how I think, okay? It's like, okay, maybe I don't like this item, but what if I combine it with this item and then it becomes super great? It's unhealthy hoarding habits, I understand. That's why it was a godsend. The expansion to 800. Oh, and you know what? You haven't seen my retainers. All my retainers are full of equipment. Just in case I want the glam. The problem with like earrings, necklaces, and bracelets, like, oh, I like this glam, but it's only for aiming classes or casting classes. So I need like a copy for each job type. There you are, Karen. This place served as the base of operations for your investigation into Omega, did it not? How delightful to be here together. If you don't mind my making an observation, it seems you enjoy traveling with company. It's easy to farm glam, so if it's a dungeon, I just leave it. Yeah, the way I try to manage my inventory is I got rid of anything that can be bought from the market board or a vendor. I get rid of that. If there's no price listed, I keep it because I'd rather not have to like farm dungeons just to get those pieces again. Which eventually led to me running out of space. So obviously it didn't work. If you don't mind my making an observation, it seems you enjoy traveling with company. I do. It's something I had dreamed of for a long time. I enjoy company, but sometimes I prefer my own. Well, this is me, but this is Karen. There's nothing like traveling with good friends. Is that so? Uh-oh. What of yourself? Do you normally travel alone? Aye, in my wanderings, I much prefer to have solitude. Not that I avoid people or communities, mind you. As a matter of fact, I've been here before, on the trail of the Phantom Realm. Now that I think on it. More often than not, those places where Phantom Realm sightings are known to occur have a tradition of 12 worship. Then I dare to hope that we are on the right track. As I'm sure you know, Ralga's Reach is home to the Temple of the Fist, the ancient headquarters of the Fist of Ralga. Raised by the Mad King Theodoric, the temple lay abandoned before the Alamigan resistance claimed it for its operations. While I doubt that much literature has survived over the years, the people here may possess some knowledge of the local faith. So let us split up and make inquiries, and reconvene here afterwards to share findings. Come outside, look up, easy peasy. Oh, you're introducing the jumping puzzle. Right. I need to find the people here. Come on. Ah! Learned anything thus far? Oh, if it isn't Karen. Is this man perchance a friend of yours? When last he visited, he shared with me the tales he heard on his journeys. What amazing tales they were! If you have time, I'd love to hear both of your stories. Alas, we're in some haste. We're investigating the worship of Ralgar and seek literature on the subject. Religious texts and the like. Can any still be found here? Just about all of it is gone, sadly. Destroyed by the Empire, if not the Mad King before that. But we haven't lost everything. The mighty image of the Destroyer. The tales we share at the campfire. Like the legend of our nation's founding. We still have these things. And they were a source of great comfort and strength to us in our darkest moments. I see. If you don't mind, I would be obliged to hear your stories this time. Karen, rest assured I have this well in hand. Feel free to carry on as you were. Next time, I hope to hear some of your stories too. Jamoldva and Vomatia. Why are these guys familiar? I remember there was a cat boy that kept blowing himself up. Was that Vomatia? Ehrenbald. Bloodstorm. You read the words inscribed on the monument. A storm of blood approaches fast. Hell's open, heavens weep. For no one soul doth lie beyond the measure of his reach. Oh. Once upon a time, Lise explained to you their meaning. That we must prepare ourselves for the strife and sorrow that will inevitably come. I'm gonna watch so many streams. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into the drops and enable it myself. And I will definitely lurk on so many FF14 streams. I do like Butterfingers though. It's not bad. Yes. If you have business, please make it quick. I'm due to meet with someone any moment now. Forgive my delay. Marjorie? Why, if it isn't the adventurer who kindly escorted me to the Temple of the Fist. Thank you for the reminder. Are you studying monks too, perchance? Right, she was writing something. If so, you ought to work together with me and my colleague here. Few things are finer than joining heads with like-minded folk. Researching the worship of the Destroyer, you say? Why didn't you mention it sooner? Gives us all the notes we need. This is a copy of Destructivity, a scripture of the Fist of Ralgar. The original is one of the few texts that survived the temple's razing and was recovered by a monk named Widargelt. I went to the trouble of having this made for my colleague, only for her to say she doesn't need it. So I will offer it to you instead. Lest you forget, this is your passion, not mine. I'm simply assisting you as a favor. And I think you not to put us in danger. Favor. But danger is the crucible in which the monk tempers body and mind. So sublime, monks. Well, we had best return to our work. Till next time, adventurer. But mount can't go Bert? Well, if you are a mount collector, you would want them all. Karen, what were you able to learn? Beep boop, beep boop. Book. A copy of the scriptures, you say? A moment while I skim over it. How fast do you think Garaha reads? Do you think he's a speed reader? I think he's a speed reader. I see. This chapter appears to be a record of the construction of the great image of Ralker, written in a style that suggests folklore was committed to parchment. When the deluge of the sixth umbral calamity threatened Eosia, the ancestors of the Alamegans were guided to safety by a comet. Believing that it was sent by Ralker, they came to hold him in the highest. This much of the tale I had been familiar with. But according to the scripture, among those refugees who followed the comet, some claim to have caught sight of Ralker himself. Their accounts were passed down through the centuries, and worshippers of the Destroyer pieced them together to give shape to yonder statue. I must say, it bears more than a passing resemblance to the being we encountered. Were that Ralga a primal, the explanation for the similarities would be simple. Oh. That is, the statue gives rise to a unified interpretation of Ralga's appearance, which in turn lends form to the primal. However, this fails to account for what inspired the likeness in the first place. If the scripture is to be believed, it was the sightings during the sixth umbral calamity. Yet for those witnesses to be able to recognize Ralga, they would have needed an agreed-upon idea of his appearance beforehand. If we then consider the history of 12 worship, that it already existed in the third astral era, it would not be ridiculous to think that these divinities existed even prior to that. So the question is, did these beings give rise to their respective faiths, or are they primals born of them? Ralger's voice.
I thought we made it clear. We are not summoned beings.
Dude, if anyone else is watching this... Oh. Hawk with Ralger's voice.
Since time immemorial, our domains have lain scattered across Eorzea. As a matter of fact, one of those in which you set foot is nearby. 'Tis not unusual for mortals to glimpse us.
A voice. Could they be... Byergot, indeed. I am Byergot, and the hawk beside me is Ralger. I shall elaborate upon my master's explanation. So Byergot is... Okay. Ralger's the master of Byergot. We thus disguise ourselves when we wish to observe the world without, for being seen in our true forms would violate our laws of conduct. This is reminding me of the ones with Byako and all that. The gods of the East. Yet though we similarly disguise our sanctums, veiling them in illusion, rents are known to manifest when the surrounding ether is unstable.
In such a time, should a gifted mortal chance to be near, they may inadvertently catch sight of us.
Of course, during an umbral calamity, etheric imbalance occurs on a star-wide scale. The ideal condition for seeing the Phantom Realm.
Precisely how many times we have been seen, we ourselves have no way of knowing. But that is a sound assumption to make. Well, Byergot, I believe that much shall suffice by way of an apology for our deception. Shall we?
Indeed. That is all we are at liberty to reveal. Fare you well, children of man. If they say this is very important to Dawntrail, well, we have the gods in the east. We have the gods here. And I guess we'll have the gods in Tula... What's the continent? Aside from their reticence, where it concerns their identity and objective, these divinities are certainly approachable. Tuliolao. Is that the city or the continent? Tuliolao. If what they said was true and the worship can be traced back to their sightings, it would serve to explain one thing. According to my research, in the field of comparative mythology, Ralger is often observed to bear many similarities with Ramu. Oh, so it wasn't just me. I was also like, wait a minute. This guy looks kind of like Ramu. Assuming both were inspired by the Ralger of the Phantom Realm, their divergence may be attributable to differences in culture between man and sylph. Makes sense. So you believe that they gave rise to prevailing faiths of Eorzea? Given available evidence, yes, I am inclined to. Yet, none of this explains their presence. How and when did beings of such power come into existence? And do they predate the Ascians? Oh, 'tis you, Cryle. Has something happened? Truly? Very well. I shall take care of it. Cryle has recruited an acquaintance to aid in our investigation, an authority in mythology. Welcome back, Vanua. We're going through the lore of the gods of this land. Possibly. They just showed up, but they're not being clear about why they've shown up. They're letting us figure it out. So it's Alliance raids, 24-man raids. There are 3. We did the first one. I must go and receive her at the Sunken Temple of Karn, where she is currently conducting field work. After a brief detour to prepare a little something. Conveniently, Thanalan is home to countless adherents of Nol Thal. While I attend to business, may I ask the two of you to make inquiries in Ulta? Okay, this might take a while, chat. Very well. We're gonna go through all the gods we saw, probably, before the next one. And there's 3. So 4 gods each, 4, 8, 12. Excellent. I will join you as soon as I'm able. By your leave. So we just met Ralger and Bayergoth. So maybe this one. Naldthal, they count as 1. They're 2 in 1. I'm sorry? Is this BDSM? What? What am I reading in chat? Though I am curious. Please do elaborate. So, it's to be just you and me in Ulda. I suppose it can't be helped. You missed the part we got eaten by a whale. You got eaten by a... You know what? You got eaten by a whale and then sudden BDSM. Okay. Apprehension is writ plain upon Derek's face. What strange manners for the one who proposed the survey to so promptly abandon it. I'll not lie, I'm not given to working one-on-one with another. But I suppose I agree to this arrangement. Well, we had best be on our way. Okay, Derek. As I recall, Milvaneth's Sacrarium is still closed for construction, so let us try our luck at Arzaneth Ossuary. Hasn't Milvaneth's Sacrarium been in construction ever since the dawn of this game? I remember doing the Black Mage quests and it also being under construction, where the VV-like Black Mage is standing in front. I may be wrong though. As I recall, Milvanet's Sacrarium is still closed for construction, so let us try our luck at Arzeneth Ossuary. You have no objections to traveling separately, I trust. Good. I shall see you in Ul'dah. I'd like to show you my house in FC House sometime. I definitely will want to visit Chirayuki. Once the rush is over, and I'll be able to breathe for once and do content. Oh my god, they're handcuffs? Okay! Well, they enjoy that. And handcuffs. We're gonna continue these quests. So interestingly enough, this is the first time they're really shedding light on the 12. I'm too small to be cuffed. If your other hand were stretched out, let's keep going. I'm getting distracted. Ah, you're here. And here I am doing a religious tour. I mean, it's interesting, but... Of the deific twins, Nalthal, here they worship Thal, who keeps the realm of the dead and weighs the worth of men's souls. In contrast, Nald keeps the world of the living and oversees their financial fortunes. Ah. Their names are borne by many a location, and religious organizations, some extremely wealthy and powerful, exist to nurture faith in them. On the surface, it may seem strange that a hub of commerce such as Ul'dah could be home to such a spiritual people, but it is quite logical when one considers that their religion is, in essence, commerce. In any event, Nalthal is a truly unusual divinity. 1 day, 13 hours, 53 minutes until maintenance, someone just shouted. That's a lot of pressure. What was originally held to be one god came to be worshipped as twins. Indeed, rather than two distinct entities, that which we encountered was a single being possessed of two personalities. Oh, someone heard us. Hello? Huh? What? Did I mishear? Did he just say they encountered Nalthal? Hey. And while his appearance differs somewhat to that other divinities worshipped, it cannot be denied that there are striking similarities in their nature. We are starting to attract attention. What's his face? How do we do this face? The sus face. Forgive me, this is hardly the place for such a conversation. Let us continue it elsewhere. This is probably one of those, like, echoey temples where you can hear everything and everyone. And since it's like silence is enforced, speaking normally, everyone can hear. We have merged into one being. Well, they seem to be having fun. 'Twas careless of me to openly speak of our encounter with a divinity within a place where he is worshipped. Hereon, I shall exercise greater caution. I thank you for alerting me to my indiscretion and ask that you keep it between us. Well, it's not like they're gonna go like, well, they would be curious, like, did you see the god? Was it a vision? They would have many questions. Now then, to finish our conversation, as I mentioned, though the Nalthal as worshipped by men appears somewhat different, there are undeniable similarities in their nature. I believe we may report this much to Karahatia. With that, our work here is done. Rather than waiting for our companion to arrive, perhaps we might seek him out at the Sunken Temple. He mentioned needing to make a detour. Were we to set out now, we ought to be able to catch up to him. After all, we hardly know one another. Rather than loiter with an unfamiliar person, 'tis better to use our time productively, wouldn't you agree? Oh, Derek's awkward. Then let us head to the Sunken Temple of Karn at once. The owner is probably a bun bun. Is there a... Why? Are bun buns inclined to, I don't know, BDSM and cuffs and chains and whips? Do you want to see? It's okay. I have to get through these quests. Maybe once we're waiting for Q. Because I don't think the Q's gonna pop right away. Oh my god, it's a fat chocobo. With a cake. I remember this mount. Bibimu? Welcome to the Sunken Temple of Karn, or what remains of it at least, used by ancient Beladians as a place of worship to worship the sun goddess Azema. Much about the temple's history remains shrouded in mystery. Oops. Are you alright? If you hear me, please say something. Collapsed scholar. You're here, thank goodness. I found this woman collapsed, though I can see no obvious injuries. By her attire, she appears to be some manner of scholar. Water, food, in my bag. Please. I see. Karen, may I trouble you to find her bag? I will stand lookout in the meantime. Ooh, a screenshot would be nice. My bag, somewhere out there. If I understand her correctly, her bag is somewhere nearby. Please find it. Did the scholar just forget to eat and drink? I wouldn't be surprised. Large bag. Examining the bag, you find a skin with a little water left, but there appears to be no provender. For now, you decide to take the water to the woman. Provender is like another word for like food or rations, right? Send it to Discord? Nah, I'll have a look at it for sure. Let's just get to the queue first. So thirsty. So hungry. Nigh empty water skin. Even an incurable optimist would feel compelled to say that this water skin is nearly empty. That bad? Not enough. Food. I need food. Hey, my companion just gave me pizza. I have not saved dried meat, tough as leather. Do you have anything easier to consume? Pizza. Oh. Karen, Derek, what are you doing here? Actually, that can wait. Steady, Snow Game. I brought you our corn loaf and coffee. Made sweet and creamy just as you like it. What? Ah, I'm reborn! Washed down with a sweet beverage, the life-giving nutrients of Archon loaf permeate my being from head to toe. Oh, thank you, kind stranger. However you knew my preferred source of sustenance, you are truly a godsend. Oh, it's you, Raha. What brings you here? I don't recall mentioning my fieldwork. It's for my research into Beveladian's worship of Azema, you see. Haven't you heard from Kryl? The students are presently investigating the 12, and we would prevail upon your expertise. May I introduce Snowgime, expert mythologist. She's a collaborator of the students, and like many a Chalayan scholar, is passionate about her endeavors to the point of forgetting to eat. She almost died. Seeing as she has recovered, may I ask the two of you to tell her about the Phantom Realm? It's just so funny that there's just a Popoto right around the corner. Either that Popoto totally ignored this woman, or just didn't hear her. The 12 abide in the Phantom Realm, and you exchange not only words with them, but blows besides. Incredible! And your description of the domains, a thunderous tower in one and a sweltering city in another, are precisely as the heavens of lightning and fire are depicted in legend. In ancient times, worshippers of the 12 believed that there exist 7 heavens and 7 hells. Aetherology has since established that departed souls return to the ethereal sea. But it seems those afterlife domains were more than just inventions of mortal imagination. As a pursuer of myths, I must say it feels somewhat anticlimactic to suddenly have these revelations given to me. I will admit that, like, the mystery behind the gods, if they gotta handle it well, or it's like, well, there's no mysticism or mystique surrounding them anymore. But more than that, I'm dying to know more. Which is to say, please allow me to join their investigation. Oops, I think we disconnected for a bit, chat. I got reconnected. We would, of course, welcome your presence. Without further ado then, let us head to the Omphalos. Krylo waits us there. Okay, I think we're getting close to the second raid. Back to Omphalumpa. I cannot wait for them to start working in the older areas. They said that they're going to be working from the oldest to the newest content to upgrade the graphics and lighting. So I'm guessing they're going to be starting with the main towns, the main cities first. Oh, look. There are forms. It's Bayergot and Ralger. It really is like the what do you call the name? What's the name of those raid quests? The one in the east in Kugane, the thing with the animals, the the god animals. Welcome back, everyone, and welcome, Snowgime. I'm glad you could join us. Kyle, how delightful to see you again. I understand you've been doing a fine job leading the students. But may I say what a lovely place this is. At a glance, this appears to be the highest of the heavens of legend. The seventh heaven! Tifa, boom. And oh, if those aren't symbols representing the other heavens, I take it those are the respective gateways. I should like to pay them all a visit. Heavens, huh? For Snowgime's benefit, let us review what we have learned thus far, and then deliberate the next step. The gods reappeared before us at Ralka's Reach, though they were disguised as unassuming creatures. The laws forbid them from showing their true forms outside the realm. Yet in the event the ambient ether becomes unstable, such as during an umbral calamity, it is possible for the realm, and indeed, the gods themselves, to be glimpsed by mortals. And such sightings, we believe, have given rise to the various faiths practiced throughout Eorzea. As we confirmed in Ul'dah, the Nalthal worshipped by people and the Nalthal we encountered here have more similarities than they do differences. In the course of exploring the Omphalos, two things caught my attention. The first is the gate, which lies in the innermost area. If each of the other six gates lead to an elementally aspected heaven, and we stand in the seventh heaven, as Snowgame says. Snowgame? Snowgame? What then lies beyond that last gate? Snow Gem. Snow Gem. Snow Gem. The second is this monument. It harbors some manner of magic, unlike anything I've seen before. I will endeavor to decipher it, but it will take time. Divinities that have existed since time immemorial, who abide in domains resembling the heavens of legend. Why have they chosen to reveal themselves to mortals, seeking battle? Unless they favor us with more of their secrets, it would seem this monument holds the key to solving the mystery. Indeed, much and more yet lies beyond our understanding, but we'll keep chasing the truth together. As I'm sure you'll agree though, this is tiring work, both mentally and physically. We need to pace ourselves. To which end, might I suggest we return to Revenant's Toll and have a rest before we embark on the next stage of our investigation. But Kryl! we just got here. I want to jump into the second trial already. I feel like that Oppo is a god. I'm pretty sure. Fried chicken, mushroom, salads. They're showing off the sugar cube physics. Come on. Sugar cube physics. So rarely do I get to simply chat with colleagues. I had fairly forgotten what it felt like. Indeed, and it's quite fitting that we should be doing so. Oh, indeed, and it's quite fitting that we should be doing so here at the seventh heaven. Oh, right. I thought they just named this after FF7, but damn. It can't be a coincidence lore-wise. Fitting? That's an understatement if I ever seen one. Oh, sugar cube physics. The seventh and highest of the heavens, which rules over the remaining six, was right here in Mordona all this time. This isn't fitting, my friends. It's destiny. Oh. You are obviously well versed in the myths surrounding the heavens and hells. If you don't mind, I should like to hear your thoughts on them. Fried fish for the cat. Grilled fish, maybe? Oh, I like how the table updated, and it's just tea now. Invested as they are in their research. Oh, oppo. That's a god, I'm pretty sure. Invested as they are in their research, it doesn't take much to stoke their passions. My apologies if it makes you uncomfortable. Who are you? Having always traveled alone, I'm admittedly not too familiar with such a lively atmosphere. But I do not mislike it. By the way, the two of you arrived at the sunken temple rather quickly. Did something happen? Well, as pleasant as this has been, it's past time to return to the Annex. The paperwork for this commission isn't going to complete itself, alas. Then I shall take myself to the Omphalos. There's so much there that I'd like to see. And I believe I will go for a walk nearby. It's getting a little warm in here. Alright, do take care now. Explorer. What if they're the navigator? Oh, Karen. It's pleasant, isn't it? The smells and sounds of a tavern. It makes one feel alive. And afterwards, stepping outside alone and breathing the cool air, I like that just as much. While we await developments, I shall remain here in Revenant's Toll. If there are any tidings, rest assured I will share them with you. Thank you for your help thus far. I doubt so much could have been accomplished without you. The face of an explorer. Return to the Phantom Realm. Okay, here we go. Derek betrays a gleam in his eyes at the sight of you. Montage. Next day. Oh, greetings, Karen. If you've come to ask about developments in our Phantom Realm investigation, then your timing couldn't be better. Dude, we just finished the first batch. A short while ago, I received word from Garahatia. He and Kryl have completed their preparations in Charlayan and are ready to resume fieldwork. Even as we speak, they make their way hither. Let's wait for them together, shall we? I'm assuming this is the start of patch 2. We could just call them, you know. Ah, there they are. Raha. What the? What in the heavens are you carrying? This, my friends, is the latest technological marvel to come out of Chalayan. I give you the etheric analyzer. Wait, I'll take a screenshot of this. I wonder if this is already meme templated. Holding it thus, you take a measure of the ambient ether, whose waveform is then recorded by the ethero-transcriber at the back. This provides us with detailed data of the environment, which we can study at our leisure. Didn't we have something like this already? A smaller one, though. Our time with Garlon Ironworks, probably. As you know, the Phantom Realms are hidden by illusions. In order to ascertain their nature, I suggested to Kryl that we record the data with proper equipment. Alas, said equipment is tremendously cumbersome. Raha has done well to bring it here in one piece, and as expensive as it doubtless is, I hope we can return it in the same condition. Return it? Yes, to the Forum. In approving our investigation, they granted us use of the device in addition to their financial backing. Despite the students' greatly reduced scale, the Forum has faith in our endeavors. Thus did the approval notice declare, I'm proud to say. We owe much of this goodwill to the Scions, yourself not least of all. That being said, we can't depend on the Forum indefinitely. No, we must stand on our own 2 feet again. And it begins with our efforts in this investigation. And Dawntrail. Spoilers. The 12 are meant to be Eosia's guardian deities, yet they seek battle with mankind. What could it possibly be that motivates them? In treating with them earnestly, I am hopeful that we will find the answer. Well, we shouldn't keep Snowgem waiting. Without further ado, let's join her in the Omphalos. Bing, 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 bing. I can help you, Raha. I mean, look at all the shit we're carrying. I'm pretty sure we can handle that easily. Okay. Into the Omphalos. Welcome back. Well now, if that isn't the etheric analyzer, you've done well to get a hold of it. Indeed, we're truly grateful to the Forum for the loan. It's no small thing to be lugging about, but I've always wanted to try it. If you're ready, Raha, you may proceed with measuring the ether of the Phantom Realm. Karen, please assist them, will you? In the meantime, I have a mind to further examine the monument with Snowgem. How does that sound? Like a plan. As a matter of fact, I've already done a little bit of work on that front. As you previously determined, the monument harbours some manner of magic, and this magic, I've since found, takes the form of an epigraph. By consulting experts in the field of archaeology, I was able to make a discovery. Oh. Oh yes, a most startling discovery. That is, the epigraph is largely incomplete, so we can't read it. I guess we're gonna have to piece it together. So you didn't make a discovery. But see, establishing what one doesn't know is also an important step in the research. True. For a blessing, the language used doesn't appear to be completely unknown. If we can but fill in the missing information, it should be possible to make sense of it. But where do we even begin for such information? Why, we ask the gods themselves, of course. By giving them the battle they desire. We're doing them a favor, are we not? That being the case, I dare say they would grace us with their presence if called. Please, come with me. Oh, the things I would ask them if they really did appear. Now, going by astrology, the heaven of earth should be the next to open. And it just so happens I know the perfect incantation for this purpose. Really? Open Muntui! It's a time-honored charm passed down in Gridania, whose patron is Nofika, one of the deities said to dwell in the heaven of earth. Come, everyone, say it with me. The gods are probably amused. Oh, open Muntui. Open Muntui! Gate to open! Open Muntui! Wow. Oh, it's Nofika. What delightful children you are. I too have desired to speak with you. Someone cosplayed as this, as Nofika. And Zepla, right? One of a big FF14 streamer was all like, Poopa! By the 12! It's her! It's really her! She looks precisely as depicted in legend! Amazing! 'Tis an honor to meet you, Nofika. If I may, what is it that you wish to speak about? You seek to decipher the monument, do you not? If you face more of us in battle, I myself included, we shall grant you the key to unlocking that mystery. Matron's teeths. We would, of course, be much obliged for such a gift, but are you certain? The gods before were not exactly forthcoming with your secrets. Closely have we watched you from our respective sanctums, watched as you faced us and pursued the truth with pure hearts and minds. Oh. Bosom of plenty. Let's keep going. In light of what we have seen, we have concluded thus. Yeah, pure hearts, definitely. Pure hearts. I'm looking respectfully. Large tracts of land. Nofika's bounty! Bounties. Even should you uncover the monument's purpose, you would still be willing to lend us your aid? Oh, wait. In light of what we have seen, we have concluded thus. Even should you uncover the monument's purpose, you would still be willing to lend us your aid. Really? Help us to fulfill our heart's desire, and so too shall we grant you yours. I see 2 hearts. Large hearts. I look forward to receiving you in my sanctum, my dear children. You know, some streamers have eye tracking, like the Tobii eye tracker. I actually considered like investing in that, not just for some games, but like for streaming as well. It basically shows you where the streamer is looking. So I wasn't expecting a god to actually appear to us, but a coincidence, surely. It worked. The charm reached the matron. If it can be repeated, I shall have to mention it in my thesis. Our efforts to understand the 12 appear to have paid off. You'd be exposed. Yeah, that's why some streamers keep it on, because they'd be like, hey, what were you looking at? But it also is insightful for gameplay in terms of, you know, where the person is looking, focusing on the screen. And it helps point. It's a way to point as well for streamers. So, like, oh, you mean this one? And you look at the object, and stream will see what you're looking at. Well, I guess you could always use your cursor. But, you know. The original plan was to revisit the heavens of lightning and fire. But I believe all would agree that we should prioritize Nofika's invocation. I wonder why, Graha. Well, Snowgem, your charm did the trick. The way to another heaven lies open, and beyond it the truth of the monument. I can scarcely wait to pore over the etheric data. Raha, Karen, I leave it in your capable hands. As for you, Derek, may we rely on your guidance once more. Now that we know what awaits, I do not feel my presence is necessary. On the contrary, I would only be a burden. Sus. As you wish, of course. We can still count on you to pray for our friends, though, I trust. we have established that praying actually works. Like, thoughts and prayers literally save the world. By the way, that artist commissioned art of Karen. Oh, this is actually Miku. But yes, Miku is in turn inspired by my bunny girl. So they're different people, but they do have similar hair, for example. I'm glad that I can join you this time, Karen. Encumbered as I am with the analyzer, I fear I won't be able to assist in battle, but I shall do my part and secure the data we need. We have Catboy Sensor this time. It is, so I'm very happy with it. And this is the initial concept. And from this, we're building on to a full character sheet so that we can get emotes and, you know, stories and stuff based on Miku. But it is Ozumi Wizard, a local artist who was also in the Final Fantasy XIV fan event. So it is kind of like fate, because I actually did get the calling card and I think I did meet Ozumi in the fan event. I collected a bunch of artists' art because I wanted to start commissions as Tabletop Cinema. And when I was looking for commissions on VGen, it's like, wait a minute. This person was in the FF14 fan event. So they're actually open to commissions now, and they're actually in desperate need of rent money and dental. So now's a chance if you want to get art in a similar style. You can check out Ozumi. Knowing you, you should have no trouble finding your way without me. I will cheer you on from here. Thanks to the etheric analyzer, even those who can't accompany you will have access to valuable data. Compliments to the forum for the loan. In actually fighting the gods, yours is the hardest task of all. The rest of us are truly grateful to you, and we shall do our utmost to support your efforts. Don't worry, Kryl. We're gonna fight gods with you in Dawntrail together. Oh my... Well, let me tell you, Ozumi is no stranger to that. Ozumi has already done a lot of Warrior of Light fan art with Emmet Silk, with Horchiffon, with Graha. So I'm not like the first Warrior of Light they commissioned that they were commissioned for. So they're very experienced when it comes to you know, Final Fantasy XIV husbandos. Curious about my attire, are you? I borrowed it alongside the analyzer. It's a choice of gleaners, cleverly designed to help one bear great loads. I did realize it is a gleaner outfit. And hefty as the analyzer is, by now I'm quite used to the feel of it. That's to say, I won't unduly slow you down. Come, let us set forth. Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, okay, I'll cue now. Euphrosyne. Thank you for the wait. The 12 Eorzea's guardian deities seek to fulfill their enigmatic aspirations, and for this they claim they must engage in battle with men. Continuing your efforts to uncover the truth, you and your comrades have turned your attention to the monument at the heart of the Omphalos, which contain an incomplete epigraph. The goddess Nofika promises you the key to deciphering it, but in exchange you must do battle with more gods, herself included. So it is that you prepare yourself for another grueling foray into their sanctum, there to grant the divinities their heart's desire. Your art vision will be very wholesome. Yes, very wholesome. Nothing to be ashamed of, though. Like, I don't know Ozumi that well, like personally, but their art already speaks what they are willing to Have you seen their Halcyon fan art and how when you go to their Twitter or X, you will definitely see how crazy Azumi is about Halcyon from Baldur's Gate 3. You'd like a cute date picture of Emmet, Sun, and me. Aww. That would be sweet. I think I saw one commission, like they use an example with Emmet Selk. I could be wrong. I forget which husbando. But it'll also give you a good idea of how they depict Emmet Selk. Oh, yeah. Before... While we're here, I'm wondering what they were up to. Lying down. What? What the? Oh, I think you... this may be an ERP then. Yeah, I think that's a very specific kind of ERP. No, I know you guys did an ERP, but whoever's house this is, I think that merging is intentional for reasons, you know. Do I want to see the house we visited? You know, I am actually curious. I have the link still. Oh, never mind. Let's go! You Frost City! It is Balmong. I heard Mateus comes as a close second as well for ERP land. I am actually from Mateus. Did I say you Frosty? I actually did. I said it like I thought that's how you pronounced it. But my god. Okay. We're entering Euphrosyne. Ow! You know, I was playing around like some VTubers have like redeems to pet the VTuber model or bonk the VTuber model. I was like, I might want to look into that. But I will be using my face cam, or Mikey will be using his face cam for Dawntrail because I'm expecting a lot of feels. Yeah, or throw stuff at the VTuber model, right? Or slap or bonk. Hey! Crop Circle Junction? Whoa! Okay, she has a side.
Time has come.
Oh, another bun. Ooh, nice glam. Yeah, we haven't seen the fields of Crop Circle yet. Okay, who wants to tank it? Not it.
Prove to me life.
Welcome back from the ad break. We are challenging Nofika. Ow! raid whites are hitting hard. Dun, 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 dun. Matrons plenty. Whoa! Free ran! Ow! Oh.
Mine is the breath.
Matron's breath. Is that minty fresh breath? Probably. I'm just following the party. But I did see that there were numbers.
My heart rejoices for our union.
Pretty! Fuck me. I thought I was gonna... I'm going left, I'm going left. I'm going left, I'm going left. Left! Ah!
Bow down like the willow.
I love her scythe.
Good children, be strong for what awaits.
Let's go, Alliance C. Maiming. Scouting. C for cool. Oh, Karas there.
By my authority, let the land be remade.
Oh, who this? Whoa. Whoa. Oh. Is it supposed to be one alliance per set? Wow. I like this map. What's going on? Oh. I think all the tanks are supposed to stack. Oops. Wow, is the DPS of this team good? I think they're really fast. Of course, it would have to be Althik who could manipulate space. Althik, Nemia,
It seems
and
my
Althik.
sister shall be joining us.
Oh,
It is only fitting that we face you together.
what am I supposed to take? There's only 2 of them. I'm left out. Separate them more. What is that? I guess let's focus on him. Clock! I don't... Huh? Oh, fuck! They're facing me.
I shall measure your worth.
Well, that sucks. I hope the other tank was on it. No! Ah! I should have sprinted. Destiny. So people are stopping. Let's have a good look at them. They really look like they're from a different world. Like their design and everything. Oh, nice.
Upon the most exalted of battlefields you shall stand.
You move to the heaven of ice. Wow. We have come to a frozen domain, which means let it go. So I guess it's just really better to group them all up.
Summon your courage and press on.
Halone, my goddess. Halone the Fury. Also worshipped in Ishgard. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
I, the Fury,
What's this?
shall
What are the
test
marks
your
for?
strength of spirit. All basics, they are like deep of raging blizzards.
Whoa.
For glory, you must be prepared to render your all.
Everyone dance, dance, dance. I can't follow. Okay. Let's go. I missed that. Fuck.
You must settle the bat against me.
Whoa. Okay, she's cool. Oh. Whoa. So cool. I don't regret choosing her as my goddess. Will of the Fury.
There is no only victory or defeat.
Were we not supposed to stand there?
Victory must be seized with one's own hand.
Did we skip? What? Eh, hello? Alright, I'm gonna get ready to fight. Let's go, Alliance C. Nice. Whoa! I love that I think I'm the only paladin here, and I do worship Halon. So it's like, I'll protect everyone! I love that. So many mechanics. I cannot imagine this in Savage. Damn, snapshot. Tetrapagos thrust. Again. At least my ping is okay to follow these guys. Oh boy. Oh. Okay. Ooh. Ah, I want a closer look. Closer look. I love it. Valkyrie Queen with the spear. Okay, I'm happy. I am proud of my goddess. Fun. I already like this raid. I mean, I still love the near raids, but this is nice. Who's next? Elsa? Menfina! Man, why do some of them get super...
In the moon's tender glow.
Some of them get special treatment. Time to die to a banger track. It is a... Woo. Blue Moon. Raid wide. The moon forms at Menfina's command. The moon begins to wax. Oh. Midnight Frost. Oh boy. Love's light? Okay. Okay. Crap. Damn it. Damn it, damn it. Are we supposed to destroy these things? Oh. Loyal Hound? Adorable! Can I pet it? Oh, we have to kill it? Oh. There, actually, yeah. Menfina does give off Sailor Moon vibes. Hello? Hello? Dalamud draws back his claws. Dalamud? Oh, this is Dalamud. Oh, I didn't notice. Look. Menfina's sitting on Dalamud's paw. I'm so distracted. Slippery. I wish I saved my thing for this. Whoa. Good boy. Good boy. Love's light. The moon begins to wax. I don't think we can cancel it, guys. Gotta avoid that. Aww.
Our dreams may yet become reality.
Dreams.
Thank you.
Okay, our goddess alone was pretty awesome. But Minfina with Dalamud, the Hound / Moon representation, cool. Euphrosyne is done. Orchestrion, need Halone! I need this wind up Halone. 34. Did I get Halone? I think I got Halone. No, I didn't. Not one of the minion. Oh no. Thanks for joining us, Simkar Hirikara. I guess I'm going into quest hell again. Is it always a Halone mount? A Halone minion? Or is it one of the gods in that raid? You're both safe, thank goodness. Yeah, the data then. Wonderful, wonderful. Halone minion? Nice. Well, I do like that raid, so I'll probably do it in the future. If I do dailies again, if I get into the habit of dailies, that'll be in the rotation. I don't suppose I could do the honors and replace a transcriber cartridge. I've always wanted to take a closer look. Take care removing it now. We don't want anything to happen to the data. Careful! Carefully toss it. Come to me, oh knowledge divine. Come to me! Oh, it's one of these things. What is that? Ah! Yeah! Ah! They're just playing around with us. Oh! It's alright. The cartridge is safe. Let's finish the task before there are any more surprises. That's pretty cool. Now. Althik? You have a gratitude for bringing us closer to achieving our dream. Oh, Althik, must you always be so formal? Although he has trouble expressing it, I assure you my brother is absolutely giddy with joy. Naimia? Why are you here, Nofika? Have you not sufficiently amused yourself with the mortals? Not nearly. I would talk to them some more. So cool. Nofika promised you the key to deciphering the monument, did she not? Yes, that is correct. Then you would do well to hold in your minds that which harbors information. Come now, brother, you need to speak plainer than that. To clarify, we shall create the objects you need, but your assistance is required to give them form. Worry not, appearance has no effect on function. Just try and imagine that which, in your minds, is used to hold information. I wonder what everyone will think of. What do we think of? Okay, a tome, a green book, a map, a book. What? A tombstone? Damn it! But that's kind of meta, because that's like a cell phone, right? There. These instruments shall be useful in your quest. Yeah, I think tombstones are essentially cell phones. Or tablets. It's too bad they didn't allow us to choose what form. So that's like the canonical choice for the Warrior of Light.
Across Eorzea lies eternal stones that hold the information required to complete the words of the monument.
Eternal stones that hold information required to complete the words of the monument. The tombstones?
By holding an instrument out to a stone, it will take that information unto itself. We scattered these stones across the realm that mortals would not uncover our secrets. Of late, however, 'twould seem you have found alternate uses for them as objects of worship.
Could they be the marks of the 12? They are, aren't they? Oh, to think that they harbored information on the gods. It would seem we have our next destinations. Aside from the 3 city-states, I believe the marks are located in Kurthus and Mordona. I propose we split up, the quicker to finish the task. I wish to come too. No, Menfina. 'Twould not do to burden these children so. After all this time, we finally had the chance to speak with mortals, to learn about them from up close, and we're not like to have another.
I must say, I share Menfina's view.
Really? Even you, Halone? I'd like to learn about you too, and I believe I speak for all of us. By all means, let us travel together. Music to my ears. We shall watch over you and see that you safely reach your destinations. Without further ado, then.
Not so fast!
Meerkat with Azema's voice? Did you think you could go frolicking without us? The others have our domain well in hand, so we are coming too. Oh my god. It really is like the... I keep forgetting the animal god quests. Menfina. Well now, far be it from us to stop you. Let us assume our disguises too, and then each choose a mortal to accompany. Please let it be something inconspicuous. So it's canon. They're like minions. These are all like minions that'll follow us around. Oh my god. Aww. Who did we get? Snow Gem. I believe my destination is Thanalan. Then it's Lenosha for Raha, the 12's Wood for Kryl. So Thanalan, Lenosha for Raha, 12's Wood for Kryl. We got the bunny! Chat, it's fate. It's destiny. The bun to aura height is quite nice for poses. What's happening? I can only imagine what's going on with the party. Some people say yes, the heights are perfect for certain activities. Snow Gem. And last but not the least, Mordona and Kurthas for Derek and Karen. It's fate. Halone the Fury. We're gonna go to Kurthas, but who's the bun? Ow! How many bunks have I received today? 2. Just sitting down. Okay. We'll be alright, Kryle. I shall be fine. You didn't worry. See, Kryle keeps getting left behind. At least Kryle will finally be with us in Dawntrail. I would like a crossover episode between these gods like this and the animal gods in the east. They probably know each other. Oh, we are going with Halone. Wait, so does it go... Wait. Does this change depending on who you chose as your god in character creation? Like, does it actually affect this? Because it... Either that, or it's just a massive coincidence that we're getting our goddess to accompany us. Halone herself. Others will remain to keep watch over our domain. You didn't worry on our account. Never before have I traveled with mortals. Ah, such a fun this will be. Not for this one in particular, but there's a nice thing later on where you get to have a brief one-on-one with your deity. That is nice. But it's fate! Halone. We're with Halone and a bunny. We abided by the god's selections, but why do you suppose the two of us were grouped together? Why? Because you make the most intriguing pair. The gods-faring hero and the world-faring explorer. It's so adorable. What is Halone, actually? I shall relish the chance to learn about both of you. Now then, the others have already set forth, so let us do the same. Aside from my own mark, I believe we'll find those of Taliak and Halone and Mordona and Kurthas. Oh my god. Oh my, what an adorable creature. Delighted to meet you, little one. It seems to want to join us too. What is this? A baby what? Frostwolf? What an unusual company this has become. The gods truly know no inhibition. Forgive me, Karen, I couldn't have anticipated this turn of events. Ice Wolf, there we go. Fenrir pup minion. Too much cuteness for today. Good night, Vanua. I think we're gonna push a bit more. I want to get this done. Then tomorrow we'll be doing Tavern Talk. I won't be able to play FF14 much. Thank you for hanging out, Vanua. Of all the self-indulgent things. Menfina is winsome, is she not? We all think of her as our youngest sister. In heavenly company. Menfina is fairly bouncing up and down in her eagerness to set forth. Well, what are we waiting for? Let us seek out the marks at once. Yes, no need to be so hasty. Shall we then, Karen? The nearest mark is Thaliax, just outside of Mordona. If memory serves, it overlooks the lake at a place called Wrathfrost. It's the fat cat. Again, I am so glad they included flight in the ARR regions. I vaguely remember this. Bibi Oppo Oppo. Ook. Do you like traveling, Karen? I adore it. And not simply for its own sake. It's an important way to perform one of our foremost duties, you see. Peering into the hearts of mortals. This is indeed the place. I can't resist. I'm gonna pet my goddess. Pet my goddess. Now then, we're to hold out an instrument to the stone. Would you care to do the honors here, Karen? The instrument vibrates rapidly. 'Tis done. The information held in the stone has been etched. As Althik said, these stones are eternal. No matter their shape or location, their nature is unchanging. Together with the monument in the Omphalos, they have remained the same since time immemorial. 'Twas the love that men bear for us, and we for the star, that compelled us to create the monument and the stones. And though men do not know the truth of the stones, they offer them prayer. This act is a manifestation of your bond with us, while the stones are a manifestation of our bond with the star. And so, by praying to the stones, you effectively cultivate a bond between yourself and us and the star. Delightful, is it not? Though we appreciate your eagerness to talk, perhaps we should save some conversation for the destinations to come. If we linger too long in any one place, we are liable to be late to reconvene with the others. Then let us make for the central highlands of Kurthus. Within the Fury's gaze, my own mark awaits. Hehe. Put the blow kiss emote on your bar? Blow kiss. Okay. And try blowing a kiss when you fight a certain female sea deity? What? Okay. Wait, who are the sea deities? Nymea? Like, who's the I forget the gods. Oh well. Like, I forget the ones that the people in La Noscia worship. The sailors. Was it Nymea? What does my profile even say? Alone the Fury. Limlane! Thank you. I put blow kiss on F. It's a shortcut. I just have to press F. It must be important. I remember this place. Memories. Wow. I don't believe I've ever been here. Or at least I don't remember. There is nothing like taking to the road with agreeable company. Do you not agree? In this land where mankind's faith in me is strong, I cannot help but feel uplifted. The baby Oppo Oppo shivers uncontrollably in the cold. Aww. There it is, the mark of the Fury. It wouldn't do to burden you constantly. I shall extract the information this time. But it's my god! Looking back, Halone, you've grown noticeably more imposing this past millennium. There are also more statues in the Heaven of Ice. Oh. Ooh, but an idea occurs to me. Karen, this time I want you to share what you know about the worship of Halone. I dare say it'll be interesting to hear what mankind thinks of her from your perspective. Oh, is this where my choice came into play? Or no? The Ishgardian Orthodox Church is the heart of faith in the Fury. You often hear Halone's name invoked in battle. As a knight on the front lines, yes. Ah, yes. Ever did I feel the people's fervent desire to be strong, that they might protect that which they hold dear. Well, how very fascinating. 'Tis a fine thing indeed to hear directly from mortals. Still, as much as Halone loves her children, it troubled her to see them at war with the dragons. To see those who share this star spill each other's blood. As you should well know, Benfina, it isn't our place to judge the faith of mortals. Even when we lend them our aid, we must refrain from intervening in their affairs. Lest there be any doubt, mankind's faith in us is mankind's alone. By your prayers, our forms are become that which they need to be. Apologies for the wait. Acquire the information acquired the information, have you? Excellent. Let us proceed to the next mark. Mine. As I recall, it lies near the Steel Vigil, by the cliff west of the entrance. Follow me. Imagine if Menfina gets swooped up by an eagle or something. That'd be so funny. She's like, follow me. Like, hop, hop, hop. Whoosh. Some Ishgardian eagle, I don't know. Ooh. Oh, the Dragoon quest took place nearby, right? What the? What? Wait, are they underground? No. Oh man. Remember entering Ishgard for the first time? So epic. Okay, I'm... Oh! You're so tiny, I didn't notice you. Well now, aren't we quick? My mark lies just ahead. Let's wait for the others and then continue together. Oh, look! Someone's praying. How delightful to see one of my faithful children. Oh, benevolent goddess, grant me deliverance, I beseech you. Save my soul. Huh? You're the one who was hunting down the lambs of Talamud. Menfina the lover, you know where the Menfina's mark is? Is this the mark? I don't think I've ever been there. I'm reminded that it's... No, this is different from Horshafont. Is it? Oh, this is where Horshafont is buried. Okay, I thought it was like the other side of the bridge. I just love how it's like, yeah, you're talking about Horshafont. I don't even have to ask, who is your husband? You're the one who was hunting down the lambs of Talamud. I knew it. I knew you wouldn't stop till you've dealt with every last one of us. And now you've come for me. Ah, to think that this is her will. The lambs of Talamud. They are the cult that appeared prior to the 7th Umbral Calamity. Are they not? In the name of their faith, they abducted and sacrificed innocent souls, and did not fear death. Oof. Ad break. Sorry. I've committed no crimes, I swear it! Menfina is my witness! I don't remember these guys. In the beginning, we simply prayed to the Twin Moons, for Dalamud to one day shepherd our souls to the bosom of his mistress. But it all changed when Dalamud began turning red. This is 1.0 stuff. More and more of us began believing that he was our savior, We must prove our loyalty with our lives, else we would suffer eternal damnation. Is this 1.0? Why do they recognize us? Oh, because we're supposed to be canonically also from 1.0. And then we got transported to another world with muddled memories. Okay, but it all changed when Dalamud began turning red. More and more of us began believing that he was our savior. That we must prove our loyalty with our lives, else we would suffer eternal damnation. So that's how your group took on its fanatical ways and came to be branded a dangerous cult. And at some point, I assume you were tasked with hunting them down. I used to be a merchant at Ul'dah, but timid as I am, I struggle to survive in that cutthroat world. That's why I turned to Menfina. I wanted to bask in her gentle acceptance and gain courage from her strong and faithful hound. They were my solace, the only way I could be at peace with myself. But they took it from me. My fellows who committed those horrible deeds, and those who reviled me as one of them. They took it away. You're strong, aren't you? Grant me deliverance, I beg you. Judge me and show me the way. I just can't bear it anymore. What good is a god I can't see? Who won't grant me a thimble of succor no matter how much I pray? You mustn't seek in men what you seek in gods. Strong as she is but a mortal. Like you, she is made of flesh and blood and possessed of her own will. Nothing more, nothing less. It avails you not to raise others up while belittling yourself. You are your own person, the path of your own to walk. Even should you be taken by despair, that you are here now makes you no different from this woman. So believe me when I say, all will be well. Keep your faith in Menfina. Believe in her love and grace, and you will surely learn to love others as well as yourself. Please, forgive me for my unseemly outburst. I had been feeling lost, and all my anguish came spilling out. It was Menfina herself who brought you here. I'm certain of it. To encourage and guide me. Taking your words to heart, I'll try searching for a new path. Should you feel lost again, take to the road. See what is out there. Learn how others live and think, and you are bound to find your way. Aw, so wholesome. Blessings be upon you on the road ahead, dear child. Did you say something? They are just our minions, you know? It was such a nice scene. I didn't expect that. That child will be fine. I'm certain of it. Strangely comforting even as an atheist. Yeah, like I believe the right word for I'm agnostic. I don't really practice But yes, there is a certain comfort in, belief, in faith. Not even like for a god or anything, just believing in, yourself, that there is meaning to your life, that it's all just not for nothing. Your faith in us can harm as well as heal. But never forget, the faith belongs to mankind and mankind alone. And that's what I really appreciated about it. Just reminds me of what we took up in university. Like, one of my favorite lessons in the philosophy class, where we were taking up humanism. I don't remember much about it, but it really clarified my own beliefs and really whoa. Oh my god, I remember this music. First time entering Kurthas. So epic. Sorry, but anyway, yeah, just to cut it short, yeah, I really believed in that philosophy. That faith belongs to mankind and mankind alone. We have only ourselves. We cannot rely on gods to take us elsewhere, to make things better for us. Our fate squarely lies in our own hands. It's very empowering to think about that. But in the same way, it also doesn't deny the existence of higher beings or the belief or faith in that. It is just a stark reminder that faith belongs to mankind and mankind alone. And in mankind, our fate is in our own hands. We find meaning on our own with the help of others. On our own, meaning amongst humanity, amongst ourselves. We ought to pick ourselves up and find meaning in each other and in life. That child will be fine, I'm certain of it. But yeah, that was super wholesome. I like that. Ooh. Maybe Oppo has no idea. Unsolicited though it was, I don't regret saying those words to him. He needed to hear them. Oh, horsey font. But come, Karen. This time it's your turn to extract the information. I don't remember these rocks. All I remember is the lone grave of horsey font, the lone gravestone. The instrument vibrates rapidly. Bzz, bzz. Forgive me, Karen. I fear I've caused you trouble. I'm relieved to know that. You truly are strong, in body and spirit both. I just can't get over how perfect it is. We're with Halone and we're with a bunny. Far be it from me to ask this of you, but please do not hold it against that child. We do not wish for our existence to bring grief to our children. Yet no matter which faith, we are who we are because of those who believe in us. My hound is no exception. He was born when men came to worship the object their ancestors cast onto the heavens. We are not all-powerful. We can't grant all of mankind's wishes. Nonetheless, we always hear you. No hope is too small, no prayer too faint. I just wanted to make that clear. Lest you forget, we love mankind dearly. I hope I caught that screenshot. Suffice it to say, we love you too, Karen. Oh my god.
Among us 12, Menfina is the most approachable to mortal kind. 'Tis one of her positive traits. Whoa!
I got scared. Oop. Sudden big man appears. Divine non-intervention. Something appears to weigh upon Derek's mind. With this, we have completed our task and may return to the Omphalos. Yet, I can't help but think about Kryle. Garahatia seemed to be worried about her, did he not? 'Twas as if something weighed on her mind. Though she is in the company of deities, I find myself worrying too. Whatever it is, there's only one way to find out. You could ask her directly. Whatever it is, there's only one way to find out. Why? Does it connect to Eureka? Yes, I suppose so. If there are no objections, let us seek out Kryle. She was headed to the 12th Wood in with Nofika and Byregot, yes? They are presently too far away for us to sense, but we should be able to locate them once in the forest. I see. In that case, let us make for Gridania. Sorry, it's been a while since I visited. Beautiful view. All right. Harshifont's Wives Club represent. Okay, I think we're almost there. Come on. One more. One more! For all his preference for solitude, Derek certainly seems concerned for the welfare of others. How very intriguing. Ook. As I understand it, mortals hold that Nofika and I are at odds. Huh. Like other details about us, you are free to believe what you wish. Right, Kurthas, Gridania. It's Shirayuki. So, here we are in Gridania. Can you sense Nofika and Byregot? I do, but something is strange. Indeed, they appear to be in different places. Nofika is the nearer of the two and is quite close by. I shall go and find her. Wait, you mustn't go off on your own. Confound it all. After her, Karen. Yep. Life of the MMO life. Chasing ghosts from your perspective. I wonder if they will eventually come a day when they piece together the major cities. Like, you have no idea how confused I was when I first popped into Ul'dah and had to make sense of the map and then realize it was like two halves. And, my god, Limsa Luminsa, even more confusing. Both Nofika and Halone are very good to me. 'Tis our way to look out for one another. Ook. I'd think you not to do that again. Oh, Nofika. Oh, have you already finished visiting your stones? Limsa's less confusing to use her than Limsa. Yeah, I started in Ul'dah, so eventually I did get used to it. Limsa still confuses me. There she is. Well now, I wasn't expecting to see you all here. Is that the matter? You're supposed to be with You're supposed to be with Kryl and Byregod. Where are they? Oh, we became separated while I was distracted and listening to the elementals. That the beings are the voice of those who call the wood home. As I'm the patron of this land, they could not help but report to me. So cute. Oh, okay. You gods can sense each other. Even should you become separated, shouldn't it be a simple matter to find them again?
Indeed, 'twould seem you are keeping something from us, Nofika.
Oh, Halone. There was simply no fooling you. Very well, I shall confess all. The child Kryl wanted to visit our stones alone, you see, to complete her task without us watching over her. We merely respected that wish. With her abilities, I do not believe she's in any danger. But the warrior that he is, Byregod decided to follow her discreetly. If this is her wish, then indeed we must abide by it. As for Byregod, yes. I sense him in the place men call the South Shroud. One of the stones is situated there, I believe, near Camp Tranquil. Let us search the area for Byregod. If we find him, we should find Kryl as well. Halone and Nofika are not like enemies, but they don't get along well. Actually, yeah, now that you mention it, that's why Halone was the one to say, the first one to speak to Nofika saying, why are you still here? Halone went on an angry rampage through Nofika's forests. No! I'd be angry too. People ship them? Okay, I can see that. They do have that, the bickering chemistry going on. Yeah, angry girlfriend. Rustling undergrowth? You scour the undergrowth but see no signs of Byregod. It must have simply been the wind. Must have been the wind. Hmm? Oh, broken barrel. You search the broken barrel, but find no god disguised as an adorable critter. Suspicious Spriggan. Ah, that's Byregod.
Well, what brings you all here?
We understand you've been following Kryl. Where is she? Huh.
Having acquired information from my stone, she now makes for Ulthix.
Wait, didn't we do that already?
I keep my distance to avoid being seen, and was about to continue on when you appeared.
Nofika? Althix Stone is her last destination, is it not? Let us all go and meet her there.
If everyone so wishes, then very well. To hasten our passage, I shall call upon Master Ralger's servants to bear the mortals.
Master Ralger's servants? Zeus? Oh no! Awesome. It seems we have the use of these hawks. Let's see if we can spot Kryl from above. I'll bring our companions, so you needn't worry about them. Are you ready, Karen? Mount the hawk and search for Kryl. Yes. Keep an eye out. Go, my feathered friend. Fly like the wind. Oh. I must thank you, Karen. Talking to you helped me to find the resolve to seek out Kryl. No signs of her here. Let's continue on to Althic Stone. Okay, that's cool. They're experimenting with... I don't remember many instances of that. That kind of cutscene storytelling. There she is already. She certainly wasted no time. A role quest? Which role? Well now, did you come all this way just to check on me? I've been on edge, worrying that I might stumble into Odin, so you gave me a bit of a fright. Oh right, Odin. Oh my god, my memory is Swiss cheese right now. I'm sure I'll remember. You mean I did it already? For tank, healer, range, and melee? Oh, okay, I haven't. I thought I did it already, just forgot. Nothica tells us that you wish to travel alone. What prompted you to send the gods away? It's difficult to explain. I suppose I wanted to seek the answers in my own way. As the gods told us, if we wish to know the truth, we must discover it for ourselves. In spite of this, they've seen fit to not only set us upon the right path, but accompany us besides. This bespeaks the faith that they have in man's spirit of inquiry, and it gives me heart. After all, 'tis the self-same spirit that defines the students of Baldician. Like everyone, I want to uncover the truth of the 12. To know their aspirations and understand them. And having seen a dear friend embark on countless adventures, I developed the desire to see and experience the world for myself. Oh, is she talking about Raha or us? Both? There are dangers out there, of course. But I wanted to prove that I could handle them and perform my task. Oh, okay, so this is really still consistent with Kryl. And this will feed into Dawntrail eventually with her like, I can't take it. I will go on the front lines with you. She's constantly trying to prove herself. I see. Indeed, as much as we can learn from others, there's no substitute for seeing with one's own eyes. And in yours, I see the gleam of yearning for exploration and discovery. It reveals to me the love you bear for our star, and it makes me glad. What's this all of a sudden? It's embarrassing when you say such things with a straight face. Right then. I've yet to acquire the information here, so I'll tend to it at once. Perhaps you'd like to wait for me in Quarrymill. Nofika and Byregot are also kind, are they not? In this land, those voices raised in praise of Nofika are especially strong. Ook, ook. Where is Nofika? Let's wait for Kryl here. Nofika and Byregot are with her, so she will be fine. First the man at Menfina's mark, and now Kryl. In the course of traveling with you and yours, it seems I inevitably end up encroaching upon others' lives. Aye, yours as well. Though nothing binds you to me, you've followed me ever since I tended your wounds. You're free to go anywhere, you know. A person's life belongs to that person alone. Others can't be expected to assume responsibility for it, and thus, is it wrong to interfere? Who are you? Which god are you? Alas, once I've glimpsed someone's heart, I find I can't avert my gaze. It truly is difficult to be amidst people. Super sus. The Secret of the 12. Derek cast a languid gaze to and fro. It doesn't take too long to extract the information. Kryl should be here any moment now. Apologies for the wait. With that, I've obtained information from all of my stones. You've taken care of yours already, yes? Thank you for worrying about me. Well, it's good to know that I can handle myself. I'm heartened to be doing this with you all. I owe you thanks as well, Byregot and Nofika, for accepting my request with good grace.
Think not of it. You did well to see your task through, little one.
Indeed. Come, let us all return to the Omphalos. Some people in the Novice Network returning Sprouts are talking about how back when they played, they had no idea who Garaha was because Crystal Tower was optional back then. So when that twist happened, they're like, who? Whomst? That's why I'm really grateful my FC told me, do the Crystal Tower before Shadowbringers. But now it's required. You took your time, Karen. Did something happen? Ah, so you rendezvous to Kryl. How's your experience with the gods, if I may ask? Not only did you help a disillusioned man find his way, you looked in on Kryl besides. Thank you, Karen. And you as well, Derek. I fear I overstepped my bounds, but what's done is done. We shall return to our sanctums. You have our gratitude for the delightful time. Naimia. There, Naimia. By holding your instruments out to the monument, you will be able to augment the missing information. Be well, dear children. So pretty. Shall we then? Tombstones are never gonna leave us. Now they're talking about papaya. The song. Amazing. What was impossible to decipher is now crystal clear. Without further ado, I shall read out the epigraph. As beings who endure by the will of the star, we are susceptible to the influence of hopes and prayers. Thus do we commit our yokes herein, lest we stray from our purpose. He who is named Bayergot shall preside over construction, his duty to fortify the works of men, encourage them to build. He who is named Ralger shall preside over destruction, his duty to galvanize the star's beating heart and facilitate mankind's regeneration. She who is named Azema shall preside over the sun, her duty to nurture its life-giving light and illuminate the truth for all to see. He who is named Nalthal shall preside over the subterrane, his duty to make gleam the riches hidden in the darkest depths and in men themselves. She who is named Nofika shall preside over fertility, her duty to fill the land with life and prepare a path of peace and plenty. He who is named Althic shall preside over space and time, his duty to endow the star with material vigor that mankind's march may never cease. She who is named Halone shall preside over the glaciers, her duty to hold the melting ice at bay and imbue men with constancy and tranquility. Oh. She who is named Menfina shall preside over the moon, her duty to perpetuate the turning of night and day and foster love in the hearts of all. He who is named Thaliak shall preside over the rivers, his duty to quench the thirst of men and water their minds with wisdom. She who is named Naimea shall preside over the stars, her duty to preserve the celestial fabric of the seasons and weave the threads of men's lives. She who is named Limlane shall preside over the seas, her duty to administer the tides and inspire men to come together as one and seek new horizons. He who is named Oshon shall preside over the mountains, his duty to sustain the breath of the firmament and in wandering share in men's solitude. Oshon? Where did we encounter Oshon? He who is unnamed shall watch unflinching, his duty to stand guard over his charge, always and unto the end. What the? There the epigraph concludes. We've been given quite a lot to ponder. Curiouser and curiouser. Ook. Writings about the gods, written by the gods themselves. This is utterly unprecedented. our yokes, lest we stray. Okay, I guess they're not around. Oh no? Hopes and prayers influencing their nature. Have you any thoughts on the contents of the epigraph, Karen? Did you not go to each area? Oh, they were there? They were just not within the draw distance? Do they have stuff to say? If I go there now? Because I can always... Okay. Well, I can't... I can Alt F4 and then restart. Have you any thoughts on the contents of the epigraph, Karen? The worship of Dalamud brought forth Menphina's hound. The prayers of her faithful made Halone more imposing. You mean to say that prayers have changed the 12 into their present forms? That is rather hard to believe. Given what we know of Dynamis, I believe it is entirely possible. Oh shit, they're bringing in Dynamis. In the presence of that energy, hopes and prayers have more tangible results than one might expect. Its power may be curbed upon our star, but over thousands of years of worship, it could have influenced the gods in various ways. Ways such as that which Karen just described, for one. Others that come to mind are Halone's shield and spear, which reflect her status as a goddess of war, and Nymea's spinning wheel, which is an apt apparatus for a goddess of fate. Thus did they create this monument, this yoke, that they might never lose sight of their duty, no matter how much they may change. I'm inclined to agree with Raha. The gods wrote that they endured by the will of the star. Who that refers to, we all know too well. Hydaelyn. By sundering reality, she must have known that she would shake the very foundation of existence. Anticipating the potential chaos, I suspect she charged her collaborators with maintaining stability. If this is true, then might not the 13th unnamed be the Watcher on the Moon? That was a suspicious close-up. The pieces certainly fall into place. I wonder if he would be willing to share what he knows. As it stands, we've yet to encounter 3 gods, as there's no telling what may happen once we fought them all. I believe we should try to uncover as much of the truth as we can, the better to know how to proceed. Hirikara, good night! Thank you for hanging out. I really appreciate it. I'm sorry it took so long. Thank you for joining us for the raid and everything, and for repairing my equipment and joining us. We will see you on the path to Dawntrail, Hirikara. Yeah, you know what? We're so close. I may as well just finish it. I won't be able to play tomorrow, so here we go. Good night, Hirikara. Good morning. Good time zone. close-ish? Okay. As it stands, we've yet to encounter 3 gods. As there's no telling what may happen once we fought them all, I believe we should try to uncover as much of that truth as we can, the better to know how to proceed. To that end, ere we seek out the Watcher, Raha and I shall return to Charlean to compile our findings. The data from the analyzer, not least the full. To think that the investigation might lead us to the moon. I really look forward to the next stage of our fieldwork. Karen, like as not, yet more grueling encounters with the gods await. You should rest up and gather your strength. Oh, we're just concluding patch 2. Ooh, this music though, it reminds me of Nier. Go back to your world before maintenance, you might get stranded. Oh my god, if that might actually happen, yeah, best to stay in our home worlds while the maintenance. Who knows? We might get stranded Warriors of Light, stranded visitors. Not long now ere we arrive at the truth. You, the Watcher, I'm pretty sure one of the gods. One of the 3 we haven't seen. Yeah. Sus! For the longest time, I've journeyed alone, not involving myself in the affairs of others. But I've enjoyed our time together. You've undertaken the investigation with all earnestness, and it has been a pleasure to be part of it. When I imagine the moment we must part ways, I can't help but be saddened. And it surprises me that I feel that way. Forgive me, I didn't mean to wax sentimental. If you'll excuse me, I shall head outside for some fresh air. There he goes again. Karen, you suppose you could follow after him? I can't quite say why, but I feel as though he'll suddenly vanish one day, never to return. You know, I can't help but wonder why Derek came to us for help. As an explorer, didn't he want to keep the glory of discovery for himself? I, for one, would have gone over to the Phantom Realm with a fine-tooth comb alone before thinking to tell a single soul. Yeah, I was also kind of threw me out, like, what does he want in return for all this? Who is he? We'll find out soon. Oh, to see you, Karen. What is it? How are you doing? What's up? Snow Gem's worried that I'll suddenly vanish, you say? Well, as the saying goes, all things must come to an end. Whether we will it or not. Whether we will it or not. When our work is finished, we must go our separate ways. Doing so will sadden me, as you know. Yet that sadness is part of the joy I have derived from our companionship. So I will accept it when the time comes, and strive with you to the last. Why so ominous? Ooh. As you know, my friend, I would rather you live your own life. But having helped you, I won't send you away against your will. Well, you are a busy woman, so I won't keep you. As before, rest assured I will share with you any findings I receive from Cryle. Take care, my friend, and see you again in due course. Montage. Months before the next patch drops. Then we're here. The heart of the myth. Derek is awaiting word from Cryle. Oh, Karen, 'tis good of you to come. But I'm afraid there is still no word from Cryle and Garahatia. They're working as fast as they can to compile the findings of our investigation, I shouldn't doubt. But between the Phantom's realms, etheric data, and the monument's epigraph, they have much and more to review. Now, while awaiting developments, I had a mind to pay Snowgem a visit in the Omphalos. If you aren't otherwise occupied, you should come too. I'm gonna go to each one. So here I see Byrgot and Ralgar. No words. The mummy. Oh my god. Is this Nalthal? Alone over there. Snowgem has become something of a fixture here. So focused is she on her works, she often neglects taking sustenance. I pray her health doesn't suffer. Okay, we'll talk to each one. Nice. Oh, if it isn't Karen and Derek! But no Cryle or Raha, I see. Unfortunately, speaking of whom, would you not prefer to be with them in Charlayan? You're a researcher too, after all. I find myself much more effective in the field. Being here gives me inspiration, you see, and of late, I've been mulling over the opening words of the epigraph. As beings who endure by the will of the star, we are susceptible to the influence of hopes and prayers. Thus do we commit our yokes herein, lest we stray from our purpose. The suggestion that faith has shaped the nature of the 12 paints a truly intriguing picture. If truth be told, I was also hoping that I might speak with the gods again. But they haven't graced us since the time we solved the mystery of the monument. They only do so on exceptional occasions, it seems. Be that as it may, I believe there might be another way to see them. When we journeyed with the gods, Azema told me that each of them wished to speak with you in private, You, Karen. If you were to call them before their heavens, I have a feeling they will answer. So, won't you give it a try? And afterwards, let us know what they said. I for one see no harm in it. But if you are disinclined, then do not feel pressured. It is entirely your decision. You now have the opportunity to speak with those of the 12 whom you have encountered thus far. To do so, call to them before the entrances to their respective heavens. You may advance the quest at any time by speaking with Derek in the Omphalos. Oh, okay. It's interesting that they give you the option to skip it. Did the gods appear? Let's start here. Heaven of Lightning Gate. Who will you call to? Buyer God. Because it will take a while.
Ah, Karen. Pleased am I that you should seek me out. I'd wish to speak with you. It does me well to see that you have been dedicating yourself to crafting. Oh God. They saw our job levels. In my capacity as the builder, I watch your progress upon this path with keenest interest. The act of crafting embodies the spirit of improvement and advancement. 'Tis my hope that you will strive ever forward and seize that which you most desire with your own hands.
Okay. It's just like well wishes. Ralger.
Well, if it isn't the dauntless Karen, full glad am I that you would thus call to me. When you and yours investigated the origins of the Fist of Ralger, you posited some interesting theories. The connection between myself and the Sylph's divinity in particular. You did well to draw that conclusion. Your inquiring minds have taken you far, child of man, and they will take you further still.
Oh, that's it? Okay, so Ra's theory was correct. Heaven of Fire Gate. Azema. Pretty. Ah, Karen! At last you've come. I was right to entrust your zealous scholar companion with a message. Ever since our first meeting, I knew that I simply must see you again. Zealous scholar companion with a message? Wait, what? What's she talking about? Raha? What message? First meeting? Okay. Thank you, Dewada, for joining us and hanging out. I really, really appreciate it. I know I keep saying that, but I really, really do. Thank you for staying up with us. I know it's like, God, we're streaming for almost 10 hours. Thank you for joining us for all the missions, all the MSQs, all the quests. Thank you, Dewada. Yeah, I will have to finish it. We will finish it. Have a good night, Dewata. Good morning. I mean... Okay. Azima. Hehe. I was right to entrust your zealous scholar companion with a message. Ah, sorry. She was talking about Snow Gem. There is something familiar about you. You awaken forgotten feelings in me. Feelings that once smoldered like embers amidst the ashes. Phoenix? Sorry, or Suzaku? What? Perhaps you resemble someone I knew long ago. Yet, whatever the reason, your presence gives me comfort and warmth. May your light ever burn bright. Wait, so Suzaku? Naothal. Similar to Hades.
Karen, we bid you welcome.
Know that though we appear to be two beings, a dual aspected divinity, 'twas not always so. Man's hopes harbor power, and 'twas his faith, offered over millennia, that shaped us into our present form. In answer to your faith, we, the traitors, shall watch over mankind as he strives for that which he desires. So all the accumulated dynamis. Fishy. Only the open ones. Okay, open. The final gate. Bird. Heaven of Earth gate. Africa. Why, if it isn't Karen, you wish to speak, do you? Tell me, have you ever met an elemental? Many hold that they were born of me, and as I mentioned, they are the voice of those who abide in the Twelveswood. At times, they may seem excessive in their actions, but it is out of an abundance of love. So pray, be good to them, and heed their warnings. Yeah, I remember dealing with I think the White Mage questline really dealt with that. Alphic.
Karen, is it? I must say, there is something to be said for being summoned by a mortal. The life of man is but a drop in the great river of time. Thus are you and yours wont to rush ahead, not wasting a single moment. Be that as it may, certain sights will only come into view if one stops to look. So be not afraid to pass the time in ways which, at first, may not seem fruitful.
Stop and smell the roses.
Should you dare to do so, you may well be visited by an eye-opening experience. Such is the richness of time.
Mia. Well now, if it isn't my dear Karen, how good of you to call on me. I'm sorry if I gave you a shock by joining my brother in battle, but I couldn't help myself. We've always done everything together, he and I. Ooh. Ah, such a joy it was to face you and yours. You displayed the self-same determination that allowed you to defy fate, and it was one surprise after another. That's it? Let's talk to Menfina first, then end on with Halon. Oh, Karen, what a delightful surprise. You wished to see me, did you? I'm truly grateful that we can talk like this. As you know, I am the goddess of love. Yet that obviously doesn't mean I have a monopoly on love. For instance, my brethren love mankind with all their hearts, just like me. And whether or not Oshon is my beloved, as mortals believe, I have more than enough room in my heart for everyone. Be it man or gods, I love you all alike. Oh my god. And needless to say, I love my adorable Dalamud too, whom you and yours gifted to me. Hello.
How bold you are to summon me, Karen. Is no less than I expect from one of mine.
Oh, there we go. She acknowledges it.
In recognition of your valor and deeds, I offer a word of counsel. Well do I know the power of men's hopes, of mortal faith, and there is no faith that I reject. Yet in every age, there are those who invoke the name of the divine for their own ends. Be not misled by them. Yes.
I will listen to my goddess. Okay, we talk to everyone. I'm guessing that's your gate. Spoken to your satisfaction, have you? Then let us await Grail and Garahatia together. Yes. Still no sign of them. There is something I've been meaning to ask you. As an adventurer, you are better traveled than most. Of the places you have seen, what kind do you like best? Ooh. Bustling hubs brimming with activity. Natural environs unspoiled by man. Faraway lands where new encounters await. Quiet places where I can enjoy solitude. Either of this. Natural environs unspoiled by man. Faraway lands where new encounters await. Ah. Hint hint, Dawntrail? Ah yes, I can imagine you being given to such. The thrill of visiting unknown places is something I can understand. I myself am partial to wandering Eorzea. So rich in ether, this land, and possessed of so many aspects. 'Twas when I was traveling through the Twelves Wood that I encountered this fellow. I knew not how we came to be injured and alone, but I couldn't turn a blind eye. He has long since recovered, and I probably should have returned him to his forest home. But when I see him here, undaunted in the presence of gods, I can't help but feel 'twas fate that delivered him to me. Still, the day will come when we must go our separate ways. They're finally here, everyone! Welcome back. How fared your work? It took longer than we anticipated, but we managed to compile our findings, and thence deliberated a course of action. Indeed, hereon we would do well to tread with caution. The waveforms we recorded with the etheric analyzer revealed an unsettling occurrence. In the course of fighting us, the gods expended a tremendous amount of their ether, so much so as to dilute their very essence. Lest you worry, you've done no wrong, Karen. The gods themselves wish to fight, after all. That being said, we should avoid engaging in further battle until we learn more about their true objective. To that end, we will seek out the 13th unnamed being, whose duty is to watch unflinching. If Raha is correct, and we have no reason to believe otherwise, said being is the Watcher on the Moon. You'll be pleased to know I've already acquired permission to use the Tower of Babel from the Ilsabard contingent, who oversee the structure where the Garleon peoples live. We're really going then? To the moon? Huzzah! I wonder what the Watcher is like. If there are no other matters, then let us set forth at once. If you still wish to speak with the gods, best to seek them out now. They may not be there later. I don't think they say anything else new, right? Let's double check. Let's just talk to Halone again. Same, same. And we are back on the moon. Whoa. Moon dust. Greetings, Heidelin's champion. You are ever welcome here, as are your companions. "'Tis a pleasure to meet you, Watcher. We come hoping that you would answer some questions for us. Questions about Heidelin. We have deciphered the monument at the heart of the Phantom Realm. In addition to the names and duties of the 12, it speaks of one who is unnamed, who shall watch unflinching. Are we correct in assuming that that individual is you?" The 12 have existed for eras. If you know aught about them, will you not share your knowledge with us? They have a desire which they claim can only be fulfilled through battle with mankind. We wish to understand what that is. Please. So man has managed to come this far. Very well. You have earned the right to know. Remember, however, that I am but a creation. Though I have been imbued with some memories of the past, they are far from complete. First of all, I am indeed the unnamed being the monument describes. An entity created by Heidelin to serve a purpose, alongside the 12. Together, they were charged with preserving equilibrium on a sundered and unstable star. Like myself, they were given shape from people who once existed. And like myself, they believed that the world should be entrusted to the new life that had emerged. While I do not possess detailed memories of that time, Venat selected those she deemed best suited to their respective duties. That would explain why the 12 appear to have personalities like mortals. The men and women they once were influenced their personalities, yes, but so too did the faith of mortals. Dynamis. Knowingly or no, when men pray, they will the object of their worship to assume a form that can better grant them their heart's desire. In this manner have the 12 been shaped over eons into images that fit men's ideals. So you were right, Raha. Hopes and prayers have the power to influence the gods. Oh. Yet even as they thus changed at Venat's behest, they would have refrained from intervening in mortal affairs. As a result, there will have been times when they acted in ways that are contrary to your expectations. But now that Hydaelyn is no more, and the final days averted, the 12 have arrived at a decision regarding their fate, all their own. 'Tis not for me to reveal the truth of their desire. I can, however, guarantee that it will not visit harm upon mankind. Nay, far from it. Oh my god, do they believe that the time of the gods is over? Well, I for one never felt the gods meant us ill. To have your guarantee as well, we couldn't possibly doubt them anymore. It is most assuring to confirm the connection between you and the 12. With this, we may proceed in our quest with easier hearts. Yeah, they're probably like the time of gods is over. The time of man is at hand. It is time for them to move on. Thank you for sharing your knowledge with us. We shall return to the Omphalos and continue engaging with your brethren. That is well. As I watch on, I shall pray that the tale comes to a happy conclusion for gods and men alike. May your journey be fulfilling. Fly, Torgal, fly. Something's amiss. The goddess' avatars are nowhere to be seen. That's because our preparations are complete, audacious woman. I've waited so bloody long for this moment. Limlane, are such uncouth words the first you would speak unto our guests? Limlane. Oh, leave off, Thaliak. You can't tell me you're not excited as I am. I would be the first to admit my joy, but on such a momentous occasion, I would act with due propriety. Well met, children of man. 'Tis our understanding that you have spoken with the Watcher and ascertained our true nature. Indeed, we were created by Hydaelyn to tend the star. Having built the Omphalos at its heart, and our sanctums throughout the ether-rich Eorzea, we labored to preserve the balance of reality. All of this we have heard or learned, but there is still one thing we do not understand. Our analysis of the Phantom Realm revealed that you and yours dilute your very selves by fighting us. Would this not impede your ability to carry out your duties? We appreciate your concern, but you needn't worry. There we go. I knew it. You were him all along. So the baby Oppo was Oshan all along. I will choose the meme answer. What's going on? I knew it. You were him all along. So the baby Oppo was Oshan all along? Loath though I am to disappoint, it isn't the little fellow. Who is Oshan supposed to be? While my brethren used various creatures as their avatars, I chose the form of a man, the better to share in your solitude. And it fell to me Ooh. What a glow up. The Wanderer, to beckon unto the Omphalos they who could grant our wish. The Wanderer Oshan. Oh, what? How could you hide such a thing from us? I don't know. Had you known my true identity and our purpose, we fear that you would refuse to fight us. He is. Look at that. But our fears were unfounded. You've heeded our request and, despite the hardships, endeavored to grant it. Aw. Forgive me, Karen. But I must leave the little fellow in your care. In the innermost part of our realm, we shall reveal the truth in its entirety. I await your coming with bated breath. Ooh. You know, word like that. This is a grandest moment, mortal. Gird your loins and have at us. Limlane. Truly the goddess of the pirates. In the Japanese voice during his fight, he's like whispering while fighting you. Seriously? Huh. I shall receive you with my all. Be as a raging torrent, child of man. So, I'm supposed to blow a kiss to Limlane? Isn't she gonna stab us? Oh, no. This is why gods don't intervene. People become dependent on them. It's okay, little one. You also really want Thaliak's hair. I want all of their glam and hair and everything. I don't blame Derek for hiding the truth. There's no easy thing to say that you're actually a god. Oh. In his wanderings, I can't help but wonder what Derek thought and felt. He was probably the one that arrived at the conclusion that the Age of Gods has come to an end. That's my prediction. So Derek is the Wanderer, the deity who shares in men's solitude. And in order to beckon us to the Phantom Realm, he posed as an explorer and solicited the aid of the Sons of Saint Koinak. Okay, I'll try to blow kiss to Limlane during the fight. Let's see what happens. In spite of this, I do not feel as though I've been deceived, nor do I harbor any resentment. Rather, I simply feel sad. I understand. It is as if a dear friend were suddenly spirited far away. In hindsight, perhaps it was in expectation of the coming battle that he had kept men at arm's length. I imagine it must be even harder for you. But to know that one of the 12 walked among us, it makes me want to do the best we can by them. Aye, since time immemorial, the 12 have watched over all who abide on this star. And even as they fulfill their purpose by maintaining stability, as beings possessed of sentience, they also heeded the hearts of men. So let us likewise heed their hearts and do our utmost to grant them their desire. And I believe we all know what comes next. Raid, raid, raid. So we're almost there. Then we will be as Dawntrail ready as we can. Dun, 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 dun. I love this theme. By all indications, this will be the final foray into the God's Sanctum. This task we entrust to you in your adventure, friends, once more, Karen. As there's no telling what may happen afterwards, I shall remain on guard here. Twice now you have triumphed, and I have faith that you will do so yet again. Go well, Karen. This does seem like a fitting last dungeon for us. And it feels like a great change is about to happen. Then we like prepare for Dawntrail. And I did answer Oshon. We like to see lands far and unseen by our eyes for new experiences. So I have a feeling we'll probably be blessed by them in some way on Dawntrail. Worry not, I shall hold the fort here. Pray focus on the battles ahead. For the coming foray, you should face Thaliak in the Heaven of Water and Limlane and Oshon in the Heaven of Wind. While Nymea would also abide in the former, I believe she has already fulfilled her part, which means an easier time for you. Or so I hope. Oh my god. Pet. No, pet. 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 I'll be back. Though we're assured that fulfilling the god's desire won't visit harm upon the star, I cannot help but worry what may come to pass. We must be prepared. Thalea. It was out of their undying love for mankind that the 12 constructed the monument at the heart of the Omphalos, that they might never lose sight of their purpose. To answer that love, you must sally forth into their sanctum one last time to grant them their heart's desire. Oshon, or Derek as you had known him, awaits with his brethren Thaliak and Limlane in their heavenly domain. Brave torrential waters, weather stormy winds, and vanquish these remaining deities, and you shall finally arrive at the truth of their mysterious objective. It's like the elves. The time of the elves is past. The time of man is at hand. In fact, they kind of are like the elves of this universe. Born of Hydaelyn, and born of the gods, touched by the gods. And now that their time is done on Middle Earth, they leave it to man. Well, I doubt we're gonna kill them permanently. They probably just want to be dissipated, so they will be like us, and they will walk among us. They wish to walk among us. I feel I'm predicting it. That's my prediction. I'm just speculating. They really seem to be so earnest and wanting to join us on our adventures. But of course, they couldn't say much, right? So perhaps they're like, finally, we can walk among man as equals. I have no idea. We'll see. I'm excited. I didn't expect this to turn out this way. I thought it would remove all sense of mystery. I mean, it did. The veil is pulled. But they also introduce, well, other stuff to make up for it. For some, it may be deflating to know that the truth that, they were just people. But it's fine. It makes them all the more relatable. I liked spending time with them. I loved hearing from our goddess Halone. And Halone also warned us about people who would use their name for their own ends. So yes, we will be wary of religious extremists and people going to war over in the name of these gods, right? It is also them trying to, well, in a way, remind us that it's not their fault that people have fought amongst each other and spilled blood in their names. And people may also wonder, it is an age-old question. If the gods were so caring, or if the gods were all this, why didn't they intervene, or why is there suffering and all that? And we go back all the way to the philosophy of Hydaelyn and why she sundered the world to begin with. To live is to suffer. If you're familiar with Jesus, and you also ask why didn't God just fix everything? It denies our free will. It denies our own strength, that we are unable to live on our own terms. And that's not the point of the way they want, that's not what they want. These gods, very similarly to at least what I was learned and taught, they want to empower us, ourselves, to seize our own freedom and our own destiny. To rely upon them for succor, to fix everything, would make us weak. Pray to them, make them fix everything, then we do nothing. Then we learn nothing. Simple as that. And that's why I think they represented it well with the baby Oppo Oppo. It's so sad. Like, it's also a pain for them. Again, using Derek and using Oshon. Imagine him as, like, he kind of is, in a way, he was like Jesus in the sense that he also did walk among humanity. And the one time he decides, for example, to intervene, save this baby Oppo Oppo, then they come to believe and rely upon him. But the inevitability that, no, you cannot rely on me forever. You must stand on your own, baby Oppo Oppo. We will help you, but you will grow, you will learn. Yeah, anyway, I didn't expect it to be like this. This is good. And that is why I really do not like people who... I know, fine, there are multiple ways you can interpret religion, fit it into your lives, and share it with people. And we all know, for example, me being born and raised Roman Catholic, I understand the history, the bloody history that was done in the name of the church, but that was squarely in the hands of humanity. Their beliefs, their selfishness, their way to twist the beliefs into their own agendas. That is what these gods here in this world are warning us against. That is precisely what our goddess Halone told us. Yes, there is the freedom to believe in faith, but there is also the limit of what humanity is willing to do with them. Oshon is indeed the patron of adventurers and wanderers. Hell yeah! I'm ashamed I didn't know about Oshon. Was Oshon even a choice for a guardian? I don't know. So as a follower of Halone, my OC never really... I never really delved into the details of my Warrior of Light's backstory. Like, I was never really heavy into RP and all that. But I do have I have very loose ideas. But this kind of also helps me inform, why did I choose Halone? Why did I choose Halone? Like, when I first started Final Fantasy XIV, I knew nothing. But based on the gods' descriptions, I did choose Halone because I probably found Halone the most resonant or interesting to me as a player and as a role player. Like, I didn't just like select a random thing. I actually went through all the descriptions, and based on that, I chose Halone. And to have Halone here also remind my character, like how she wept for the Dragon Song War, how people fought in her name and spilled blood for amongst themselves and dragons, and how that was very sad for her. And me, as someone who was also on the front lines of that, in my own story, my own RP story, invoking Halone herself in the fields of battle, it's a lot to think about for roleplay wise. Oshon is available to select. Yes. Okay. He even features in the Astrologian cards. He also has a fish named after him. Ooh. The gods have a fascinating history with each other too. Oshon and Limlayan used to be lovers. Oh, wait. One of the other goddesses, Nymea. No, not Nymea. Menfina, the moon. Didn't Menfina say that humanity thinks a certain god is their lover? Was it Oshon? Oh, there, yeah. Oshon is also the official lover of Menfina. That's what Menfina said. And Menfina was like, my love is enough for everyone. It's like, okay. Yeah, of course. That is Menfina. Oshon is also the official lover of Menfina, and Oshon and Limlayan used to be lovers. Lim Lane... Lim Lane is the Lim Lane now because of all the pirate and the sailors swearing and cussing. I'm pretty sure Lim Lane has a sailor's mouth. Okay, we're almost there, chat. 4 more DPS. Well, I'm glad I got to play everything. The raids, the raid storylines, the normal raid storylines, this as well. It's nice to take into Dawntrail with these fresh memories. And of course, the whole Void Scent journey with Zero. That was great. Oshon and Lim Lane have an intense love that eventually falls apart. Oh. Because Oshon wants to wander and become part of humanity. I wonder what their falling out was. Are all these in the Eorzea Encyclopedia? Because I do have like book 1, 2, and 3. Book 1 and 2. I don't have 3. Okay, they added it to the wiki at least. Euphrosyne coin. An age-worn artifact recovered from Euphrosyne. Ooh. Hypostatic hairpin offending. Hypostatic cloak of healing. Oh, wow. I could go to a ball in this. Huh. Easy dress option. Ooh, and I like that it complements our short hair. Because we get to see the details in the back. And the collar. Nice. Healing. So if I want to wear that, I just can use my astrologian. I can't see the details because of my hairstyle. Yeah, it's very wedding gown. Like maybe one of the bridesmaids or something. But I do like the details. Thank you, by the way, for this pizza. I will treasure it forever. This pizza has sustained me throughout this, what will be a 10+ hour stream. The fanning top is pretty also. I hope I can get it. Well, again, the daily rotation, it'll happen eventually. But I really still like this glam. I will take this into Dawntrail. What happened? We lost all our healers? Ugh. What's happening? The US is supposed to be awake. Come on, NA. I'm the one who shouldn't be awake. I'll just sit in this bush and cry. I can't wait to see the Dawntrail glam. Yep, and all the new sights, new sounds, the new graphics, the new lighting, the new glam, the beautiful foliage, the moving grass, the trees that are alive. It's gonna be great. No, nothing to be sorry about, Dewata. I feel very guilty for dragging everyone like for so long, taking up your time. But again, I really appreciate your patience and really accompanying us through this journey. Honestly, like I could have just done this alone and off stream, but I would not have appreciated it nearly as much. And it's not just because of all the details of the lore that you helped clarify and shed light on. I mean, definitely, like, that was part of it, but also just you guys being there and all of us getting ready for Dawntrail in one way or another. It's been such a great ride. I'm also very excited for this week, not just for Dawntrail, but also for Zenless Zone Zero, another new experience that waits in the wings, and Elden Ring DLC. Those three are gonna keep us occupied for a while. But I will prioritize Dawntrail because I gotta get that MSQ down. And I cannot wait to like start discussing it with, like, I love discussing Endwalker with everyone else. I was pretty late to Endwalker, right? Why was that? Oh, because I went on hiatus. Then, yeah. I finished Shadowbringers. I stopped, and then I went back for Endwalker. But then by then, all of you had. I remember you guys also accompanied me for Space. That was also super awesome. I don't remember why I was so late to Endwalker. Right. You guys already finished Endwalker. I started Endwalker on stream. Well, I'll be able to start alongside you all now. Okay. I'm going to give this... If we still don't get a pop at 7 a.m., I will continue this tomorrow, if that's the case. Maybe you didn't do early access. It's so weird. I'm pretty sure I pre-ordered the collector's edition of Endwalker. But for some reason or another, you were all there. You were all available for our journey. Weird. Alright. I need to do something while waiting. If it doesn't pop at 7 a.m., I will do this. I will, instead of streaming Tavern Talk, I will finish this. Then we can transition into Tavern Talk. Because I doubt this is going to take like 4 hours. I mean, we just have one more raid and then the quests after that, then we'll pretty much be done. But I am surprised. I hope it's not because of the DDoS attack. Because this is way longer. Like, even if you guys were still here, it still wouldn't fill up. Something happened. What can I do? What can I do? Enter Thalea. Work it harder. Work it harder. Make it better. Wait, isn't that Daft Punk? Wow, I still have these. Oh, wow, relics. I am done for now with relics. No thanks. Sage's focus. Oh, right. I did want to try a sage. Many people don't do this raid too often anymore. That's unfortunate. But even then... Oh, speaking of which, hell yeah. It hurt us. The gear is outdated. Yeah, so the only way people end up here is because of dailies or catch up. Please. Last tank, last DPS. Dun, 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 dun. It's always that last DPS. Ah. Come on. Look, the healers are great. The tanks are okay. I mean, obviously, statistically, there are more DPSs, so there are chances of them not being ready. Alright, we got the message. Let's do this. Let us give the gods their heart's desire. I am very worried about what that desire is, but I'm hoping that it is at least going to be a bittersweet transition to the age of man. If that is their desire. Also, Lim Lane looks awesome. Maybe I should have worshipped Lim Lane. You know, I'm actually totally fine. Whoa! This is an arcana. Like the imagery of it. Whoa. What? Whoa! Wow! I thought I liked the second one, but I do like the environment of this one as well. Math, please, no. Is it one of those things where you have to do your own math? You cannot just follow the herd?
Come, mortals. Make your way through our watery sanctum. Let us see how you fare against my servants.
We are Alliance A. Okay, gather them up if you wish. Why is it taking forever? Oh, okay.
Only to be expected for they who vanquished my pupil Beauregard.
Beauregard.
It shall be my pleasure to welcome you personally.
The pedestal of passage springs to life. Move to the river of knowledge.
I have looked forward to this moment, children of man. The scholar shall measure your depth of knowledge.
Math? No thanks. Rheognosis. Guys, what's going on? Why are y'all moving here?
Rage at my behest.
Oh,
Not all knowledge is wisdom. At what answer will you arrive, I wonder?
left bank. That almost got me.
Of ignorance be cleansed.
Did I kill him? Or did that... Oh my god. I'm sorry.
Join me in deepest knowledge. Let flow the waters of your mind.
Oh, what the hell?
Seek new perspectives and you shall find new paths.
It's pretty trippy. Whoa. Oh.
Small wonder the others have exalted so.
Rheognosis Petrine. I know my triangles. Take that, Thalyak. Give me the DPS though. I want the DPS.
Purifying. Reveal their nature. Tis time for a test.
Hieroglyphics time?
Share with me your ruminations.
Hell, what's this? Marked by a binding glyph that will activate when effect expires. Oh, what? Big brain theme. Big brain.
Not all answers can be obtained through might.
Spin, 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 spin. Third. We got it.
Prove to me the wisdom of
Oh, here we go again. DPS.
Let us enlighten one another. Well done, wise
Oh.
children. Well done.
Smooth sailing so far, I see.
Lim Lane.
Mortals.
Yeah, the music is so epic. Whoa!
Come on, don't keep me waiting.
Whoa! I would love to see more environments like this in Dawntrail. It's so epic. I feel like I'm in Elden Ring. Wow! So cool. I gotta snooze this for people who are not subscribed. Let's go. That sounds like a raid wide.
Mine are the waves and the winds.
Wind Rose. Navigator's Trident. Blow Kiss? I'll do it after this. Blow Kiss! Ah! Blow Kiss! I'm blowing kisses! Oh my god, the log is shit.
Rise above the white caps.
My log was on. I spammed chat with blow kiss. Whoa.
I trust you don't mind if they play too. Come, Pericles, Thalios.
Vericos, Thalios. I blow kissed. Was I supposed to do it at another time?
Dance upon the waves.
Fudge me.
That's the way, my clever serpent.
Not casting? Okay. I blew her a kiss.
Feel the fight of the navigator. Go on, my pet. Don't be shy.
Oh, bloody hell. I got... Oh, nothing. Oh, we're failing.
Swim free, my pet.
Did they remove it?
You can surely do better than that. Bloody brilliant you are.
To seek new horizons, you must come together as one.
No, I missed
It
out.
falls to you and yours to navigate the seas ahead.
Maybe I'm not supposed to be auto-attacking her?
After all this time, it feels strange calling to you us.
Wow.
Thank you for making it this far. Not long now, till our journey together must end.
This must be super cool for people who chose Oshun as their guardian. Too bad though. I tried kissing, it didn't work.
Of us to face you. Strong are they who roam.
Cut it out, you. They knew some players would want to do that. Oh, let's take a bow. Super cool.
Stand firm amidst the
Reproduce.
storm.
Wow.
You must persevere.
How many times? Oh. I will follow where the herd goes.
Wind, guide my arrow.
Sudden downpour. Ooh.
My bowstring sings.
Ay! Damn it! I knocked myself into 3 circles.
You can overcome this. I know you can. Arise!
Wow.
Your prayers have given strength. By fighting you, that strength shall be returned to the star.
Whoa!
Grant us our heart's desire. Stay not your steps. Those who hesitate are lost.
It always feels awesome doing this as a paladin.
Behold the wanderer's arrow.
That was cool.
I'm glad that it was you who came to us.
I was totally... Ugh, damn it. I didn't even put on any mitigations. My bad.
Blessings be upon you on the road ahead.
No, I cannot snooze it anymore.
May the wind ever be at your back. Yes. Mankind has indeed grown strong. The sweet sorrow of parting. I beg you, stay the course to the end.
One more? Oh, the 7th gate. What the?
You're back. The Omphilus. It's suddenly transformed. Servants? What's the meaning of this?
Oh.
Those ones, I leave to you.
Oh my god. Angelos Mikros.
It seems we're being summoned. Go, my friend. I will stay here with the others.
What the? We are in the... Wow. Okay.
The will of the star has entrusted the future to you and yours. As entities charged with ensuring life on Aetheris, we rejoice in this outcome with all our hearts.
I'm the only one who's doing the cutscene. The 12 Eulogia. Wow.
'Tis time, beloved children. Time to bid farewell to we relics of the past.
Oh, they are saying goodbye. Hopefully not to get rid of them. Here we go.
Come, children, fulfill our final wish. See every last ghost returns to sun.
I love the remixes they've done with these themes. Lost some. Crap. Awesome job, healers. The moon begins to wax. going faster. Oh no. So much is going on. Oh my god.
Not a single mote of strength shall we hold back.
Thousandfold thrust.
Overcome our final test.
They're just combining all the, like, it's like, hope you were paying attention. You diamond over seahorse, yeah. Oh shit, it's the 12! Quintessence. Evacuate, 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 evacuate. forms at Menfina's command. Ooh, that was fun. But you'll still be around, right?
Thank you.
Oh, we have so many Papatos. I was in a party of Papatos. Okay, now for the denouement. Sad, I haven't been getting commendations. I got one though. Karen, are you alright? Thanks for clearing the way, Karen. That being, I presume, is the 12. You have done well, children of man. As promised, we shall reveal the truth in its entirety. Our desire is simply thus, to give ourselves unto the star as a blessing. In the 12 millennia we have existed, we have come to harbor tremendous power through prayers. Through battle, our essence shall unravel and return to the star, where it might give rise to new life. Such is our final gift to you. You mean you'll disappear? Yes. The fragments of our former souls, which serve as the core of our existence, shall rejoin the life stream. Yet though we may fade from sight, our individuality lost, our stabilizing influence shall endure. The only thing to change is where your prayers find their way. Henceforth it shall be this, the instrument of blessing that receives of mortal hopes, hopes that shall be given back to the star. But your presence brings comfort to mankind. Everyone would wish for you to remain. Must you truly fade away? Such gladdening things you say, child. We must confess, what we do, we also do for ourselves. When mankind overcame the final days, it so moved us that even we, who are but constructs, knew the greatest joy. You have shown your unfaltering love for the world. In return, we would show our undying love for you. Worry not. Myths are wont to be woven and passed down. So long as men hold the 12 in fondness, we shall live on in your faith in us. when you say such things? The moment of parting is come. By our blessing, may you march towards a brighter future. Oh. Farewell, beloved children.
When you are ready, brothers and sisters. May the font of your ingenuity ever flow.
Oh.
Yours is the strength to destroy all obstacles.
Abide in virtue and hold fast to the truth. There is meaning in your deeds. Celebrate life and embrace death. May you flourish and reap a bountiful harvest.
In your limited time, have boundless compassion.
Carry yourself with honor and forge on towards victory. Harbor love in your heart, for yourself, for others, and for the world. From past to future, the river of knowledge flows. Be part of its nourishing waters. May a wonderful new world greet you beyond destiny's horizon. Be calm as the ocean, and you shall weather any storm. As the wind blows unfettered, may you be free to follow your heart. No. Oppo. You needn't agonize so, Oshan. Remain with them, if that be your desire. Oh no. But this is what we've dreamed of. To return to the star together. I never imagined that I would grow so fond of them. That parting would be so hard. Long as we have abided in patience to rejoin the life stream. For the drop in the river of time that is man's fleeting life. Why not share your fate with them? Follow your heart, as you ever have. And when the time comes, we shall meet again. Oh man, I didn't expect to cry. So he chooses a mortal life. I've decided to continue journeying a while longer. Oh. So I understood it right? Like, for the drop in the river of time that is man's fleeting life, why not share your fate with them? So he does choose a mortal life. It cannot have been easy for Derek to break with his decision. I should like to hear what went through his mind. Baby Oppo Oppo. He's back! He's really back! That I'm still here. I can scarce believe it myself. Words can't well express my surprise when I opened my eyes to see Derek standing there. I'm naturally curious as to what happened, but above all, I rejoice for a dear friend returned. Oh, even Graha was tearing up. Oh no, he's just thinking. I expect Derek has a few words to say. Let us lend him an ear. Embraced by gods. Derek is the very picture of peace. What to say in such a moment? Best to speak from the heart, I suppose. I'm glad to be back. And we're glad to have you back. Glad hardly suffices to describe it. We're over the moon that you're still here, Derek. Or should we call you Ocean? I no longer have Ocean's power. Derek will do. I was remade from the portion of my essence that wasn't returned to the star, and will live out my days as a man. May I ask what happened? No sooner had the 12 vanished than you reappeared before us. At the very last, I couldn't bear it. Couldn't bear to say farewell. Your earnest friendship had weighed down my steps. And the little fellow's fervent call halted them. I was overwhelmed by the keenest longing to remain among you and see more of the world I love. Upon seeing me torn, my brethren bade me follow my heart. I needed no further urging. We created the instrument of blessing. We created the instrument of blessing in the faith that one day the star would no longer need our guiding hand. This whole thing, the instrument of blessing, thanks to you, that day has finally come. But I ramble. How uncharacteristic. Let us head back to the Omphalos, shall we? So I'm wondering now, like, how different, like, as beautiful a gesture as that was, returning their ether to the live stream, the stabilizing forces is still the same. Why give up their individuality or... Well, okay. So instead of individually changing, becoming more and more separate. Okay, I get it. Now, basically, all prayers and blessings will go into that one device. Perhaps they did figure out, or they did find out as well, that in the long term, perhaps it wasn't sustainable. I guess? Wait. Well, we must return to Sharlayan. The Forum will be expecting a report. Yet, if the entire truth were to be revealed to the public, it would shake the very foundation of the worship of the 12. Aye. In penning our report, we would do well to consult the Forum on what details are safe to disclose. Much pertaining to the field of mythology will need to be obfuscated, I fear. Worry not on my account. Inspired by our findings, I have a mind to examine the 12 in the context of reception theory. The people's perceptions of deities are wont to be informed by their culture. By comparing the differences across eras and regions, I believe we may uncover heretofore unseen aspects of the 12. Reception theory, you say? That was intriguing. I should like to see the fruits of your research when I visit Sharlayan. When you do, have care not to reveal who you used to be. Our scholars would be all over you like starved beasts. I see. Perhaps I shall wait a while before I come calling. Before I came to you, I simply roamed the world. I had no objective, nothing I wished to find. With this second chance I have, I mean to undertake my travels with a renewed perspective. Man, I really wonder how it was like for people who really chose Oshan to follow. But ere I set out, I would move my brethren's hopes elsewhere, to a place in men's midst. Oh, what a wonderful idea. If you don't mind, we should like to accompany you. By all means, we make for the Sanctum of the 12 in the East Shroud. Oh, shit. Wedding land. We've come full circle. The words of the monument are a promise by the gods to watch over mankind. It is comforting to know that their promise will endure. As engrossed as we've been in our work, we've seldom had a chance to thus gather and relax. The last and only time would have been the meal in Revenant's Toll, I think. Feel free to go on ahead, my friend. Well, this won't be my last time here. I need a moment before I leave. The Sanctum of the 12. I couldn't imagine a more fitting place for their memories. Perfect. Who would think that I would be going back to this wedding venue? It's more than just a wedding venue now. Ooh, I remember this pod. Oh. Wow. No matter how many times I visit the Sanctum, its majesty never fails to move me. And the rich history. Originally built during the dawn of the 5th Astral Era, it was reclaimed by the wood before being restored in the wake of the calamity. Are we even getting a history lesson of this wedding venue? Truly, it stands as a testament to the influence that magical civilizations and city-states have had upon Eorzean culture. The Sanctum harbors the hopes of men, and now those of my brethren shall join them. If you're not averse, I would speak a little of my brethren. That is, those individuals whose essence lent them form. As it pertains to another age, some concepts may be foreign to you, but would you be interested nonetheless? Yeah. Excellent. Let's see, we ended up killing gods again, but these were good gods. For once. It's usually like, oh no, big bad evil god. Destroy. Byrgot was a man with a gift for creating inanimate objects such as buildings and furnishings. With his abilities, he served a supervisory role at the Bureau of the Architect, where he was nothing short of a pillar. His chief was carefree to a fault, you see, and he took it upon himself to ensure the work was done. Ralger was a brawny man whom Venat encountered on her travels. They quickly struck up a friendship, and he joined her on a quest to destroy an enormous meteor that was hurtling towards the star. Just fair to say this event gave rise to the legends surrounding the destroyer. Azema was a woman who served as a judicial officer in the Bureau of the Administrator, an experience which served her well as the warden. She was an ardent proponent of the seat of Azem, and dreamed of training under Venat and her successor. Nalthal was a close personal friend of mine. A merchant by trade, he was outwardly gregarious, but also possessed a reserved side and knew quiet joy in his passion for ore. When men began treating him as a dual-aspected god, it reminded me of the person he used to be, and I couldn't help but be struck with a pang of nostalgia. Nofika was a landscape architect of great repute who grew plants gathered from the star over. Despite being skilled in magic, she preferred to nurture plants as nature intended, and her garden ever bloomed with beautiful flowers. All who visited were said to leave with their souls salved. Althic was a researcher who observed newly made creations in Elpis. Although it was at his sister's urging that he joined our faction, he soon became a stalwart believer in the cause, and always took the initiative in discussion. Halone was a formidable warrior tasked with hunting creations that were deemed detrimental to the star. For her prowess, she had been regarded as a leading candidate for the seat of Pashtarot, preserver of discipline and order. Menfina was the youngest among us, a student affiliated with the Words of La Habrea at the Academia Aniter. Even within that prestigious institution, she was considered a prodigy, and hers were the hands that created the magic to isolate and seal Zodiark. Oh. Thaliak was the headmaster of the Academia Aniter, a man of learning and leadership both. He presided over the institution's myriad faculties. No known phenomenon existed in which he wasn't versed. Words do not do justice to express the remarkable scholar that he was. Naimea was an observer in Elpis, like her older brother Althic. She possessed a caring and inquisitive nature, and was liked and trusted by her peers. Limlane was a researcher at Metabesos Thalasai, a facility for the observation and evaluation of sea life. So passionate was she about her work, she once threw a knife at someone who inadvertently came too close to her observation subject. I guess she loves Limlane, right? Or maybe she follows Limlane. Oshan was a traveler whom Venat encountered in the wilderness. They shared a campfire and discussed at length what it meant to be free. Leaving my hopes as the wanderers in this place, I shall set forth anew, simply a man named Derek. And last but not least, the Watcher. He was the chief archivist at Anamnesis Aniter, and respected Venat deeply as an individual, even as he cared for her as a dear friend. Indeed, among our number, none was more devoted to Venat. That devotion made him best suited to his duty and the solitude that accompanies it. That is all. It is a lot to remember, but I should be glad if they remain with you in some way. We're grateful that you should share with us these new aspects of Hydaelyn the 12. Thank you. Well, this past time we headed back to Sharlayan, it wouldn't do to keep Ojika waiting. I assume you'll be traveling via Limsa Lominsa? In which case, allow us to see you off from there. Till now, I have wandered alone. But as I recently learned, A journey is better shared. Oh, did not expect it to be this substantial. How nice. Now everything has new meaning. We just came here to like celebrate the... I mean, it was a happy time celebrating the weddings that we attended, but now there's even more meaning to it. Of course, it's the Sacrament of the 12 where they would let their memories rest. And how fitting that we end our journey in Limsa Lumensa. Ook. Yeah, I think Derek will factor in quite a lot in Dawntrail, most likely. Maybe that's why they were saying it's very... like this raid, the raids are very important for Dawntrail. Our friends are presently booking their package. Our friends are presently booking their passage. That's where you were. There's room aboard the next ship, so we'll be setting sail shortly. Oh, Derek. No sooner do we arrive in a crowded place than you up and disappear. Tis a force of habit, in order to avoid people. But I needn't do so anymore, do I? On the contrary, I should embrace the chance to connect with other souls. As your comrades, we completely agree. And remember, you're always welcome at the Baldessian Annex, so be sure to pay us a visit. You may depend on it. Thank you, Derek, for giving us your trust. And thank you as well, Karen. Had you not been with us, we would have struggled to grant the 12 their wish. Well, we had best find our vessel. While the report remains to be compiled, I believe we can officially declare our investigation complete. Till next we meet, my friends. And then Dawntrail. Do you still have time, Karen? Ere I embark on my journey, there is a place nearby I would like to visit. Might I ask you to accompany me? Thank you. Come, we shall head outside the city via the Tempest Gate. Okay, how do I get there again? Watch. Tempest Gate, Tempest Gate. I'm pretty sure it's here, right? Tempest Gate. Here, the wind whips in from the sea like a storm, but I've always found the sensation quite invigorating. Lest you wonder, I intend to strike west, and thence make my way through Upper and Outer Lenosia. And in order to mark my new beginning as a man, en route I wish to see Oshon's embrace with you. You need only accompany me across the bridge. From there, I shall continue on my own. Oh, this bridge? Oshon's embrace. I never realized the name of this place. Such a great wave that ripped the god's grip from the mainland. In the wake of the calamity, my brethren and I were all occupied with our respective duties. This is my very first time seeing the bridge. Shall we, then? Follow Derek's lead and try not to fall behind. It is already quite impressive to behold. Ooh. How do I walk again? What's my numlock? No. There. So, it's temporarily constructed with wood. Ah, such an invigorating breeze. Ooh. Oh, Aetheris. Your beauty truly knows no bounds. Forgive me, I was lost in thought. I look forward to the bridge's completion. Tis a fine bridge, boasting splendid views and brimming with life. The very image of man's determination to overcome adversity. I am honored that it should be named Oshon. Well, this is as far as I ask you to come. But if you are willing, might we converse a little more? It occurs to me I hadn't asked you about your opinion of the 12. How you personally perceive us, for instance, or what you felt when you faced us. Your words from the heart I will take with me as a memento. Oh, I missed it. Is that so? The others will be glad to hear that. I guess it's up to us to fill in the blanks. Thank you for humoring me, Karen. And apologies for keeping you so long. I'm ready to set forth now, to witness a world filled with our blessing. Nice lens flare. To the great wave knocked us down. Okay. That's the lore behind it. Oh, my UI was closed. I'm ready to set forth now to witness a world filled with our blessing. To begin with, I shall tour Lenosha and visit those locales which are named after the 12. After which, I shall go wherever the wind blows. Together with this fellow, of course. Until such time as he tires of my company. This time, I shall embrace the joy of meeting and accept the sorrow of parting. I shall embrace the joy of meeting and accept the sorrow of parting. And when the time comes for me to return to the star, I shall share my experiences with my brethren. Needless to say, your words will feature prominently in my recounting. Gosh. It reminds me of Freeran. Like that, the 10th of her life. The quality of it changed her irrevocably. You will continue your own journeys, will you not? Then, I shall look for you out there. Fare you well, my friend. And may the 12 bless you and keep you. Goodbye, Oppo Oppo. Aw. Man. Myths of the Realm. That was unexpectedly heartwarming. By completing the quest Soaring Prophets, the paintings of certain deities among the 12 will become available for purchase. Wait, Soaring Prophets? The paintings of certain deities among the 12 will become available for purchase. Oh. Freyorsia? Freytheris. Alright, that's all I have in me, chat. Well, it's been a while since we streamed this long. 11 freaking hours. It really pushed it, huh? Well, we were rushing, trying to meet a deadline. Alas, all of my FC mates are asleep, but that was such a heartwarming ending. And it's great. It really feels like I really appreciate them also being with us on the journey. I appreciate you guys being with us on this journey. That is great. Whew, I am pooped. We will not be raiding out tonight. Today, I did stay up. I have been awake for like... how long? Anyway, yeah. I'm feeling it now. Look at that. A sprout. going on their first adventure, maybe. Good luck, Sprout. See you in Dawntrail. Or maybe it's just an alt. Either way. It's nice seeing it. And of course, we saw Derek off on his first official adventure. So we'll see everyone later for some tavern talk. We're going to wind down with some tavern talk. I believe that's it for this raid series. I think I've done all the major content that I needed to do or that I wanted to do before Dawntrail. So the next time you see us streaming FF14, it'll be back with Mikey on Facecam for Dawntrail. Early access this Friday. Depending on the schedule and time zone of its release, we will be jumping into that straight away. We'll also be continuing our review in progress for Tavern Talk. That's tomorrow for our official scheduled stream. And while we can, off stream, I will find time to tackle the Elden Ring DLC. Thank you everyone for joining us on this journey. How appropriate that we reach almost 12 hours after dealing with all those raids, the gods, and the 12. May the blessings of the 12 be upon everyone. That's all I got for you today, and thank you so much for being here. If my FC mates ever watch this, thank you for being such amazing people, making our FF14 journey and beyond that all the more meaningful. And I wish all of you a great journey ahead. That's all I got for you guys. Thank you. And as always, welcome to the table. Have a great day, and I'll see you all on the next adventure. Good night. Good night, Blushing Peony.